This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 2-0. There's a drive to deep left field. Adolis Garcia has his first hit against the lefty. It is a laser 3-run home run into the Rangers bullpen, which causes a scattering of relievers. It's 12-2 Texas.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition.
Day.
Already to a Wednesday.
I know.
Here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. What's the vacation time clock winding
Countdown.
down to?
We are at 11 days. I saw that this morning when I woke up. Look at that. 11 days, baby. 11 days till all-inclusive.
11 days to all-inclusive. It was all-inclusive last night. Adolis Garcia added just the sprinkles. That thing was already baked. That was already iced. It was already over. Just keep the Kansas City Royals on the schedule as the Rangers win in a beatdown 12-2.
Yeah, it's good to have a 4-14 team on the schedule. Yeah. Those are generally things that you enjoy. I'll tell you, this was. We're not going to look back and we're not going to remember this game. We're never. This game is going to be forgotten about. But there was a time in this game where, like, man, this bullpen better get ready for about 7 innings tonight, 6 innings, because Evaldi was not sharp in the first 2.
Yeah.
And he rebounded. I give him credit on that one. I mean, he had a really, to be able to get through 6, I thought there was not a chance in the world after his first inning and a half, 2 innings, that he was going to be able to get through 6 innings.
Yeah, last night to me was all about Evaldi. Mm-hmm. How is he going to respond to a rough start to the season? The ERA right now is currently sitting at a 5.40. He's been the early disappointment of the staff.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been sharp. I mean, he wasn't terrible in game 1. He had a couple of fly balls that were lost to the sun in right field. But no, he has not been super sharp. And last night he wasn't sharp either. But this, Smoltz has always talked about, you got 5 starts, you're going to be perfect. You got 5 where you got absolutely nothing. And you got to fight your way through the other 20. And he fought his way. He fought his way last night. And then you bring in Ian Kennedy, who finally did something halfway decent. He's got Derek Holland's roster spot, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, he's holding a Derek's roster spot. Should not be Ian Kennedy. Should be Derek, but whatever. I'm not bitter about it or anything.
Look, this Rangers schedule, though, this is an opportunity. You're at Kansas City today, 12:30 pregame on the Fan, first pitch at 1 o'clock, and then 3 against the horrific Athletics in Arlington, 3 at Cincinnati. So your next 7 games are against bad teams. I'm assuming the Reds are bad. I haven't gone and checked out their record as of late. They can't be good.
Sub 500.
Sub 500. And then you're going to get the Yankees for 4, and then you're going to get the Diamondbacks for 2 before you're on the road to take on the Dodgers. So take advantage of the next 7 if you can with the Rangers. First place in the American League West at 11-6.
Yeah, and look, they've taken advantage of their schedule so far.
Yep.
The Phillies are 7-11. Not a good team. The Royals, who they've played 5 with now, are 4-14. They've played the Cubs, and the Cubs are not bad. They're 10-6. Who else did they play? The Orioles are not bad. They're 10-7. So they've had 2 decent opponents on the schedule, and then Houston. But Houston's off to a bad start. Again, Houston's always off to a bad start. They were what? They were 7-9 3 straight years now. This is kind of par for the course for them.
And even more good news yesterday, as the Rangers expect Jacob deGrom to make his next start. deGrom saying himself he fully expects to make it off of the wrist issue, and John Gray expects to make his next start as well Sunday. I think Sunday versus the Athletics is supposed to be deGrom. So deGrom and John Gray, possible bullets dodged for the Rangers starting staff.
Huge bullets dodged. I will believe it when I see it with Jake deGrom. Because he's already had 3 starts, right? So it means he has 9 left. He's got 9 left this year. Then he hits his quota. He hits his max for the year. And we'll see what happens after that.
All right, so more Rangers baseball today right here on DFW Sports Station. We have a Snoop Dogg ticket giveaway during the Expressway at 7:20. Marty Turco is going to join us to preview Stars Game 2 tonight. Turco is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Late NBA playoff action last night. I woke up to a missed call from Bassick text messages from Bassick. I said, no way. No way that the Suns with KD are down 0-2 to the Clippers.
Into Torrey Craig, back to Booker. Booker moves behind a Craig screen, a lengthy three. Shazam! Booker knocks down the long three.
Shazam! Is that the elderly gentleman from last year?
I think it's Al McCoy is his name. I think Al McCoy is his name.
80? I think
80 might be generous.
Kind.
It might be 87. He's an elderly human being. Shazam.
Devin Booker came up big with 38 points. The Suns were down 13 in the second quarter. I believe that is when Bassick called me. He thought that the Dallas Mavericks permanently destroyed the Phoenix Suns organization, but it was Devin Booker scoring 38. KD added 25, and Phoenix evened up the series 123-109. So I was getting ready to wake up like, oh my, I was holding my breath as I woke up for the 3 a.m. pee break, and no, we're evened up instead of 2-0.
Yeah, evened up instead of 2-0. Evened up in the Cavs-Knicks, and then the Hawks-Celtics is already over.
No, not turning on Celtics-Hawks. Not turning it on whatsoever. Absolute beatdown. And then the Cleveland Cavaliers were not having all this new New York Knicks hype as they took care of the Big Apple big time. And then you have the big news that came out last night. Draymond Green has been suspended for 1 game. Way to go, Shams. Way to go, Too Cool. Way to go with your report. Way to get it right.
That was conflicting because earlier in the day, it said no suspension.
Shams said that. Yeah.
And I wonder what changed. Like
maybe he had too much hairspray that he was breathing in.
If he would actually come on the show, maybe he'd get his stuff right.
He would. He would actually. I'm going to be the only person in the media to attack Shams Charania, who is America's sweetheart, going up against Woj. But I'm starting the attack against this guy.
I'll start texting him saying, well, you got that one wrong.
Yeah. I was going to. Way to go, man.
Yeah.
Way to go, pretty boy. Way to go. Yeah, wear another bomber jacket.
I do wonder, like, so obviously somebody told him.
The Warriors were expecting it not to be a suspension.
So the Warriors told him that. And
I believe.
I know, because it even says, most on the Warriors of the situation believed the fine was coming. I just wonder, like, what changed? What was it that actually changed here?
He got it wrong. He's overrated. He's a scrub. That's all you need to know. But the decision. Now the Warriors are down 0-2. A lot of people thought NBA fixes in. There's no freaking way that they're going to risk the Warriors getting swept or being eliminated in 5. Draymond will be back out there. But Joe Dumars coming through as the police officer for the NBA saying priors did play into this. Priors did have an impact.
The courts, precedent.
Yeah.
They want the priors. They want to know what you've done before.
What's your record?
Of course, again, like, we had said, I believe that if this was Steph and he had stepped on him, he doesn't get kicked out of that game. That may be wrong, but there's no way of knowing. But the other thing is Steph wouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Draymond would have, because,
I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with it. Yesterday I was torn. I was like, I don't know if they're going to do it. I don't know, but I have zero problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it. I think I'm surprised they did it because of the series. The series is 2-0.
Barkley, I think Bobby had the huge problem with Draymond afterwards, inciting the crowd, doing the Hulk Hogan, hands to the ear. And Barkley said last night on TNT, he thought that that's what did it. You had the commissioner in the house, Draymond not leaving the floor, getting into it, yelling and screaming. A fan easily could have thrown something at him that would not have justified the fan doing that. But Draymond, he just ratcheted it up. He turned up the volume on the situation. And who knows? Maybe Adam Silver was sitting there being like, what the maybe his anxiety and his stress level was going through the roof, thinking a fan incident was going to happen. Maybe that factored in to the decision. Draymond just did not leave the court in an orderly manner, and now he's going to be missing Game 3 in California. Oh, well, they are in California.
They're already there. They're already there. I'm just surprised they did it in that situation where it's an 0-2 series. If they lose this game, it's over. Doesn't the NBA already have this thing pre-scheduled out for when series number 2 is going to start? It's going to start like 2 weeks from now. It's like 16 days they have for these things. So I'm a little surprised.
Who do you think is going to be favored in Game 3. Warriors by how much?
3.5.
No way the Kings are going to be favored, right?
I would assume not.
Warriors by 5.5.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Let's get you an update on Giannis if you're betting, on Ja Morant for tonight if you're betting, and an update on Joe Pavelski for the Stars in Game 2. The Hump Day edition is already here. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Match.
This you?
Yeah.
And then yesterday you texted Bobby or Peyton to send you some more intro ideas, some more song ideas. That
If you like some songs, just send them my way.
the boss is having you do this like part time now. This has been such a hit. You're picking the intro music.
This is just sort of like just you're doing it for nothing.
Okay.
Just doing it for the show. There's I get no financial gain out of this, Sean.
You know, it really can help the beginning of a segment. It can set the tone.
I bet it can. So if you have any songs, let me know. The problem is like a lot of these songs, like, so I was trying to do a lot of like reggaeton, but there's very few spots in it where there's like I need at least 5 to 8 seconds of like a instrumental to be able to loop. And in a lot of these songs, there's not that sort of loop there. Okay. So it's tough. But we can make some of them work.
Taking some requests and dedications from the Tolos at 877-881-1053. Game 2 starts at 8:30 again tonight. Dave Raymond on the Ranger game joked. Post game at 3:30 in the morning after game 1. So we all have to stay up again till at least 11 o'clock for the Stars and the Wild. An absolute beating. But look, let's get to what really matters. Joe Pavelski missed a team meeting, and he is listed as doubtful for game 2. I'd be really surprised if he came out here and played tonight. Wouldn't you?
Oh, I'd be stunned. Yeah. That would be, I'm not going to say it'd be unheard of, but, I mean, he was in a different zip code.
Yeah.
Last night, on Tuesday, Monday night. So I'd be stunned if he plays tonight.
Mac Engel, our buddy from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, wrote that revenge needs to be had. On the ice, quote, if it was the regular season, the first minute of the next game between the Stars and Wild would feature a Stars player or players going after, what are we calling him? Dummy? Dumba?
Oh, Dumby. Dumba.
Dumba. On-ice justice remains one of hockey's greatest strengths. This is the playoffs, and such decisions will be weighed accordingly. These are priorities, and then there are priorities. What Dumba did to Pavelski wasn't old-school playoff hockey. It was dirty. It needs to be handled on the ice. You know what to do. There you go.
All right, look, I don't know if it was dirty. I mean, we heard Messier and Chelios and PK say it was a clean hit. It was just a clean hit, which whatever. I mean, they were. I think they're all defensemen.
He's calling for Brian Marchment to do it as well.
Well, Brian's the old man. Mason needs to channel Brian Marchment.
Suspended 13 times during his 12-year NHL career.
Yeah, we got two guys in this team that are descendants of some of the toughest SOBs, some of the dirtiest SOBs the sport's ever seen. Marchment was a dirty player. He was a dirty player. And Ty Domi was just like this enforcer of enforcers. So they got two guys that are descendants of that. And they can really get out there. I mean, hopefully that they've channeled some of their pops, anger. But, and I heard so many people say this the other day on social media when I was like, man, that they got to have the Wild better have their heads on a swivel. Well, don't ruin the game. Don't get a penalty. Don't get a dumb penalty. That's not how hockey works. Hockey, you thrive with dumb penalties.
So
okay, that's what you got to do.
An idea just popped into my head. I don't know if these guys would go for it. It could be phenomenal radio. The Minnesota Wild reporter for The Athletic, he went after Mac. He took exception to the suggestion. He called it disgraceful and beyond unprofessional. He took a piece of Mac's column in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
What's his name? Give me his name.
Michael Russo.
Michael Russo.
A credentialed media member campaigning for this type of vengeance is disgraceful and beyond unprofessional, and video reviews are done in concert with the NHL Situation Room in Toronto, not Department of Player Safety in New York City, FYI. So that is a Wild beat reporter disgusted by the Mac attack. I was like, we should just put them both on in the same segment.
We should.
Go at each other.
Yes.
Mac would probably be down for it.
Mac would absolutely be down for it. We 1,000% we should do this.
Should I send a joint text message if we get Michael Russo's number and just put them on the group text and see if they'll agree to a time?
I'm in. Let's do it. This has to happen.
Bump Marty Turco for Mac and Mike.
Mac and Mike. Oh, I can't. I mean,
but do we have a consensus? I'm guessing the consensus in the Metroplex is it was a dirty hit. But it doesn't feel like the opinion is so swayed towards one direction that
it's Stars fans think it was dirty. Think it was a dirty hit.
Sure.
If this was reversed, the Wild fans would think it was a dirty hit. Usually who I believe in this is the non-partial observer who would be the analyst, like on the ESPN broadcast where they had three of them who, and they played it. Now, listen, they played in a different era.
Yeah.
It was a different era they played in. So
it's like asking Shaq about the Draymond stomp. It's like, I'm not really going to take his opinion because Shaq was down for the physical play.
I do believe what's legal changes. What's dirty does not. Dirty's dirty. Legal is different. And whether this was dirty or not, I think this was definitely illegal in today's game. I don't believe it was dirty, though. That was a hockey play. But in today's game, it's illegal, and it should be illegal. But I don't believe it was a dirty play. Dirty, I don't think, changes era to era.
Giannis is listed as doubtful. He's doubtful to return tonight with the back issue against the Miami Heat. Milwaukee's still favored by 6. How about that? And then Jaws being called a game-time decision by the Memphis Grizzlies against the Lakers tonight. And this is now even. It's now an even spread for Game 2 on TNT at 6:30. So you got Rangers baseball early on, 1 o'clock right here on the Fan. Then you can go NBA starting at 6 o'clock if you want, and then 8:30 Stars Wild Game 2.
Man, and I'll tell you, the TV networks, they have no respect, none, for the Central Time Zone. Where Milwaukee is an 8 o'clock start for this game. And then the poor guys out in that what's that other time zone? Not the Pacific.
Mountain.
There you go. That rumored one. I mean, that's a 9 o'clock start for them, or 8 o'clock. That's 8 o'clock for them as well. Not for us.
At least it's not 10:30. I think Denver Minnesota Game 1 was like 10:30 start.
It's crazy.
Us. This time it's at 9 o'clock. So that's where we stand. And speaking of networks and ratings, man, is this a sign we're finally over Tiger? These golf ratings that you sent for this tournament?
It might be. It might be. I don't think it's not over Tiger necessarily, but we have definitely.
It's Tiger.
Yeah, we have definitely found. Good ratings for the PGA Tour. The RBC Heritage, which just was played, and Jordan Spieth was in a playoff in this one, and Matt Fitzpatrick, who won the U.S. Open last year.
Say it with your chest.
He either won the U.S. Open or the PGA. I think it was the U.S. Open. They put on a show, and they went to a playoff, and it was Fitzpatrick. And this tournament drew 4.15 million viewers, which made it the highest viewed final round broadcast outside of the Masters, which just had its highest ratings since 2018. So that was a huge deal. Very big upswing in percentage.
Wow.
And like that, I mean, that was more than any NBA regular season game on ESPN all year.
Is it safe to say that Stephen Jones is happy with this Cowboys offseason? What does the Jalen Hurts deal do for Dak Prescott? Are Diggs and CD going to get done? And what about drafting Barry Sanders out of Austin? Hear from Stephen Jones before the NFL draft in just a few days, next on The Fan.
Coming up at 10, continue. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
with Sean, RJ, and Bobby Bell getting ready for Game 2 at the AAC tonight. What time you heading back out there?
No.
No?
No, I got my fill with the double overtime and the 1 a.m. finish, and so I can't chance that again. That's not the last playoff game I'll go to this year. I'm sure I'll be back out there. It's just I can't do 2 in a row.
If they advance.
They're advancing. Come on. The Wild, no. Look, we all saw.
Yeah, fill in the blank.
Fill
The
in the
Wild.
blank.
The Wild are
one game one?
the way that they just the way they skate bugs me.
They skate. They got a lot of Swedish guys in the team. They just skate very differently.
Yeah, it's like screw you guys.
Yeah.
There's no way you're
long
winning
strides. Is that what it is?
God's not gonna let those losers win this.
How deep was that power nap yesterday?
3.5 hours.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it was.
You got 2 hours.
I got
the
home.
night before.
I slept. I woke up, started the prep email, and then caught a little bit of NBA before then, like Rangers and NBA before heading to Carte Blanche yesterday for the Sandlot dinner that Slater and I did.
You had a dinner last night?
Yep.
What a beating.
7 to 10:30, so I got home at 11.
Suck it for charity. At least
Suck it for charity. No, it was great. And shout out to James and Christina for bidding on it. And it was, you'd love that place.
Why?
It's like
Suck it for charity.
It's just, it seems like your kind of thing. So it's like they'll bring out like, all right, this is halibut with blah, blah, blah. And then we got this wine pairing for you. And, you end up drinking like. No, I'm just saying it's very bougie.
I've been
Sean.
branded as a fish person, as a raw fish person.
You've been branded as a bougie person, and that's what it is. But I mean, it was it's very good. And then they bring out like 3 different desserts and stuff like that, and so it was great.
Jane, food cultured?
No, they had to make a special menu for Jane.
Kids menu?
What do you mean?
They had to give her like the veggie version of everything.
She's vegetarian?
No, but apparently like what's the duck thing? Like it's like
thing?
butter, foie gras.
Yeah.
She like finds it morally offensive the way it's made, and so they had to give her something completely different.
All right.
But they gave Sandler gave a heads up, and they like had prepared like a separate like we got veggie versions in place of the meat for you, and so it was good.
But all the different meat had to be subbed out?
No, she would eat the fish and she would eat the chicken.
Okay.
So she doesn't mind you slicing a chicken's neck.
Oh,
Right.
Okay, but she does want a butter to be cured in a certain way.
Yeah, I had no idea what we were eating. What is foie gras? It's like duck or something.
It's not butter. It's
It was like butter what I was eating.
Yeah.
Like I didn't realize
You
it was
ate it?
meat. Yeah. I could not listen to what I was not.
I cannot believe you ate it.
I told them there at the dinner, I could not listen to them describing what the dish was. As soon as they launch into what the dish is, I'd just start like, blah, blah, blah,
yeah,
blah.
I believe it's duck liver.
Liver?
Yeah, bro. You ate duck liver.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But it's like,
Hope that duck didn't have acetaminophen before.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
No, it was like I couldn't listen to them describe what it was because if I heard that, I wouldn't be able to eat it. So I was
Bobby's
just,
wearing his headphones at the table while the waiter's up. They're like,
Yeah,
what's the name of the Something About Mary character?
Wait, which one?
gosh,
there's a
have
million
you
of
seen
them.
My Baseball? What was his
His
name?
brother, Walter?
Walter? It was
No, it was not Walter.
It was
Wally?
Warren.
Warren.
He
He kind of looks like Warren.
Warren gonna
you
be
do look like Warren.
Warren gonna be
Texas William, get on that, bro. Get on
do.
that with the headphones at the dinner table.
You got a little Franks and Beans.
So
At the
anyway.
dinner table. Foie gras.
Beans.
Franks and foie gras. 877-88.
Is it the Frank or the Beans?
All right, let's get down to business. Good job, though, with the palette, Roberto. So Stephen Jones yesterday hopped on the KMC Masterpiece. I'm going to pick the first one, then Choppy, you can pick the second. We'll go around the room. Is it safe to say, last offseason, hated, the most criticized we've ever seen the Cowboys offseason in 12 years of doing this show? This offseason, everyone seems to love it. How happy is Steven with it?
Well, obviously, I think it's pretty well documented. We were pretty aggressive out there in free agency, and I wouldn't necessarily say free agency as much as just player acquisition because, of course, our biggest things were, our two trades we made for what we think are guys who can be big difference makers for us next year in terms of Gilmore and Cooks, and certainly in areas where we felt like, that we had, a situation there where we could use upgrades. And to get a player like Gilmore there with a mid to later round pick, and then the same thing, of course, with Cooks is, we think we did really well. And then, of course, we did our normal stuff of keeping our own guys. With Dono Wilson leading the way was a big deal, but we were able to keep a lot of the players that we feel like that we need to continue to have success on both sides of the ball. And although we did lose a few guys, overall we felt like we're in a great place going into the draft.
And, of course, they love to not be put into a corner when it comes time to pick. We don't have to get anything. We can just go BPA. But, look, if you grade the Cowboys off season right now, what letter would you throw out there?
I think it was a fine offseason. I don't have a problem with their offseason. They didn't enter into any long-term liabilities with their contracts, right? Most of the contracts are very short-term. I didn't have a major problem with their previous ones. I like the approach of not signing these mega guys. I like that approach.
We had a problem with the Amari deal. That was a pretty
that was a problem, but that was a problem with the compensation. I'm just talking about from the guys they acquired.
That counts.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
So what's your grade for this offseason?
A B.
Okay.
A B. I don't generally like giving up assets. I don't generally like signing. To me, we can't have that much of a problem with their previous two offseasons. They went 12-5 the year after.
Well, we didn't know they were going to go 12-5.
No, we didn't.
You judge
You're
it in the moment.
Absolutely.
Just like this year, who knows? They could go 5-11. I'm going to guess you give a better grade than a B?
A little better, B+. And the draft obviously will impact a lot of that.
It
But
will affect a lot of that. Yeah.
yeah, so if they take Bijan Robinson, an A, right? And so, but no, B+. I made a couple solid deals. I still think that the way they're talking about tackle, the way that they got the contingencies in place for left guard, I don't know how great that all is, but getting Gilmore and Cooks for what you did were really good moves.
All right, RJ, you get to choose the next Steven topic. Bijan Robinson, where's Tyler Smith going to play? Extensions for CD and Diggs, or how Hurts affects the Dak contract?
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Let's just go right here.
Yeah, let's do that. I was going to do Bijan, and then you went to that one. I was like, oh, that's so juicy.
All right, Steven. You follow the Hurts deal? What's it mean for your bank account?
Absolutely. That's true at any position. You're always very cognizant, of what people are being paid in our league, and especially at the top when you have guys not only like Dak, but you have players like CD Lamb and Diggs. Certainly we were going through that situation with Donovan Wilson as a safety when we were trying to get him signed. You really want to keep up, with what guys are making up, what they get paid out there. And certainly in a salary cap era, you understand where those numbers are, and, you got to make those type of decisions. Certainly we made a decision with Tony Pollard not to expose him and pay him the franchise tag. There's a lot of thought that goes into that. Certainly think the world of Tony, and at some point would like to hope that we could get him signed to a long-term deal, but all those are things that are on our radar.
I'm sorry, was he talking about the long-term deal for Pollard or for Dak?
Yeah,
I hope he wasn't talking about for Tony there. I think he was.
I think he was.
He was.
Can you imagine if they do that? Can you imagine if they do that
That'd be crazy. It'd be like bringing back Ezekiel Elliott or something after you got out of his contract.
I would much rather continue to bring back Pollard on 1-year deals. Just keep going. Now, he's not going to take it. But keep going 1 year.
Especially once the bar is set at 10.
It's set at 10.
Yeah.
My gosh. No, please, God, no.
Can you imagine just continuing to do that? All right, Bobby, I'm not even going to ask you. I'm just going to assume that you'd like to hear about that certain running back, Stephen Jones, with the scouting report on Barry Sanders before the draft.
Well, Bijan's just had a great career at Texas. Certainly, I don't think I've seen any set of circumstances that he's not a first-round pick, in almost any draft. So hats off to him and what he's done to put himself in a position to be drafted where he's probably going to end up being drafted, and being a local young man who's done really well for himself, played ball at the University of Texas here in our state. Hats off to him, and certainly a guy I'm sure when that first day is over, he's going to certainly have a team, and you never know.
You know what?
They have no plans to draft this clown.
You're wrong.
They have no plans to draft this clown.
Nope.
Hell yes, Steven.
There's a very clear tell that they are very interested in Bijan Robinson.
No tell.
There is.
There's
Play
not.
the beginning of the clip, Peyton.
Well, Bijan just had a great.
Boom. The fact that Steven didn't call him Bijan or something means that name has come up so many times in their draft meetings that he now knows how to pronounce it correctly. You're done. That means Bijan Robinson's a Cowboy,
I
baby.
thought you were going to say because he said under no circumstances is he not a first-round pick.
No, here's what I'll tell you. They 100%, I think, would take him if he's there at 26.
Are you reporting that?
I'm just telling you, I think that there's that's exactly who I think would be taken if he's there. I don't think they think he'll be there, but...
And what did you hear in that to make you start applauding?
He was talking about him in a very general sense that he's going to find a team and he's a first-round guy and he had a great career at Texas. He's a local guy and he's going to find he'll land on his feet somewhere.
Right. It's like you'll be okay, just not with us.
He basically just said he broke up with his girlfriend right there. That's what he did right there. You know what? You're going to be fine. You're going to find someone to land on your feet. It's not going to be with me. You're out of the will. But just let you know, I have full confidence that you're going to make someone very happy someday. And that's exactly what he said.
Nope.
I mean, I can't stand up right now. I'm so happy.
All right. So that made the Pollard.
Just flip it into your waistband.
That made the Pollard worry go away from the previous answer. Bobby, you get to choose for real this time. Extensions for Lamb and Diggs or where Tyler Smith is going to play?
Tyler Smith.
Tyler Smith, you are on the board next.
At the end of the day, I think everybody would like to think that he's that we could keep him there at left tackle and have his progression continue, which is, by the way, amazing what he accomplished coming from Tulsa and being able to step in after practicing at left guard virtually all through the preseason, and then stepping in for Tyron and playing the left tackle position as a rookie at such a high level. But, at the same time, I know Mike Solari and, they want the best five guys on the field. And I know here, as we start here yesterday, start to have our guys in here on a more regular basis certainly we'll see what that combination looks like. So you don't ever rule anything out. I do know everybody, deep down would love to think that we could continue to play Tyler there at the left tackle spot. But, at the end of the day, Tyler's going to be for that. Tyron was last year volunteering to move over to right tackle. Certainly we got Steele, who's one of our top offensive linemen. We'll just see how that works out. I don't think we're totally committed to anything just yet.
Okay. Mentioned left tackle twice. I'll take that as a win.
Yes, and did not say, well, Tyron's our right tackle, and man, that depth we have with Terrence Steele, like Jerry did, which I think pissed off Terrence Steele. And I think that there's an adjustment there and realizing, okay, let's not negotiate too hard through the media with things like this.
Yeah, that is a total contrast and different answer. Mm-hmm. Jerry named Terrence Steele as the swing tackle.
Yeah.
And Steven's like, no decisions.
Steven's like, we're not committed to a damn thing. Nope. And he's one of our best offensive linemen, Terrence Steele. Yeah. So I think that they recognize, let's throttle back a little bit on the Steele discussion.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. 3 wins for the Rangers last night. They get the win on the field and good injury news on 2 pitchers, including the ace. Plus, I only had one worry about the Mavs tank. One, that's it, one concern. And it sounds like the Mavs screwed that up off of this report that Luke and Kyrie are ticked. We'll tell you about it after this.
PPR weight loss? That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
He swings here and hammers one to left center field. That one is back. Isbell looks. That one out of here. Marcus Semien, a 3-run home run. It's a 5-run inning and the Rangers lead 8-2.
Sandman with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. He's a must follow on Twitter.
Houston, we have liftoff.
Man, I was trying to give him all these compliments of Hayden off the top rope.
Did you know that that's in reference to the NASA and space thing in Houston? Were you aware of that?
All right, we got to come up with one. We got to come up with a Sandler call for every city.
Okay.
Yeah, who's next?
Who's next?
So this would be
Cincinnati.
Even though it's Kansas City and not Kansas, then it's obviously we're not in Kansas City anymore.
Yeah.
That ball's not in Kansas City.
That ball was hit to Kansas.
To Kansas. Because Kansas City, it's on the line, Sean.
Yeah,
It's like Cincinnati. That ball landed in somebody's skyline chili.
Right. Yeah.
Hit to the skyline.
Yes.
All
And then
right.
you got the Angels after that. You got Seattle. Yeah, we'll be able to come up with plenty.
Okay.
Those are only the road trips though.
Mark that, the Sandler call of the week.
Okay.
For every road trip that they go on. After he had to explain to me the NASA thing.
And he has to use our call in a game.
Ooh,
That's it. He has to use our call that we come up with in a game.
Brilliant. Absolutely love it. All right, let me finish my compliment, Pepe. As the Rangers win 12-2, they have their best 17-game start since going 11-6 in 2013. Marcus Semien with a home run in a career-high tying third straight game. Evaldi with a quality start. So here's the difference for 16 games with Marcus Semien this year versus last year. Last year, I'm going to see if y'all can guess it.
Okay.
You both can guess.
Okay.
The average 16 games in last year was?
183.
134.
Good job, Choppy. 188. This year it's 254. This is before last night's game. We all know the home run total. Last year, it was 0.
0.
This year it is now 4. And again, he's homered in 3 straight. Runs batted in last year, first 16 games.
Runs batted in through 16 games.
2.
He had, I would say 6.
6 is on the money. God. This year, 13 runs batted in before last night's game. The OPS last year.
587.
490.
Bobby got one, kind of. 510. This year, 739. So a total complete difference with Marcus Semien at the plate. They had 7 straight hits to start the 6th inning. 7 straight hits. Just the 9th time in franchise history to have at least 7 straight hits in an inning at any point, and the 5th time to start one with at least 7 straight. The game started a little rough in the outfield with Adolis and Jank. The Adventures of Adolis.
This is going to be a theme, I think, all year. That's like his 3rd one that he's kind of dropped near the wall. He's very Nelson Cruz.
It's not just him. We got to stop throwing shade at Hall of Famer Nelson Cruz, Chop. So when you look at the outfielders in general, I think all the outfielders have struggled this year. Like, this has been something that, like, Grossman has struggled with. Jankowski had the issue last night. I don't know what they've got real difficulties tracking fly balls for some reason.
How are you ruling the Adolis and Jankowski? I don't want you to be baseball's stat keeper, real life stat keeper. You giving an error to one, both, none? Adolis's was worse than Jankowski's.
Adolis, that's an error.
Okay.
I thought that was an error.
Yeah, I think it was an error. Jankowski's was a tough read.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Adolis had bounced off his glove.
All right.
Yeah, and it wasn't like he did some crazy Jim Edmonds dive for it either.
Yes, best catch of all time, by the way. The Jim Edmonds dive.
There were 0 errors on either side yesterday. So
Thank
there
you,
go.
scorer. Thank you for not giving one to Adolis that he totally deserved. By the way, specifically on Semien since Seager went down, which was we had talked about, he's got to be on top of his game now that Seager's out. He's 364 batting average, 482 on base percentage, 1,300 OPS in 6 games without
good.
Seager.
Very good.
Today they're going to play afternoon baseball. So Derek Collin will be in here for 20 minutes.
You can catch me on the Odyssey app with Zach Wolchuk as we will broadcast for an hour.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Look at that. Look at you guys.
You made it to the big time.
I'd offer to help, but I'm not going to.
All right. So the Rangers beat down Kansas City last night. Adolis ending it with the big shot himself. Here on DFW Sports Station, they win 12-2. And good news. Jacob deGrom says he expects to make his next start, and it sounds like John Gray will make his as well.
It's great that deGrom's going to do this. He's going to be able to make his next start. That shows they were, and they're going to take the approach, it appears, that as soon as there's anything wrong, they're just going to pull him. Anything wrong.
Yeah.
If he literally feels if he has goosebumps, they're going to pull him out of the game. Yeah. They don't want something wrong with his blood flow. Yeah. So I think that's the right thing to do. You paid $185 million for him over 5 years. You don't want to lose him in the first.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's fascinating that I was expecting when Mike came in here yesterday for crosstalk, when we mentioned the wrist to him, like he would be like, yeah, so when you have a wrist issue that would prevent you from doing this or that. And Mike's like, I have no idea what a wrist would affect you. He's like, I've never had a pitcher teammate that dealt with the wrist. I never dealt with the wrist, so I don't know.
Yep.
And so, but I mean, it's great news that it doesn't appear to be that serious. But yeah, they are just they're going to be the overprotective parent with the first child. Like the first kid, how you're afraid to let him fall down. It's going to be like, no, okay, just take him inside.
Right, exactly.
Bubble wrap.
Kevin O'Connor, NBA insider on FanDuel. Bobby found this yesterday. I was only worried about one thing with this whole tank approach. Overall, was it the smart thing to do? Yes. I was a little bit more indecisive than Choppy. Choppy said make the playoffs. Bobby said absolutely miss and get yourself another asset. All I was worried about was not ticking off Kyrie and Luka, that you're sending the message to them. There's certain organizations who do things, I'm talking about in your life too, where you're like, that's a loser move. We're really doing this? Are we not above this? Are you serious? And it sets a tone and sends a message to every other employee that you guys are going to take shortcuts and you're not really in it to try to win. You're just trying to survive. That's it. You're just getting by. And that's what I was worried about with Luka and Kyrie. Kevin O'Connor, with what he's hearing from that Mavs decision.
Shams Charania reported in early April that the Mavs were considering shutting down Luka and Kyrie, but that didn't happen right away. My sources say that in late March, Dallas coaches met with players to discuss a plan for Markieff Morris and JaVale McGee to play heavier minutes. That is when the tanking was supposed to begin, but Luka and especially Kyrie were agitated that the team was waving the white flag and both refused to sit. Luka said publicly that if they have a chance to win, he'll play. So it wasn't until the Mavs kept losing games that the key players sat out, except for Luka, who played just one quarter on their Friday game last week because it was Slovenian night in Dallas.
You know, that's good and bad news for you, though, right? Because you wanted them to be competitive and not accept it. And then Kyrie and Luka didn't. They naturally tanked. They were just bad enough to lose those games to where it became an issue. How do you feel hearing that report, though, if you're like JaVale McGee and Markieff Morris? Like, hey, guys, we really want to lose some games. We're going to let them play. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Specifically, it's those two guys.
Yeah.
Like, look, we know the recipe for losing basketball games. Let's give Markieff and JaVale a couple more minutes.
That's it.
But at least we can clear up to those, like, final few people who don't understand how to tank. This is how you do it. You play your worst players. You sit out your stars. Mm-hmm. No one's telling the players, throw the ball out of bounds.
No.
Miss all the shots. That was a huge misconception early on when people were talking about team tank in any sport. But, man, I'm just going back in March, and I'm like, what was their record when they were thinking about just bailing and doing this? And I'm just looking at L's. Lost 3 straight, won 2 in a row, then lost 4 straight. And, of course, I agree with Bobby. The death blow to the season was back-to-back against the Hornets.
It was.
Then they beat the Pacers, and then they lost 3 straight starting April, and then we lost 2 out of 3 to end the year.
What I want to know is, he said Luka and Kyrie both rejected it, but I thought it was interesting where he says Luka and especially Kyrie, because we saw Luka was very adamant he didn't want to sit. He publicly sort of called them out and said, no, I'm not doing that. And so if Kyrie was even more aggressive, I mean, is that why he's not doing the exit interviews? He was so pissed about it. Like, I'm not talking to you guys about this. It made me so angry.
I mean,
I doubt it.
He didn't sit on the bench. He wouldn't show up for the last game.
Let me say something, and I feel pretty confident in saying it. Kyrie Irving doesn't care about winning NBA championships. Kyrie, he's kumbaya Irving. He just wants peace and harmony. Now, I'm not saying I don't want to re-sign him. Hey, this doesn't eat him up.
No,
he didn't want to talk because he didn't want to be peppered about his contract. I would love if he was ticked off and furious. Well, I wouldn't love that, but I would love to give him that benefit of the doubt. He was mad as a competitor. He didn't want to be asked about his contract and his future and returning here and have to lie about whether he liked it in DFW or not. That's my opinion.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think Kyrie's number one priority in life is not championships. I think it's social justice or whatever other in the world type matters that take place is his number one, and that's fine. Like if that's what his number one priority is, that's fine. He's still going to find a team to play on. Teams are still going to want him. I still want him. I still want him. That doesn't matter to me. I still want him here. I mean, I think he's a good player, and I think he helps this team in more ways than he hurts it.
All I'm saying is my worry was you don't want to give someone. You already have someone on the fence. Yeah. You don't want to give them more reasons. Like you've given Kyrie a possible excuse to not want to come back here. He doesn't have to bring up the city, and he doesn't have to bring up Luka. He can leak it to someone that the organizational mindset is that of a loser, because only a loser would come with two big dogs and two top 10 players and suggest that we don't try to make the playoffs. I don't want to play for that organization. I don't want to play with that team. That's a possible out that I was worried about them giving him.
And they gave it to him because he's clearly frustrated with it. But it doesn't seem to have moved any of the reports. Like everybody seems to still think like, oh yeah, he's probably back.
I haven't heard anything recently though.
Right at the end of the season, I think you heard it though. And I mean, obviously since that, I just don't know that. I think everybody's been focused on different types of reports about the actual playoffs and things like that. But I think the last reports we heard were he's still probably back because nobody else wants to pay him and the Mavericks can't afford to lose him.
Again, it's a backdoor Wednesday, a backdoor hump day.
Big backdoor guys.
Yeah.
That Bassick is totally convinced he's not coming back here. The reason these insiders are saying he is because we're getting him because no one else is making as good an offer. Not because he necessarily would want to be back, but no one's going to give him 4 years, maximum money. I mean, that's the feeling from the other insiders.
Yeah.
Would you if you were another team? None of us fell for this Boy Scout act in the second half of the season.
No, we didn't, but also this is also not a contentious place. Boston's contentious, New York or Brooklyn is contentious, New York's contentious, right?
Lakers Heat would come down nationally.
There would be national discussion.
Yeah.
But, the local media a lot of times is what drives players nuts. Because they're the ones that are there every single day.
Do you think he'll get a max offer elsewhere from someone else?
I mean, I think if the Lakers,
okay,
if whatever they can afford, someone has money. Phoenix, KD wants him, right? And it may not even take a max offer. He may not even care.
What do you think?
He seems to care a lot about money. That seems to be his biggest priority. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think he is one of these guys where it's like, I don't care. I just want to go what's best for me. He seems like, no, who's going to pay me the most? And so because of that, I think it's in all likelihood Dallas pays him the most.
A pitcher started, I think, an all-time great argument about cleaning up after your kids and whose responsibility it is. Need y'all to weigh in after this baseball airplane argument next. But look, let me get you set up with your next ride from AutoFlex.com, the best of the best.
coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. On night 1 of the draft, the fan will be at all 8 DFW Pluckers locations. They have some cool specials and prizes all night long, and this is all taking place Thursday, April 27th.
Headlines at 7, Expressway at 7:20, along with a Snoop Dogg ticket giveaway. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. Club Hump Day edition on 105.3 The Fan. The viral Major League Baseball airplane story that even Atolo sent me yesterday, and he's like, you guys have to talk about this.
All right, so this is Anthony Bass. Now, Anthony Bass is a pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays. He has a pregnant wife named Sydney Ray.
Good for him.
Sydney Ray Bass. They also have 2 young daughters. They were on a flight on...
Sounds like Bobby's dream. Have the 2 young daughters
Bobby,
and the pregnant wife.
Unable to produce a male heir.
Just need her to be barefooting in the kitchen, you know?
Wow. So the flight attendant, so there's a photo that he posts on social media. He was on United Airlines. And the flight attendant gave the girls popcorn during their flight.
That's nice.
It looks as if...
I've never gotten popcorn.
Well, it looks as if they were in first class. There's only 2 seats, unless they were on an Embraer, which Bobby would never fly, but it looks as if they were in a first class seat. So the flight attendant gave the 2 girls popcorn and then approached Sydney Ray with a trash bag and wet wipes and instructed her to pick up after her children.
Ooh.
Allegedly used the phrase every last drop, as the popcorn, she says, was a safety hazard. I don't know. I've walked on many of the airplane. I've never tripped over a popcorn kernel.
It's buttery.
It is buttery.
It slips.
Yes, absolutely. Now, Sydney's husband and her sister took to their social media accounts to pop kernels of shame all over the airline. Okay. Anthony Bass, this is his tweet. Anthony posted his outrage to Twitter as her sister, singer. Ooh, Jessie James Decker's the sister? Oh, okay.
Ooh.
All right. So the flight attendant at United just made my 22-week pregnant wife, traveling with a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, get on her hands and knees to pick up the popcorn mess while my youngest daughter. Are you kidding me? Jessie James Decker. My sister at Sydney Ray Bass just texted me from her flight on United. As you know, she's 5 months pregnant. As you know, as we all knew. Right?
Yeah.
5 months pregnant, high risk, and traveling alone with 2 small children.
Shouldn't be on the plane then if you're high risk.
Yep. Blair, with an E, accidentally spilled some popcorn in the aisle, and the flight attendant came to Sydney with a trash bag and wet wipe, telling her the captain wants Sid to clean up every drop.
Captain Cam. Like
the captain.
They got a buzzer. They got a sensor for when the kernels hit the floor.
Such a pressing issue that the flight attendant had to call to the cockpit.
Captain Michael Karen calling Yankee games and flying planes.
Which they don't call it a cockpit anymore for obvious reasons. It's a flight deck now, Sean.
Oh.
So
I prefer cockpit. I'm going to keep calling it that.
Yeah, well. All right, so my poor sister is on her knees.
Yes, she is.
Stop
Bobby,
it.
shut up.
One of them I could see. The other one, I don't know.
Shut up.
My poor sister's
I'm done
on her hands and
talking.
knees,
Shut up.
crying in the aisle, completely humiliated and exhausted with her children, while everyone else watched. Way to go, United. So, Anthony, his tweet did not go over well.
No, it backfired.
It backfired. Somebody here. Not to detail the plane, but be a decent human being if you're going to give your kids popcorn on a plane. Be prepared to pick it up. My toddlers love Cheerios, but they were messy. I would never have served them Cheerios on a plane. He goes, you're the perfect parent. You can do no wrong. He responded to everybody. He went full on Kevin Durant here.
Yeah.
Okay. Pregnant women can bend. They may not want to be the solution, but that would be they may not want to, but the solution to that will be to not give your children popcorn on a plane. And he goes, United provided the popcorn, not my wife.
The pitcher basically said it's their job to clean up. And the argument becomes, whose job is it to clean up the popcorn? That is the big social media debate. It's a great, great topic. What's the ruling here? 877-881-1053.
I would think if there's like one or two, whatever, if you're spilling a lot, there's quite a bit of popcorn here that's spilled.
Oh, there's a picture?
Yeah, there's a photo.
It's like if Jared Sandler was on the plane and all the crap he leaves on the floor.
There's quite a bit
all
on
the
ground
frozen
there.
grapes on the floor.
Yeah, if it's frozen grape, if it's grapes, it's something you could step on and squish. if it's like a popcorn like that where there's a lot of it, I would just pick it up. How hard is it? Or you don't even have your kids do it. They're the ones that made the mess. Like a 5-year-old can bend down and pick up some popcorn. I don't think it's asking too much for the parents to clean up after their kids. I also don't think it's becoming of the flight attendant to bring it to demand that she picks it up. Like
right.
The parents should know, just pick it up.
Right.
She should, the pregnant mother should feign effort to, let me, like she should, it's her social responsibility to make the move to clean it up. And then it's the flight attendant's social responsibility to say, oh ma'am, no, just sit back down. I've got it.
Right.
They should have met in the middle.
But what expectation do you guys have of the mess that you can leave that will be picked up when you're flying? What can you leave in your little holder or the back seat in front of you? What you can leave your empty bottle of water, right? You don't have to. I'm expecting for that to get cleaned out. Like I'll leave empty or a wrapper from like a pack of peanuts. Do I have to pick that up and take that?
They come by with trash bags, though.
Yeah, they come by with trash bags.
I always throw it away.
Well, sometimes you could have, pieces of kids, candy wrappers. I'm not sticking, candy in there that the kids are spitting out, but little candy wrappers or stuff that you're picking up after your kids and you're stuffing it in the seat in front of you. What's the bare minimum that you can leave and that you do leave? Because I'm expecting them, yes, that is part of their job to go ahead and clean up and get it tidy for the next person.
Yeah, they do have a cleaning crew that comes in and services the plane afterwards. I don't know how, they do it really quick. I mean, they must have a giant, it must be the greatest suction vacuum cleaner of all time. Like a reverse, leaf blower.
Reverse suction.
Right? So it must be really, really powerful because they're able to get that thing clean really, really quick. I mean, is it the airline's job to clean it up? I mean, yeah, if there's anything left over, absolutely. But, have some human decency, just pick up. Like, the flight attendant shouldn't have had to ask.
Right.
I don't like the flight attendant asked.
Plus, you got to ask early with the popcorn because as soon as that gets stepped on.
Yeah, it's done.
You're screwed.
Done.
You're screwed.
Done. How many times have I got on a plane, though, and the seat was wet because somebody spilled water? Or the floorboard was wet because somebody spilled something. And now my bag is soaked. I don't realize that till the flight's over.
I've never experienced it.
3-4 times. It's disgusting.
817 says he should be picking it up, not his pregnant wife.
He wasn't on the plane. He was not on the plane.
Who took the picture?
She did.
Oh, okay. 469, so you clean up after yourself at the movie theater?
Yes, I do. I pick up I absolutely clean up. I bring my...
I don't. I leave my drink.
You do?
If you drop popcorn on the same scenario, if you drop popcorn on the ground, do you bend down and pick it all up?
No, but I pick up my box, my candy, and my drink, and I throw it away.
Yeah. 817, the ruling is he's a millionaire athlete and makes his wife fly economy. Clean up after your effing kids.
Hang on, are we supposed to be picking up the popcorn box in the theater?
The box, yeah. I mean, not like the popcorn on the ground.
If like a piece of popcorn falls, I don't pick it up.
Right. And your drink, or you leave candy leftovers,
I throw all the trash away that is in the seat.
This is like at a restaurant. Like if you always pick up your tray, or people leave their tray at like the habit, you go to Chipotle,
CC's.
CC's. I haven't been to CC's in a long time.
Yeah, like if it's
I pick up my tray, but I understand some who don't and leave it for the employee to come around and pick up and throw away.
Yeah, I think if there's a public receptacle that says thank you on it with the tray spot, I think then generally you're...
What if it doesn't say thank you?
If it doesn't say thank you, then I don't do anything. The assumption though is that's where you throw your own stuff away. But yeah, I don't if there's popcorn on the floor at the movie theater, I'll pick it up. But I absolutely throw my popcorn and my drink away.
972, if the airplane supplied the popcorn, it's their responsibility to clean it.
Ooh, okay.
Again, if it's just one or two, then yes, I expect the airline crew to clean up. But this was a mess.
Yep. Pick it up.
469, Bobby's vacuum has called his wife.
877-881. You had such a good day yesterday. And now you're rested today and being a jackass. And yesterday you were on no sleep and you conducted yourself. I even went home. Amanda goes, "How's Bobby?" I was like, surprisingly good.
Oh,
he was really good. And now you're throwing it
what
all
are you
away.
Tell her today?
That you are an idiot. And that I'm going to go on the streets and buy Adderall off the street, unmarked white pills. And I'm going to bring them in here for you.
It would not be Adderall if it was a white pill.
Adderall's not white?
No.
Oh. What color is it?
It's blue, right? It's blue.
No, well, I mean, I don't know about the instant. The extended are yellow and clear capsules with like orange beads in them.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go out and get that.
I think it's blue because it's meth, right?
And
It's basically meth.
It's blue. It's the bomb.
All right. 8-7. What's your timeline on this refill?
It's just backed up. There's no timeline. It's back ordered. So
awesome. All right. Where do I go from here? I'm trying to pick one thing or two, but the majority of people are saying clean it up yourself. Be respectable. Clean up after your area. That's a general rule of life. Even although I screwed myself yesterday, Oliver was going around and just taking things, throwing it off the couch on the floor, and throwing this off the floor. And I was like, yo, pick it up. And then I was like, thank you. And I screwed myself because every stupid little piece of plastic he found, he walked it over to me afterwards. So for 45 minutes, he was so happy that I thanked him that he's now the litter police. He may as well have been doing community service with the little pole that you pick up the trash with. And 45 minutes, I screwed up part of my night.
Might as well have been a Dallas Ice Girl. How they make them clean up the ice.
That's right.
No, that's good.
That's
positive reinforcement.
Good. Oh,
that means positive reinforcement works. You can use that for all sorts of things.
This is the battle I'm having with my wife right now. She's just like, there's just a parenting philosophy of I'm trying to prevent it from happening the next time, and she doesn't want to deal with the meltdown in the moment. So when he does something, and I'm like, no. She's like, just let him do it. I said, no. Stop. You are spoiling him. He doesn't eat anything because he's spoiled. He thinks he can tell us no. He thinks he can do this and that. You got to
Why did I just fucking tell you?
Exactly. You got to discipline him. I'm not talking about hitting him. You got to let him know. And
spare
she's
the
just
rod,
like,
spoil the child.
I don't want to hear the meltdown in the moment, so just let him do it. I'm like, you're creating a monster.
It is. I mean, parenting is...
That's the battle we're having.
90% of parenting is just surviving to the next hour. And
she's like, well, he's so much better. Like, he's got like a fear of you, or he's so much better. He doesn't act up. And I'm like, because you're soft. You're soft on him. You just sit there and give me a hug. I love you. Blah, blah, blah. That's for the grandparents, not for you. You got to sit there and like let him know. Otherwise, he takes advantage of her. Oh, my gosh. He senses the weakness.
Kristen claims that the girls can sense my weakness with them.
I'm sure.
That she's convinced that they're going to become teenagers and just run around town doing all sorts of things, and that they'll just bat their eyelashes and go like, Daddy, can I have this? And then I'll just be like, of course.
Well, Chuck will be watching them on Wednesdays.
Of course, absolutely. Absolutely.
Is Broadus going with Wolchuk tonight to Baby Dolls?
That's the rumor.
If you're a Tolo and you've ever thought about going out there, you better get yourself out there. Let's confirm that. Confirm that on the text.
It is.
It's tonight.
Yes.
Broadus with Wolchuk at Baby Dolls.
469 says Bobby uses his star's finger to point out stuff his wife needs to clean.
All right, let's get to headlines and a giveaway during the Expressway. We're going to hook you up with Snoop Dogg tickets, a Pavelski update for Game 2 tonight. Great news for the Rangers. They win 3 different times, including Jacob deGrom coming back. NBA playoffs as well, and Draymond has been suspended. Hump Day headlines. And a Snoop giveaway next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Game 2, NHL playoff series at the AA-C. The Stars hosting the Wild. 8:30 puck drop. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. Marty Turco is going to preview tonight and tell us whether he thinks the Pavelski play was dirty or not. Turco will join us at 8 o'clock. Whale alert. Pavelski missed a team meeting yesterday. He's being listed as questionable / doubtful. Would really be surprising if he actually played. The Stars are minus 155 to win tonight's game and even up the series. Minus 155, RJ Choppy, means what?
Minus 155 means that they are, I mean, there's an implied odds that are thrown in there. I don't know exactly, I don't know the math on that one, but they're the favorites. They're the favorites in the game.
But close?
It's not close. It's not a prohibitive favorite, but it's a solid favorite.
So tonight, a lot of Stars fans, local columnists, our boy Matt Gangle, Fort Worth Star Telegram, they're looking for that. I thought that's what was happening to the Rangers yesterday with the first hitter of the game throwing over the top of our heads. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, does retaliation have to happen here in the first 2 minutes, or are we worried about guys getting thrown out and penalized for taking up for Joe Pavelski?
All right, so
retribution.
There's a code in hockey. I mean, honestly, I think it should have happened in the last game.
Because they were throwing over the top, the first pitch over Simeon's head last night, and I was like,
right,
oh, yeah. What's going on here?
Well, that was a guy who just couldn't find the plate.
Yeah.
What did he throw? The first 5 or 6 pitches were balls.
Yeah, I mean, what, he had like 5 walks or something?
So he was just off anyway. Look, I think it may be to a point where it's not too late to do it, but now it's premeditated. And if you did it in the context of the last game, I think it may have looked a little bit better for you. Now it looks like, okay, now you're just doing this. But I'm for that. I'm okay with that. The penalty may be harsher. All right, they may take more issue with it, but find somebody out there that could do it. Kaprizov, I know you didn't do it. I know you're not the one that hit that put the hit on Pavelski. You're the guy. You're the star. You better have your head on a swivel. You go after their best player. That's what you do.
Game 2 tonight. Bobby will have you pass along your foam finger to somebody else, or your Tolo chains.
No, I mean I let the girls wear the chains yesterday. They were having fun with that. But no, I'll be decked out in the 2 chains, and I'll have the foam finger. I don't have the star-shaped glasses that I wanted to watch the game, but I'll be sitting in front of the TV, ready to go.
Late last night, Draymond Green got suspended by the NBA. 1-game suspension for the Sabonis stomp. How are we feeling about it? Can't be mad at it, right?
I'm not mad
although
at
Dame Lillard just tweeted this emoji, like hand to the face, like, are you kidding me? Maybe Dame thought it was supposed to be longer, or maybe he thought this was too harsh.
I think, look, it's obviously...
And Joe Dumars, who made the ruling, yes, that Joe Dumars said, priors counted here. We took your past history into account.
What about the Bad Boys Pistons and their priors, huh, Joe?
Yeah, did Joe Dumars ever think that the NBA should take a Bill Lambier's history, Rick Mahorn?
It's amazing that a bad boy could be the head of player discipline.
Yeah. Yeah, what's his threshold on that? But this is definitely, clearly to me, because of who Draymond is and what he has done in the past. There's no doubt about it. If Steph Curry did this, he ain't getting suspended.
And should we be factoring that in? Priors?
Yes.
It's hard not to. I would try not to, but it's hard not to in the moment, right? It's hard not to look at it. Even that, forget in the moment. It's hard not to look at this and say, this is because of Draymond. It's hard to get who that is out of your head.
Why wouldn't you, though? Why wouldn't you consider priors? Like, if this dude clearly has why you need to take that into account to figure out if he's like, oh, it's an accident or whatever. Like, I think you need to know that. Yeah. It matters who it is.
I agree. Charles Barkley agreed with you, Bobby, late last night on TNT. He thought that Draymond and his antics afterwards pushed Adam Silver over the edge when he didn't leave the floor and he was just inciting the crowd, and you were really irritated.
Yeah, you're making
that.
it worse, and you're making it worse with a fan base and a team that's notoriously kind of chippy. That Grizzlies fan base, that Grizzlies team, and you're just inviting it, and so I mean
you're trying to get a red laser put on your
Kings, the Kings.
I thought you wanted a red jaw laser on your bus.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want the red laser, but I mean they've had so many issues with that Grizzlies stuff, everything that they've had with Draymond in the past, the fan interactions, the Westbrook at the halftime. They had to. I think just in general, you can't be stirring things up, inciting things, trying to make things worse, and then not get penalized for it. But I nailed it. Sean. I said 1-game suspension, but it should be more. Spiking that football today.
Wow, really impressive. You
I
predicted
did.
one game.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Warriors
How's that taste?
are favored by 5.5. They have not been down 0-2, which they are right now, since the 0-7 conference semifinals. 3-6 this year without Draymond Green. They're in deep trouble.
This is obviously a must win. This is a huge game for the Warriors, and without Draymond, this is a lot what happened in 2016. They had a 3-1 lead, and they lose Draymond for a game, and the next thing you know, they lose Game 5. They go to Game 6.
Sweep.
There you go.
Sweep them into obscurity.
Yep.
I'm tired of this group.
Meanwhile, last night, take that, Jalen Brunson.
LeVert shovels left corner to Garland. Garland out front, Donovan. 3 on the way. Perfect!
But that's that 3-guard front, Tim. They were off to the races.
107-90, the Cavaliers over the New York Knicks, so we are all tied at 1. Jalen struggled. He went 5 of 17 from the field, 1 of 8 from 3, and he had 20 points, so we're all tied up at 1 apiece. The Celtics are destroying the Atlanta Hawks. Get the Hawks out of here. Let's heat up the Trae Young hot stove. And then late last night, the Suns were down 13 against the Clippers, but Devin Booker goes crazy. The Suns even up that West Series, 123-109.
Yeah, I think last night you saw all the stars on display, right? So you saw Devin Booker go off, carry his team. You saw Jason Tatum do what he did. And then, of course, you saw the Knicks get trounced by old Casanova LeVert. And so that made total sense, what we saw. But all these games last night were awful. The Knicks game wasn't even as close as 17. All these games felt like they were pretty much over after the first quarter, other than Phoenix turning it around against the Clippers.
Devin Booker seems to me like he's the X factor for every game. If he has a game, they're going to be dang near impossible to beat. And if he doesn't, then, I mean, all bets are off. Because he gives them a solid second star.
Dangerous player to bank on. That's a dangerous player to bank on.
That's why he's so important. Because you never know what you're getting from him game to game.
I mean, you're going to get 24, 25
right,
points.
But it's
not a dangerous
Is it going to be 24, 25 on 5 of 18? Or is it going to be 24 of 25? Is he going to get 24 to 30 points on efficient shooting?
A guy who has a history of flat out disappearing at just random points is a dangerous player to bank on. And that's what he's done. Not just against Dallas. That's what he's done throughout his career. He has moments where he just goes away.
So you're calling him Donovan Mitchell?
No. I think that's offensive, to Donovan Mitchell. I'm just kidding.
You're trolling.
No, yeah, he's sitting there thinking about Kardashians or something. Can't focus on the game.
Tonight, Ja is questionable. They're calling it a game time decision for the Lakers. It's even money, 6:30 on TNT. Giannis is doubtful with the back. The Eastern Conference, Philadelphia may have their chance here to go ahead and advance to the finals. Well, you got the Celtics as a problem, but Giannis is doubtful for game 2. Milwaukee's still favored by 6.5 against Miami, and then Minnesota and Denver late at 9 o'clock. Baseball with your Rangers here on DFW Sports Station.
The 2-0. There's a drive to deep left field. Adolis Garcia has his first hit against a lefty. It is a laser 3-run home run into the Rangers bullpen, which causes a scattering of relievers. It's 12-2 Texas.
Game was already over at that point, but Adolis is like, hey, let me go ahead and get mine. Marcus Semien homering as well. But to me, Choppy, this start was about Nathan Eovaldi trying to bounce back. And look, it's not a major problem, but I think he's been the worst or most disappointing of the starters. So how is Eovaldi going to do?
Well, look.
And how hard to judge it against sorry Kansas City.
It's difficult to judge. I thought for sure when he was in that second inning that there was no way he was going to make it that far in the game. But he rebounded nicely to make it through 6 innings. I mean, that saved the bullpen. The bullpen easily could have had, another 2 or 3, 2 more innings of work that to deal with, where they would have had to use Dane Dunning again. And they didn't need that. They didn't need that from Eovaldi. He was able to kind of rebound, still got through 6. I thought there was a huge recovery for him last night. Absolutely needed that.
So the Rangers are going to play afternoon baseball today and interrupt the KMC Masterpiece. And they got that weak schedule after Kansas City. Take advantage. You got the Reds thrown in there. You got the Oakland Possums thrown in there as well. But they are in first place in the American League West. More Rangers baseball. Derek Collin will get you set for it as a guest member on the KMC Masterpiece today. Spittle, by the way, the hockey hawk, texted us. And he said retribution can also happen in the first game between them next season. The stakes are too high right now. So if you want to see revenge for Joe Pavelski, Spittle is suggesting it's not going to happen tonight.
We are in an immediate sports society. I need it immediately, if not sooner. But yeah, that's the smart thing to do next year.
By the way,
next year.
Quickly back to the Rangers, what you referenced there about them needing to stomp out competition. Second best run differential in Major League Baseball behind the Rays, and the second team behind the Rays to get to 100 runs.
Do you have the numbers? I saw Sandler tweet out the run differential. It's crazy.
With Tampa?
Yes.
It's stupid.
Yeah, it's plus 75 for Tampa. And Texas is second at plus 34, so they're not even half of it.
Not even half of it, and the Rangers are second.
Second in Major League Baseball.
All right, yesterday, some big news in the NFL. Damar Hamlin, if it's really him.
It's really him. We'll find out when he gets to the field.
Announcing.
Were you there?
He was announcing his return.
Over these last few months, I've been on a journey, and I've seen, some of the top professionals across the country. Their answers to me were pretty much all the same. They were the same. This event was life-changing, but it's not the end of my story. So I'm here to announce that I plan on making a comeback to the NFL.
Now, he also confirmed what happened after I think he dodged it in a Michael Strahan sit-down interview. It was, I don't know how to pronounce it still. Commotio cordis?
Commodio cordis.
Commodio cordis.
Commodio cordis.
Yes.
He said and he said the diagnosis of what happened to me was basically commodio cordis. It's a direct blow at a specific point in your heartbeat that causes cardiac arrest, and 5 seconds later you fall out. That's what everyone saw. Cordis is the leading cause of death for athletes across all youth sports, so that's something I'll be taking a step into making a change. The awareness around CPR and the access to AEDs have been lowering that number as well.
So, catchers, if you go see catchers equipment, modern catchers equipment, the stuff that we grew up on was different. And there was a high school kid that died on the field. This was about, I think, over a decade ago.
Here, I think. It was around here, wasn't it?
No, it was in New Jersey. There may have been one around here. The one I'm referring
where
to,
the ball hits the chest.
It was the one I'm referring to was like in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. He got hit in the chest. Now catchers have, so my son's catcher's gear, it's got a steel plate. And if you see the way catchers, chest protectors are now, they used to have just like the padding going across, and now there's a big kind of hexagon or square in the middle of their chest, and that's a steel plate, and that's to protect the heart, and that's what's there.
Damn.
Do we all feel like the Buffalo Bills and the National Football League yesterday when Damar made this announcement? They were like, yeah.
You got to let them play, but you can't. I'm like, dude.
They're terrified.
Oh, terrified.
They have to
I'm
be.
stunned he wants to play. If I was in his position, I wouldn't want to play again. I don't think. That's a terribly jarring thing. I don't see how you bounce back from that.
Absolutely.
Headlines on a hump day.
Hey.
Here
Headlines.
on Sean, RJ, and Smartass 105.3 The Fan, a Snoop Dogg ticket giveaway, and Dak Prescott, a brand new interview. Is there a chance Zeke could come back? What does he think about Jalen Hurts getting the new deal? And has he checked out any of the Bijan highlights? Hear from your Cowboys quarterback, and we'll chop it up with a Snoop Dogg giveaway next.
Well, let's get you over to the greatest at Diamond.
The Rangers go for the series sweep against the Royals today in Kansas City. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of today's game begins at 12:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thank you for being a Total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. And in order to really thank you, because gifts are better than words, we're going to hook you up with Snoop Dogg tickets during the Expressway today and every day throughout the rest of the week. 7:20 through 8 o'clock, commercial free. Marty Turco will join us at 8 to preview Stars Wild Game 2 this evening. But Peyton went and did the work. I'm assuming that you did the work, so I'll just give you the credit.
I did.
Dak Prescott went on the Adam Schefter podcast. We have the losses of Kellen and Zeke. Is there a chance Zeke could return? We have Jalen Hurts getting a new deal. We have Bijan Robinson. Since this sparked the most discussion yesterday on the truckwreck.com text line, let's see how happy Dak is that another quarterback in the NFC East just got $51 million a year.
Yeah, congratulations. Proud of him. I hosted Jalen on a visit way back in Mississippi State years ago, and a fan of the guy that the way he plays the game. Not a fan of his team and when they have success necessarily, but a fan of him and the way that he approaches it, and just somebody that was counted out early because of his play style and just has had success and trusted himself, trusted in the process, and I'm proud of him, and he deserves every bit of it.
I mean, it's really hard to be a fan of Dak and not be a fan of Jalen Hurts at the same time. They're not the same type of player.
Yeah.
But there's an underdog story about both of them. There's an overlooked story about both of them. There's this guy, people didn't believe in either one of them at a certain point. And they both got paid. There's a lot of similarities between the two. They had success very early on in their careers. Dak was earlier. But there's a lot of similarities.
Bobby, which one would you like next? You want Zeke? You want Brandon Cooks? Or you want the loss of Kellen Moore?
Let's just get the Zeke thing out of the way.
Okay, let's get the Zeke thing out of the way. Here's Dak on losing one of his best friends and his offensive coordinator to the Chargers.
It wasn't easy, put it like that. As you said, starting off the first news, Kellen, not only Kellen Moore, but offensive coordinator Doug Nussmeier, just two men that have grown with. Me and Kellen, since I've been drafted, created a relationship as teammates, and then for that as a player coach, and at the end of the day, a brother. So just seeing him leave was tough, but happy for him, happy for his new opportunity. And then Zeke, that one still doesn't feel right. Going in the facility, starting off-season program, been my locker buddy for years, and just a guy that I'll go to war with and do anything for in this world. And it's tough not going to work with him now, but he's somebody I support. He won't be a free agent for long, and I don't understand why he still is. But it's been tough. But with change is good as well. So I've got to embrace what we've got moving forward, and I'm excited for it.
Let me put you on the spot for a second since you're feeling a little feisty today.
Sure.
Let's see if you're able to contain yourself, edit yourself. Which one will Dak Prescott actually miss more?
Why is he gonna?
He sounded much more emotional, right?
Yeah.
There.
Wait. What are you talking about? Like, who's he personally gonna miss more, or who will he like? It'll affect his game more.
What will it be? His fifth year, sixth?
That's part of the trick question.
I assume you mean. I assume like which one is he professionally gonna miss more? I'd say he's gonna miss the guy that was the coordinator overseeing when he would play over the last 4 years. They were number one offense over the guy who averaged 2 yards a carry over the last 4 games of the year. Y'all know Ezekiel Elliott is 6 feet tall. Literally, if he just falls on his face after getting the ball, he should get 2 yards. That's 6 feet right there. The dude is like washed. There's no benefit to having Zeke on your team anymore.
I agree. There's no benefit for having a running back that is paid more than $750,000 or drafted above the 4th round on your team.
All right, let's get Dak to be Zeke's agent. You said you don't understand why he's still available. What would someone else be getting in the former Cowboys running back?
Yeah, an amazing person. And the player, you turn on the film and you see a tough guy, a guy that is epitome of how to be a professional, of working hard, leading by example, and then just an awesome guy for the locker room. I think that's the something that he brings that people don't understand. The leadership and the culture that he can bring to a team in a locker room is special, and I envy who's going to get that next.
Oh, that's sad. Saddens me to hear Dak give those descriptions because it goes back to my my ugly girl theory. What do you think of her? What do you think of that? What do you think of that girl, the new girl?
Oh man, she's fun.
She's a sweetheart.
She's fun. She's really nice.
Really nice.
Yeah, man.
What do you think of Dak as a quarterback? He's a leader.
What a leader. What a great leader.
What do you think about Zeke? Oh,
man.
Warrior. A great leader. All the intangibles, all the stuff that you don't see in yards per carry or yards over, 20 plus runs. All those other things. When you start getting talked about that, you're getting put into the other category. I'm sorry to be harsh about it. I'm just being real.
What's he gonna say though?
You could talk about him as a player, like his ability.
Bro, when he plays center, he's an animal.
He is an animal.
All right, is there a chance? Is Dak lobbying in any way for Zeke to come back here?
That should be nice. That should be nice. And I know myself, and I can tell you there's a lot of people on not only the team, but in the organization that would love that. I'm sure Zeke would as well. So we understand that this is a business. And as you said, the markets change and things go up and down. So it doesn't always work out the way we see it. But hopefully that could happen.
What's the text line look like right now? Are Tolos still mourning the loss of 21?
No.
Nobody on here saying do your thing 21.
Sounds like Zeke could be a cheerleader by what Dak says.
I still have his jersey.
At least Zeke was a pretty good blocker, says 817. He actually was not last year. He was pretty poor at it.
I think PFF had Tony Pollard rated as
Pollard was a better blocker last year, which is saying something given where he was once at.
Yeah.
Both of them once were.
I mean, let the market speak. It spoke about Cooper Rush for the Cooper Trooper fans. And it is speaking right now. Do you think there's a chance he comes back here?
Man, the fact that your quarterback's publicly just like, hey,
he's saying
okay, but he didn't.
nicely.
He did not say the same thing about Dez. He didn't say the same thing when Dez came up. He has not said the same thing when these sorts of like.
What did he say about Dez?
He was just like, I think Dez is, moving on and his future, and I can't wait to see where he ends up. Was saying that kind of thing. This is, I don't know. There's just enough Jerry, sentimental feeling about it, and the fact that there's zero market. If they were to get out of the draft and they have no running backs that they've picked, and Zeke is just still out there, they're like, well, if you want to come back hat in your hand, then I wouldn't say it's impossible. I don't think it's going to happen, but your quarterback does not very often say anything about personnel moves like that are yet to be made, and that's a little eyebrow raising, I think.
And then finally, Dak was asked by Adam Schefter on the Adam Schefter podcast. You've been able to check out another running back that plays college football nearby.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, second to Mississippi State, I'm a Texas fan, so I've seen a lot of his game when they've been on Saturdays and able to watch him. And just a super talented guy. Not only is he great running the ball and has the speed, but has the hands and the route running ability. And yeah, I mean, that's all mock drafts. I don't pay attention to all that stuff, but I do know he's a hell of a player.
Hook him, Dak.
Now it makes sense. All the things Bobby has not unveiled on why he's such a Dak head. He must have known that Dak was a closet Longhorn fan, or they were his second team. All these things are adding up, Choppy.
You know who my second favorite college football team is?
Nobody.
It doesn't exist.
I thought it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. That was the line.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you think, right? Or it doesn't matter what your name is.
That was The Rock, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. I don't have a second team. I don't have a second favorite team. You know why? Because I'm loyal to my one team. One team.
I feel like you have a second favorite team every year. Like, I feel like there's some team you like the way they play, and
I like the way they play.
So I think I feel like each year you adopt a second team.
What does Dak like about Texas? That they go 7-5? Is that what he likes? He likes 5 he likes 10 points against TCU.
They're the Cowboys of college football.
Yeah, they're the
same thing.
They are the biggest. Sorry, Bobby. Earmuffs. They are the biggest.
Frog raw.
Yeah, they are the most underachieving college football program in history. They have one title since Vietnam, and they needed Superman to get it done. and they have the best talent in within 100 miles of them of any school in the country.
No, A&M's had better talent than them in recent years.
Over the course of human history, nobody has had more. And by the way, that's also Texas's problem. A&M, are they in this? Does Texas A&M play in Texas? Do they have access to the same recruits the University of Texas does?
I can
And the
confirm.
University of Texas is a bigger school and a more prominent school and a more well-known program.
The SEC pitch matters.
Okay,
it does.
A&M hasn't been relevant since pre-war. Okay, they haven't been any good since World War I, World War II.
Wow, shots fired at R.C. Slocum.
I'm sorry, RC. It is 8-4. Cool. Was he Bo Schembechler?
Ooh, keep going. Keep going. The fan text is about to light up with angry Aggies.
Nobody has underachieved in college athletics more from a championships perspective than the University of Texas. They have no excuse for not winning a title every 15 years.
Yeah,
none.
I know.
Absolutely none.
They basically had a several year run of, like, I'm trying to think what the equivalent would be. Like maybe losing like 63-38 to a team like South Carolina. Like if you did that for a run
year,
of several years, yeah.
Since the fuse has been lit, let's just go ahead and chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Oh, all right. You know what? Let's just, we had a rant. Just had a rant.
Yep.
Let's continue with another rant.
Okay.
I want to first, though, to give you the backstory here. I want to take you back to a year I like to call 1989. I think other people call it 1989 too.
Yeah.
It's a great year. It's a great year. It's the year Sarah was born.
1982?
1989.
Oh.
Great year.
That was the year I was born, too.
You know what happened in 1989, Bobby? What
I was
was
born?
invented?
1989. That was the first year of Bush Senior, so no new taxes.
No. Well, yep. Noise-canceling headphones, Sean, were invented in 1989. Okay, which means that in the 34 years since, they have had the opportunity to go down in cost, where you can get noise-canceling headphones at a much cheaper rate than you could have maybe in 1989, when the technology was brand new.
Other things in 89, since y'all were trying to come up with something, the World Wide Web was invented.
Ooh.
The Berlin Wall came down. Very first episode of The Simpsons aired. The first GPS satellite went into orbit.
Right.
Seinfeld.
Don't forget it.
And Nintendo came out with the Game Boy.
Also, the last year, somebody won back-to-back NFC East Division titles.
Close. Taylor Swift, also born in 1989, for you Tay-Tay fans
Mid.
out there. All right, so this is a guy on an airplane. Now, why do I bring up noise-canceling headphones? Because I don't ever want to hear someone complain about babies crying on an airplane. Babies are on airplanes. If you don't want to be around a screaming, crying baby on an airplane, drive or fly private. I don't have another option for you. It just happens. I know I could deal with it better than most. I just tune it out.
I think I'm going to drive to Oxnard.
Drive to Oxnard. Like, screaming babies on a plane, don't care me, don't bother me. I'd rather be next to a screaming toddler than a guy who is encroaching on my seat. All right? With his elbows or his stomach or whatever. Or man-spreading all over the place. I don't want some guy man-spreading his legs onto my side either.
I wouldn't want that on a plane or anywhere else for that matter.
So this guy is on a airline flight. He is sitting next to his wife, who, if you watch this video, she is so put out by this. They are about to start their Florida vacation, and this poor lady looks like she has died of embarrassment. There's a baby screaming on the plane. So there's a lot of beeps here, Sean. And we can start and stop this because it's quite long, but let's just get right to it. The man who went on a baby's crying rant.
Calm the child down, please. I had headphones on. I was sleeping. Why is the baby yelling? I'm not screaming. You want me to scream? You want me to scream? I'll scream. Please stop the baby. Please. No, please. That child was a black baby. What the will be happening right now? I know you're not going there. You're not going there. I'm going there. They're not in Florida yet. You can't do what the feel like.
All right, stop it. What was the line that he said?
He said if that was a black baby screaming, things would be different.
Oh, my.
Yeah, he like this was like 10 seconds and he went right there.
Yeah.
Like, he went right to it.
And then he said, we're not in Florida yet. It sounds like someone is on the phone with personnel. or someone's trying to contact someone else. We got a developing situation on the plane.
Yeah, because they're still apparently they're still 45 minutes from landing.
Yeah.
This is not remotely close to being the flight being over. But he says the baby's been screaming, crying for 40 to 45 minutes already. And he woke up out of his sleep.
I was asleep the whole time. You haven't served me anything. I
try to keep my calm, but if I wasn't on this plane, I would.
There's a child crying on the flight non-stop. That's what's happening. Can you lower that voice? No, that's not. No. Let's be rational. Hold on. You want to be rational? No. I'm telling you what let's be rational. We are in a tin can with a baby in a goddamn echo chamber, and you want to talk to me about being okay? Okay, because you're yelling. So is the baby. Did that motherfucker pay extra to yell? Okay. No. You and shut up. You disturbing me now. I don't give a f***. You were sitting there and watching that motherfucking baby cry for 45
Oh, my.
This didn't have nothing to do with nothing. Lower that baby's voice.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, stop it.
This dude has this dude been exposed what job he hasn't gotten fired from it yet or something? Has cancel culture come for this moron?
It made me think, no one could be this dumb.
Why is the baby yelling?
It has to be a bit.
The baby doesn't know it's yelling. The baby doesn't know it's on an airplane.
936, man, that baby sure does sound grown.
My wish for this guy, I was thinking, I wish Mike Tyson was sitting in front of him. I wish that they would just open up the door and shove him off the plane. But my true wish is that he accidentally knocks somebody up. That's my true wish. And he has to become a father. And he is absolutely tortured by that on a daily and nightly basis if he thinks that this is unbearable. What a freaking loser.
Yeah, and this is not a young gentleman. This was an older guy. This guy was, he had a gray beard. He looked like he was in his 50s.
Their video of this?
Yeah, it's a selfie video from.
Dangle at your guy nose.
It was a selfie video. The guy in a row in front and then one over was just dying laughing in the video the entire time. But what a jerk!
It's a baby.
Yeah,
you were on a Southwest flight too. It's all open seating. It's not like you paid for first class and you have certain expectations. Babies can fly. If you don't want to be prepared for that, don't fly. Find another avenue.
They are definitely allowed to fly.
Oh my gosh!
So that
you think this is fireable?
This is I just wish the social media pitchforks would come for the guy, and yeah.
That's a good question.
Has nothing to do with his job, but just secretly, I would like to see him get fired.
No, I'm saying, do you think he could get fired from his job for this? Because this has happened in other instances where someone with a viral video gets fired.
Sure, yeah, it has. It has. Usually they have a racial tone to them or a sexist tone, misogynistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, just screaming at a baby, I don't know typically does, but I sure would hope so.
What would you do if you were the parent?
Oh my God, I don't know. Because as a parent, I'll tell you that my
Ricky
kid
James on Twitter, I'd absolutely beat his ass for talking to me or my child that way. I agree with you, Ricky.
The first time we took my youngest on a flight, he had an ear infection. He got the ear infection the last day of vacation.
Yeah.
And he screamed the entire. I was mortified.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing you can do. The kid's got an ear infection. His ear's pounding. He's up in the air. It's what are you gonna do?
Were you embarrassed enough to start screaming like that guy to just pretend like it wasn't your baby? Somebody shut this baby up.
Could have. I didn't. I should have. All right. You want CEO with a video, or do you want another TikTok challenge that parents need to worry about?
Nah, let's keep that one for later. That's a little too dark. CEO.
All right. This is a CEO of a company called Miller.
Whoa, easy.
Miller Knoll. She is the president and CEO. Her name is Andy Owen. She made $4.98 million last year. This year combined last year in the bonuses.
Good for her.
All right. Only $1 million of it was salary, which means $3.984 million of it was bonuses. So she took to Zoom to have a Zoom conversation with their employees to tell them, you aren't getting your bonuses. I'm getting your bonuses.
Questions came through about how can we stay motivated if we're not going to get a bonus? What can we do? What can we do? Some of them were nice and some of them were not so nice. So I'm going to address this head on. The most important thing we can do right now is focus on the things that we can control. None of us could have predicted COVID. None of us could have predicted supply chain. None of us could have predicted bank failures. But what we can do is stay in front of our customers, provide the best customer service we can, get our orders out our door, treat each other well, be kind, be respectful, focus on the future because it will be bright. It's not good to be in a situation we're in today, but we're not going to be here forever. It is going to get better. So lead by example, treat people well, talk to them, be kind, and get after it. Don't ask about what are we going to do if we don't get a bonus. Get the damn $26 million. Spend your time and your effort thinking about the $26 million we need and not thinking about what you're going to do if we don't get a bonus. All right? Can I get some commitment for that? I had an old boss who said to me one time, you can visit Pity City, but you can't live there. So people, leave Pity City. Let's get it done. Thank you. Have a great day.
Boy, that ratcheted up with about 20 seconds left.
It did.
That sounds like a Brian Purdy happy hour. I'm kidding, BP. So she had a $4 million bonus that she got?
It's like $3.9 million. She kept a 3 point. Now, if she had taken that bonus and divvied it up among the 11,000 employees that they have, it's about $100 each.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to do anything for the people, but don't keep your bonus. Like, just say I'm not going to take it.
So I always think of this one thing when topics like this come up, right?
What's your one thing?
It's it's like if you're in the same situation, when is enough enough? When is enough money ever enough? If you were in that same situation, what would you do? And it feels like every time something like this happens, the CEO or the person getting this $5 million bonus, they always take. Like, and I'm like, maybe we would all just do it. It doesn't mean enough that I have $200 million in the bank. We still got to cut payroll. We still have to go ahead and lay people off. We still have to reduce wages. You'd like to think if you were in that same situation, you would lose a little bit and that, $140 million would be enough, but it's never enough.
It doesn't matter who it is. It's never enough.
No.
Like nobody ever makes enough. No company ever makes enough. No government ever makes enough. They never give money back. Like they take the money from you, they never give it back.
It reminds me of she reminds me of the Kevin Spacey character in Horrible Bosses, where he's talking about how he's going to just hire himself as the promotion. He goes, and I will only take 85% of the second salary that I am rightfully entitled to, and that is called self-sacrifice, people. That's what this woman sounds like.
Basically does. I don't know what the right, she couldn't, maybe just give bonuses based on performance. If you perform well, if you exceed expectations.
Stop being selfish. Stop thinking about your bank account.
Oh, yeah. Stop thinking about your
Stop thinking about your
Stop
income.
thinking about your next meal. We don't want you to think about the dollar menu at McDonald's.
Yeah, stop thinking about how you're going to tip at the open bar.
No, absolutely not. All right, Dodgers. I gotta give credit to the LA Dodgers on this one. So there's a player on their team named Andrew Toles. Now, Andrew Toles has not seen the field since 2018. Why has he not seen the field since 2018? Because he has mental health issues. He has been diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. Why did the Dodgers then sign him? And why have they continued to sign him every single year? Every year, they have renewed his contract by 1 year. Why? They did that so he will have access to the team's health insurance and mental health services, which includes treatment for his condition.
Nice.
There's no reason for them to put him on. He's never going to play baseball again. He was at one point a fairly highly touted prospect, but every single year they do this, and that's cool. I think it's a cool thing for them to do. I just had to get that out.
I don't want to say who, but there was an issue a couple years ago where there was a player for the Cowboys who ended up on injured reserve, and the Cowboys knew they were not bringing him back. But he had been struggling with some mental health stuff, and so they kept him on the roster and on the injured reserve the whole time just so he could have access to the league resources and everything else. So teams occasionally will show their softer side.
Good.
Yeah, they can.
Fresh off that CEO story.
Fresh on the CEO story.
Nice to hear.
You
Go
gotta-
get the $25 million.
What about the $26 million that we lost this year that you guys, the salespeople, didn't get? Terrible. This car air freshener, do not get this in your car. All right?
I think people have stopped caring about like morale. I think the word morale in workplaces has been flushed.
It's been flushed.
And it's like, doesn't matter. We don't care about your morale. We don't factor in how it's going to contribute to a better work environment or everyone getting along and everybody happy. They don't give a crap. It doesn't matter. There's not a dollar amount worth the exchange of morale to many bosses' minds.
I always turn off the morale effects on my 2K franchise mode. I don't want to deal with trying to keep the players happy.
Is there a morale?
Yeah, you can have morale on. So if guys aren't getting certain amounts of minutes and they're a certain level, it'll start screwing with your team. But I always turn that off.
Stop
to
it.
Screw the game.
I can't believe that's a real thing. I love it. I just can't believe that that's a real thing.
It's called the Jaden Hardy factor.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's tired of Christian Wood messing up my franchise.
Do not get this car air freshener. What is your favorite car air freshener? Do you have one? Do you have
The little yellow vanilla tree.
The black
you
ice.
like the vanilla?
Yeah. The what? The what?
Black ice.
Oh, black
ice.
I feel like they're all overwhelming.
Yeah,
They
Kristen
are.
hates him. She will throw that because she's
It
like, that makes me
smells-
sick.
It smells cheap. I love a good air freshener, but like those ones that you wrap around the Christmas trees.
Yeah, the vanilla Rama that Bobby's talking
Yeah, that
about.
was great.
They're intense.
The
You like
Bath
the ones
and
you
Body
plug
Works?
into the AC?
Those are better.
Those are better. I got one that's over the visor. It's a Bath and Body Works one. It's like mahogany teak wood. It's really good. It's not overpowering.
You can get that. Yeah, Bath and Body Works.
Absolutely.
Real cute.
Anyway, they did a study. They looked at air fresheners in cars that were left parked outside in the sun for 12 straight days. And they used sensors to monitor 20 commonly produced chemicals. All right. And they discovered
Oh God, here we go.
that the chemicals level
AIDS.
exceeded. Now, they did this research in China. It exceeded the national safety standard for air quality in cars. If you've seen photos of China, you know they don't really care about air quality. A lot of smog. A lot of smog over there.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing they found is
I call it LA East for a reason.
one of the things they found was
Real East.
formaldehyde. Formaldehyde is one of the things they found in one particular air freshener. Formaldehyde is a cancer-causing compound.
Here we go.
Surpassed standards by 35%. They also found another deadly carcinogen. I can't pronounce it, and that was 61% higher than normal. What, may you ask, is the smell? It is
a bat.
No, it is
I was
not
trying to
a
think of a bat joke.
It is new car smell.
Oh,
that is arguably the most popular one of all. The new car smell. So if you don't want to get a cancer-causing carcinogen deep in your body, stay away from new car smell.
So we got eggs, we got coffee, we got air fresheners.
I can't have eggs anymore. I'm off eggs.
Why?
Because she told you stunk?
Sarah says I smell like my body smells like sulfur when I eat eggs. I eat hard-boiled eggs. I can eat regular
Yeah, I know
eggs.
you eat like 6 of them.
Yeah, I can eat like regular like scrambled eggs, but hard-boiled eggs, for whatever reason, man, I guess it just makes me just smell like a giant fart.
So she's like, if you want me to go near you in Belize or wherever.
It's not Belize.
Wherever it is.
Didn't she put you on the eggs in the first place?
No, I put myself
now
on
you're
the
getting
eggs.
removed on the eggs?
We both we enjoy eggs. But I can still have them. But I don't want to have I'm not gonna have the hard boiled anymore.
Okay.
So but Sean, if you do want to have,
not gonna make me remove the air freshener.
No.
Now, cancer comes with it. It comes with it.
Do you find that you have road rage?
No, I don't have road rage. I told you yesterday I don't speed. I just drive 15 minutes. I drive 30 minutes a day. 15 here and 15
So you're
back.
not like the guy in Las Colinas yesterday who brandished a gun.
No.
I saw that.
I wasn't even in Las Colinas.
Yeah, he got it. They were coming. I
You were
couldn't
Papacitos.
tell- I couldn't tell the exit. I thought it might have been the Valley View exit off 635. It looked kind of like that one, but it may not have been. Anyway, he stopped in the middle of the highway on the exit ramp. There's a truck behind, like a pickup truck that's like a worker truck. It's got a ladder on top. He stops, he gets out of the car, and you see his gun in his hand. He walks right up to the other car.
Oh, my.
And some dude films it. And then he walks to the car and he walks back away.
I only lay on the horn when I know that they're taking – one of us is exiting.
Yeah.
And there's no way, right? We're not going the same way. We're both – someone's exiting, and then I'll lay on the horn.
This looks like – because I work over in Los Colinas, too. That looks like 114 in the bush.
114 in the bush?
Yep.
Okay. So this is a study that was done. Which air freshener or which scent reduces road rage? Patients wore a VR headset, had a seat, steering wheel, pedals. They were allowed to drive in a calm environment for 5 minutes, and then the simulation was increased to a 15-minute experience that could trigger aggression from other drivers. They did a bunch of different instances with it, and they found which scent you had triggered different bodily, different anger issues. And they found that peppermint oil reduced road rage more than any other scent. So if you've got a road rage problem, and I suggest you, young man, who pulled a gun out in Las Colinas yesterday, but want to go to your local wherever and buy yourself some peppermint oil and put it in your car.
Chopping it up every hump day with Ralph James here on DFW Sports Station. Marty Turco joins us next to preview Stars Wild Game 2 tonight after we send you to Snoop.
That's right, Tolos. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Snoop Dogg when he performs along with Wiz Khalifa, Too Short, Warren G, and much more at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 20th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
And while we set you up with that, let me set you up with Trajan Wealth, offering tailored wealth management plans.
on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Game 2 tonight at the AAC with the Stars down 0-1 to the Minnesota Wild. Puck drop is at 8:30. I believe I heard Marty Turco was at the game the other night in a suite along with Ludwig and others through the alumni hookup.
He's at most of them.
At most of them?
Oh, he's a lot of games. Yep.
Is he the one who hooked you up with your sweater?
Yeah, he's the one back in, 08? Something like that. Long time ago. But, yeah, it's the one I wear.
Good morning, Marty. How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning. I can confirm I was there for sure. It's crazy.
All right. When you're sitting amongst the former players and the game's going on, it's a talk show. Like, who's winning the arguments? Who's the most argumentative? Who's the most opinionated? Who are you guys going to? Like, who's dominating the conversation trying to analyze the game amongst the former guys?
Well, that's probably pretty easy, although everybody's got an opinion. Craig Ludwig. Luddy's got an opinion on everything, but I'll tell you, maybe just because I'm younger and, looked up to him as a veteran. But with a few cups under his belt and some great teams in Montreal and Dallas, he knows what he's talking about. But I enjoyed it. I spent a lot of time with Morrow. Brandon's usually pretty quiet, but he was into it emotionally, and we had some choice words for the other team, to say the least.
What was your opinion on the Pavelski hit?
Well, it's a touchy subject, obviously, and all I care about is, want Joe to come back and be healthy. But, the way I look at it, right, like, yeah, playoffs is intense, and you expect big hits. But to me, I really thought him skating backwards that far into the zone is rarely seen from a defenseman, and I think he was going to hit him, and Joe did not see him coming, and we can argue about principal point of contact all day long. I thought it was a bad hit, and wish there was something done about it.
What when you say wish there was something done about it, do you mean like the team retaliate? Like what is your kind of because back there's a time not too long ago where he's got his head on the swivel the rest of the game.
I'm not saying retaliate. I mean, it's up to the boys to do whatever. I'm just, it's from a penalty standpoint. I just thought it was a bad hit, and that's just my opinion. And I think he was trying to hit him hard, and maybe try to hurt him, to be honest. And so, anyway, it's a tough loss. Joe's a great person. He's a great player. He's a great leader for us, and so. Playoffs are so intense. You just see it, game 1 versus game 82. It's amazing. I still don't know why, but this series just got amped up even more after that.
I mean, it was chippy before, right? I mean, there was just a couple of minutes into the game. There was, there was kind of a dust up. Is that just something that we could probably expect for the rest of this series?
I guess. I would imagine they play like that. They're a very chippy team. They're built to play with team toughness, and we got that too in spades. So I don't think we're going to back down. It'll be an emotional series, and there's so many storylines going into it. With us bringing the North Stars here in '93 and being the big brother, and having them, and our history is a little bit longer than theirs, and they got Swedes on their team. We got Finns over here, our goalies from Minnesota, and they got players on their team that used to play for us, and vice versa, and so it is it has all the makings to be a great series. The teams are really competitive. Both had good seasons, and so. As soon as you get in there, obviously you guys are going at it, right? And then now, when something major like that happens, it just gets amped up. So it doesn't matter tonight. Another late start, but who cares? I know our fan base will be ready, rocking, and ready to go.
Talking with former Stars goalie Marty Turco. Okay, so you just touched on the North Stars issue. This is actually something, I was at the game the other night, and it was something that broke out as a little bit of a debate among some fans that I was around. If you saw somebody wearing a North Stars jersey at this game between Minnesota and Dallas, are you assuming they're there cheering for the Stars or the Wild? Because we found a stunning amount of people wearing North Stars jerseys were there to root for the Wild.
Well, it just says a lot about their fan base. It's our franchise, right? We own it. They've used it before, and in outdoor games or whatever. But it's part of our franchise. You got Neil Broughton, Craig Hartsburg, Goldsworthy jerseys, the banners for their retirement hanging in our rink, not theirs. And that's all you need to know. But it says a lot about their fan base and where their head's at. But at the end of the day, it is. I think it's just awesome. Cool piece of history. And but if it boils down to, if you want to talk semantics, that's ours, and they're idiots.
There we go. All right, you played in 3 of the 10 longest games ever, like a 5 overtime game, couple of 4 overtime games. How tough is it to come back, not even 48 hours later and play again?
Nah, it's not tough. This is what you want. You don't want you don't want 5 overtimes, I promise you. But both teams are in the same boat, so it doesn't matter. Honestly, it's the first 2 times that we played those games, we lost. The 5th overtime in 2003 and the game 1 of 2007 playoffs up in Vancouver. And it's just like, man, what a waste. Like we could have lost it. We could have lost in regulation. Felt a little bit better about ourselves. And, had some more energy, but again, they're all in the same boat, dude. And it is just goes to show you how tight these 2 teams are, how good the goalies can be, and just adds to the emotion of the series. And so it's not too difficult. I enjoyed it. I was ready to rock some nights. I mean, on all 3 of those occasions, I was like, man, I ain't gonna let one in because I'm tired. I promise you. Took an IV after the 3rd overtime, and they are long nights. But man, the Stanley Cup playoffs is just an amazing tournament. It's the best one in the world, and we got to see why just right in the first game.
What would be your major adjustments for the Stars tonight before Game 2?
Well, no major adjustments, right? I mean, you can't. I don't have a major adjustments scoring a goal or 2. We had open nets. They made some heroic diving plays. Otter played great, and so there's no adjustments. So just see what our lineup looks like, and we got a great coaching staff and got a great team, and so I don't think there's too much. There's a few things. I know they'll be watching tape and they'll be able to figure out the adjustments that we might be looking at as old players, but they're in the mix. We're not, and we've been doing great all year with our changes, and it comes down to it. And Pete's got a great history in the playoffs, and like I said, our staff is great, and our players are well in tune. So I don't think there'll be anything major. I just, for a long series, I do like our chances, and so I think it's really important tonight for us to go get the win. Not imperative, but we don't want to be going to many without a win. So I expect us to get our very best tonight.
Did you make an original pick on the series, or did you have a feeling about how this thing would end up?
I thought it would be really close, and kind of what we saw in Game 1. They came out, played great at the beginning. We kind of got our feet underneath us, and scored a couple quick ones, and I thought we were going to get on our way. But hey, that's a good team over there, and I thought it was going to be tight. Go 6 or 7, and even if one team doesn't, I expect really tight games. Pretty much everyone. There might be one that you might see a 5-2 or 4-1, but the games will all be pretty tight down to the end. And I know the series will be. And the longer it goes, honestly, the better it is for us. I believe. I think we have the edge in goaltending, and longer series seem to prove goaltenders can pull it out for their team.
Marty Turco here, Diamond Factory Hotline, Game 2 tonight at the AAC here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't know how much you still keep up with the Bruins, but I'd like you to weigh in on this all-time great team talk and whether you think they deserve to be or they can get into that category after this postseason with Boston.
Well, I really only care about the Dallas Stars. In Chicago, I played there for 1 year. I was in Boston for 8 weeks. I mean, they had an unreal year. And I mean, honestly, I hope we play the Boston Bruins. It only means one thing: we're in the Stanley Cup Finals. I would love to see it. You know, they got a bug going through their team. I mean, watching games last night with Morrow, and it's like 6 out of the 8 wins in the first game one were from the road team.
Mm-hmm.
And, which is crazy, but Boston was one of the teams that won at home, and it's a good team. They had a magical season, man, and they'd be really disappointing if they don't make a serious run in the playoffs. But like I said, hope we play them. That'd be amazing.
That would be. How has the excitement around this Stars team this year helped out the Stars Foundation? I know you do a lot of work with Dallas Stars Foundation.
Well, first and foremost, I think the players really stepped up this year, kind of getting back to normal, being a part of the community, being part of the events again. I know our fans like it, our sponsors do, and we got really good guys. Really proud of Jason Robertson, not just for the season he had as a player, but as a person, going above and beyond in our community. Our Dallas Stars Foundation, man, we've had donations and money come in over and given back to the community of like $1.3 million this year. Our 50-50 at the games, our fans showed up. We've had an all-time high. We just set a record for playoff game in game one. So, thank you, fans. Our volunteer hours are, in the thousands. We have just a robust business. We got a robust team, an amazing city with a great fan base, great volunteers. I'm just so proud to just be a part of it and really get a chance to shape and make a big difference for the better in our community. And the Dallas Stars Foundation is just symbiotic of what the Dallas Stars organization means to provide, sometimes hockey. We want people to play hockey as much as they can. And, hockey is for everyone. And we have people out there, sled hockey that we support, and boys and girls. The girls' numbers in our community are through the roof. And, the great work we do, with St. Philip's, just for example, we'll be there, playing hockey with, the 1st to the 7th graders on Friday afternoon. We're going to be down there having a great time. Hopefully weather's going to be awesome for us. So I appreciate you even asking, because it's something near and dear to me, having lived here for 20 plus years in North Texas, and getting a chance to make a difference, really kicks the sheets off in the morning to go out there and make a big difference. So we got a great team. Get great support from Brad Alberts, our CEO, and our owner, Tom Gallardi, and, Chelsea Livingston, our executive director, the great work she does in our community. I mean, they all make me look good. So I get some credit sometimes I don't deserve, but we'll keep pounding the pavement, making the biggest difference we can. And you guys have always been great. I appreciate you asking.
Marty, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Keep doing great work and enjoy Game 2 tonight and the rest of the series. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Go Stars.
Marty Turco on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Whale Alert here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, below the belt at 8:40. But the league has voted. The NBA says the most overrated player is from Luka's draft class, and Tracy McGrady gets a vote for the GOAT, the greatest of all time. The league has spoken. Let's see if Luka caught any strays next.
Well, let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy and let's keep you healthy, boys and girls, at QC Kinetics. You dealing with joint pain?
need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Clock will hit triple zeros, and the Boston Celtics hold serve in grand fashion, building a 22-point fourth quarter lead and surviving what in many ways was the best punch the Hawks could deliver. The final score in Game 2, Boston 119, Atlanta 106.
Boston Radio with a call. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
On 105.3 The Fan, below the belt, coming up at 8:40. Maybe 2 more games until Trae Young gets dealt from Atlanta, if you believe some of the rumors. The NBA player poll. I love this from The Athletic. They go and survey a bunch of different players. So the league is speaking. 108 NBA players with different categories. And Trae Young, some of you Luka haters, Trae Young topped the list as the most overrated player in the league, despite averaging 26 and 10. Monster numbers. 26 and 10. But he got 15% of this vote as the most overrated player in the NBA.
Yeah, he did. This is The Athletic. They do this every year since 2019. They started this player poll, anonymous player poll. What was that?
I just was reading the list of people who got others votes, and they clearly polled choppy on this.
Oh, yeah. So others really was the winner. 31% of the people. So, like, Trae Young was the highest individual player at 15%. Julius Randle, Pascal Siakam was next.
Shots fired at Mike Bassick with Julius Randle getting 7.5% of the vote.
Your boy, Jimmy Butler, Rudy Gobert, and Jaren Jackson were next. RJ Barrett, Dylan Brooks, Draymond, Lillard, Chris Paul, Austin Reeves.
Jimmy Butler is overrated. I'm sorry. I think we have this love for him because he's supposed to be this try-hard guy. He only cares. He's unique. But he's not. I don't think he's a one that can lead your team to the title. I know Miami got to the bubble against the Lakers in the finals, but I think Jimmy, fantastic player. I'd love to have him on my team, but I do think he's a little bit overrated.
So the others, and this is where Bobby says I did this list. Now, you can also see 2 other guys on here that I went to the University of Tennessee that I prove I did not do this list.
Oh, no. Yeah, but you were the one who submitted the one vote here, I think.
I did. One of the, so DeAndre Ayton, Bradley Beal, Patrick Beverly, Devin Booker, DeMar DeRozan, Tyrese Halliburton, Tobias Harris, Zach LaVine, Donovan Mitchell, Vucevic, Grant Williams, and Zion all got a vote. So did the Grizzlies. The whole organization.
It literally has in quotation marks that somebody had said the Grizzlies. That was their vote.
That's right, baby. The most overrated, overhyped, useless, underachieving, I can't even come up with other. Is it an adjective? Is it a verb? What is it? Is it an adjective? I can't even come up with things to say about it. They're that bad. They got a big, giant bag of nothing.
The whole Grizzlies got voted as the most overrated.
The Grizzlies. Just
the whole Grizzlies.
Now, not a single Maverick got a vote in this whole poll.
No.
But like for this specific poll of most overrated. So that's good.
I was wondering if someone would say Luka was a little overrated.
I was curious, but nobody did.
Nobody did.
All right. Most underrated? You got something else for that?
On that, I do not.
I got most underrated, Drew Holiday.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. Everyone loves Drew Holiday. Bridges in Brooklyn. Jaden McDaniels. And he's the one who broke his hand, I think.
Yes. Yeah, so McDaniels broke it. So here it is. Holiday won at 17.5. Gilgeous Alexander next at 11. Bridges at 5. And then Brunson, McDaniels, and Derek White at 4. Jaylen Brown.
My boy.
And then, Jaren Jackson makes another appearance here. He was on the most overrated. He's also on the most underrated.
Jaren Jackson wins Defensive Player of the Year, and De'Aaron Fox is on the underrated list. He yesterday won the league's first ever Clutch Award.
Yeah, I wonder how they came up with that award. Like that's such a. It's very difficult. It sounds like it's very difficult to.
Yeah, it's just a feel for it thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're just saying, they're super clutch.
But Dame Lillard was on both overrated and underrated. So was Jaren Jackson, and so was Austin Reeves.
3 Mavericks got votes in most underrated. They each got 1. It was Kyrie Irving, Christian Wood, and Maxi Kleber.
Maxi Kleber got a vote for most underrated?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, they let Dwight Powell vote on this, I guess.
So did Giannis. Giannis got a vote for most underrated, too.
Most underrated for Giannis?
Yeah.
Doubtful for Game 2 tonight. against the Miami Heat. All right, other awards. Well, other things that came out from this. 0 NBA players think the Lakers can win the championship. So all this media love that LA is going to the finals and they're going to shock the world. No one believes that actually plays in the league. The Bucks were the heavy favorite, 62% from the players to go ahead and win it, but now you're down 0-1 and you're not going to have Giannis. Then the Celtics, followed by the Warriors, who are down 0-2 with Draymond Green suspended for Game 3. So not one player thought that the Lakers were legitimate as a championship threat, and the greatest of all time was voted for as well.
Yeah, there's a lot more in this too, but the GOAT was voted on. Number 1 with 58% of the vote, Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Number 2, LeBron James, 33%.
50. So that's 58 and 33 right there.
Yeah.
All right. So we're at 81%. No, 91%.
At 7%.
Sorry, Bobby. I messed up my number. My one number. Laugh.
At,
hilarious.
Simple addition.
At 7%.
Idiot.
Kobe.
7.
And then at 1%, Bill Russell and Tracy McGrady.
I mean,
I want to know who voted for Tracy McGrady.
Is Vince Carter still playing in year 26 or whatever he's at? That's his cousin. Maybe he did it.
Right? Right. Is he still playing? I mean, was Vince better than Tracy? Let's start there. Since you brought him up.
At their peak, Tracy was better.
I think I mean, I would put them in the same category.
T-Mac was fun as hell to watch when he was on top of his game.
Before he was fat T-Mac. He was fat T-Mac in Houston.
Was Steve Francis,
Orlando Magic Tracy McGrady was a lot of fun.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of guys. I mean, Grant Hill was fun when he was healthy, whatever that was.
Are you surprised that Kobe, Grant Hill's highlights, I went and looked at those like a few weeks ago.
Oh, his Duke highlights, dude.
No, his Orlando highlight, his NBA highlight reel is nasty, filthy. I was like, ooh, Grant Hill had that?
Yeah.
I kind of forgot. He threw down some nasty dunks.
Yeah.
And he was freaking smooth.
Mm-hmm, he was. As one player said in this, he voted for LeBron. He goes, I grew up in the 2000s. What do you want from me? That's basically what he said. And that's fair. I'm surprised, though, that, like, no Wilt, no Kareem. I
mean, those. I'm surprised anybody got a vote other than Kobe, LeBron, and Jordan. Those are the ones I would think present-day players would vote for. I'm stunned Bill Russell got one. Now, does it concern you at all?
I think maybe because he just passed away.
Maybe.
That could be it.
Yeah.
What's Tracy McGrady's excuse?
I don't know.
Same agent.
Family member.
That's what it is. Same agent.
Does it concern you at all that Jason Kidd didn't get a single vote for the coach other than your own you'd most want to play for, but he got a couple votes for the coach you'd least want to play for?
Oh, so the Milwaukee Bucks and Brooklyn Nets voted on that. Or actually the Dallas Mavericks.
Well, no, it says other than your own. It says other than your own.
Oh, okay.
Who would you least want to play for? Yeah. And so that's he actually tied with Rick Carlisle on the list of least you'd want to play for.
Really?
Yep. They tied for 5th.
I mean, surprisingly, Pop was number 1 and the most want to play for.
Carlisle actually got a vote for most want to play for. Jason Kidd did not.
No, it doesn't concern me. These things flip-flop every single year. Mm-hmm. What are the other categories?
All right, so which arena has...
So which one so far is the most offensive? Which one do you disagree with the most? Trae Young, most overrated. The coaching awards, let's put T-Mac to the side. What about the other GOAT votes? Are you surprised that Kobe got that few? Are you surprised that it was Michael over LeBron, 58-33? Which one jumps out?
I mean, look, I'm honestly surprised Kobe was 3rd. I never thought he would be. I know it's a player vote, so they're younger. But I mean, you never hear Kobe being put 3rd in an all-time great category.
I think the newer generation absolutely does. I think the stack is generally Jordan, LeBron in whatever order, and then Kobe 3rd. That's why I was surprised anybody but those 3 got votes. I'm honestly surprised Jordan's gap was as large as it was. I would have figured it would have been a lot closer.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it's a pretty 50-50 split with LeBron arguments.
When they first did the poll in 2019, Jordan had 73%.
I do again, somebody just has a problem with Memphis. Who talks the most trash on the court? Getting 3% of the vote was literally in quotation marks the Memphis Kids.
Yeah.
The Memphis
Kids.
Yeah. Oh, I love them. I love them even more.
You know who this is a list that Luka Doncic made was who talks the most trash on the court. It goes Draymond Green, Patrick Beverly, Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker, Joe Ingles, and then it's Luka Doncic at 3%.
Who in the league would you least want to fight? They had James Johnson was number 1.
Didn't the Mavs sign him for a second because he had a black belt?
I think they did. Which arena has the best fans? We did not make it. Celtics won it with 18%. And the Kings.
As the most racist fans?
Well, which arena has the worst fans? We did not make that one either.
Good. So we're middle of the pack.
We're in the middle, right where Mark Cuban does not want to be.
Right where Cuban,
yeah.
exactly.
Go ahead.
Here's one of the quotes on the trash talk, by the way. Luka talks S all around. He talks to refs and players like, oh, I got you right there. You know that was a foul. So that's his reputation.
Man.
Tony Brothers was seen as the best ref. Isn't he the...
That's the UMF-er to...
Spencer Dinwiddie guy, yeah. Oh, so I guess there's not a whole lot of Spencer Dinwiddie fans.
Spencer did not vote on this, I don't think.
None was 10%.
4.
Best referee. None. That's my favorite one. Worst ref, Scott Foster. Tony Brothers and Evan Scott are next. Ben Taylor's on the list. He's the guy that got demoted a couple weeks back.
I was waiting for Peyton to hit the drop. Nothing.
Sorry, I'm cutting up this audio.
All right,
I sent him something. That's he doesn't have to catch heat for that.
Biggest issue facing the league.
People aren't watching.
Officiating's at 26%. Load management at 21%. Other at 15%. Rules skewed in favor of the offense. Too many games, 7%. Fans gambling and the impact on the players, 5%. Well, I'm sorry, guys. We're going to gamble.
The Kyrie factor.
Yeah.
The Kyrie factor, the Bradley Beal factor, as Bradley Beal got into it with a fan over that.
Players' physical and mental health, social media, not enough veterans, too few teams, too much player empowerment.
So the number one issue is clearly load management. I was curious to see how high that number was going to be from the players actually voting on it themselves. I think it was Anthony Edwards. He called out the league. He called out the players. Like, we need to actually play more. So at least it came in second place there, but not number one. They said it was the officiating.
I'm honestly surprised that 20% of players would even say that.
Right.
But it makes me. I'm glad that it got 3 times as many votes as the season's too long. So I like that. That says that I think there's a better sense of toughness from the league than I thought.
Yes. All right, so the annual NBA Players Poll from The Athletic. Trae Young, most overrated, and Tracy McGrady, the greatest of all time. With just over a week remaining until the NFL draft, right here on The Fan, who are some potential surprise names that America's team could take at 26? That's next in Below the Belt with Sean, RJ, and Roberto on The Fan. below the belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not. How surprising would it be if at pick 26, the Dallas Cowboys selected C.J. Stroud?
How surprising would it be at pick 26?
How euphoric would it be? How amazing.
And you would even sign up for it.
Be very surprising. It's not going to happen, but we're going to talk about surprising names, not C.J. Stroud, of course. Even though I've heard they're very interested in him. There's been some reports out there.
Oh, you mean a team is interested, who's picking a 26, is interested in the quarterback picking a 2?
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Talk about Fish's report. By the way, the Panthers GM said we did not tell Bryce Young that he will be number 1.
Yeah, I would expect the Panthers GM to say that.
And then there was a lot of crazy odds movement around the number 2 pick yesterday. At some point in time, I almost said Will Chambers. Banana Boy.
Will Chambers?
No.
Oh.
LeBron, Banana Boat.
Will!
He was on the Banana Boat with Chris Paul.
Kentucky QB.
Will Levis?
Will Levis.
Oh.
He moved up to number 2.
Will Levis.
Thank you. He moved up to number 2 at some point in time. So these odds were jumping all around as more smoke around the Texans actually not taking a quarterback.
I can't believe it.
If you're not going to take a quarterback, trade with somebody.
Trade out.
Trade it so somebody will come up and get a quarterback.
Why not? Well, apparently the GM there is sabotaging it because he's supposed to be going to the Patriots.
This is the craziest story. So apparently there's reports that
I don't watch the news.
Nick Caserio is going to draft and then bolt and leave the organization, which is like, first of all, if Houston suspected that, they would not let him run their draft.
Right.
And I mean, it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense that he would do this and then leave.
Which he denied yesterday, by the way. He was asked about it. He's like, I'm not going. Which, again, that's exactly what I'd expect somebody who's going to New England to say. Boy, if there was ever a team that was going to, like, steal somebody and do something like that and be all shady with it, it would be New England.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense. All right, let's talk about
Well,
potential
Belichick can't
names.
draft, so the only thing he can have is someone else sabotaging the draft. That's going to work for him. He can't draft on his own. Can't draft receivers at least.
No. Well, I mean, I still think it's funny. Brian and I were doing an exercise recently where somebody had asked on Love of the Star, who is the lowest graded player Brian's ever had go in the first round? Like somebody that he was just like not a first round player.
Cole Strange.
Cole Strange, the Chattanooga guard.
Look at that.
You were there last year doing it when New England picked him at the end of the first round. We all started laughing. And you were like, what are y'all laughing at? What is this guy? And it's like, that's a 4th or 5th.
He actually turned to be decent, right?
He was okay. Sean McVay was, they were doing their post-draft press conference,
Oh,
saw
yeah.
he win,
Strange
and he just went, oh my gosh. He's like, we thought he'd be there when we were picking in the 4th round. And that's exactly where it is. But
his PFF grade was a 54.6.
He's a rookie offensive lineman. I mean, you know, what do you expect from him? Before we get into
for a first rounder?
Be Tyler Smith.
Before we get into the
future right guard of the Dallas Cowboys.
Before we get into the surprise names the Cowboys could take at 26, surprise names to potentially know, a report from Ian Rappaport this morning. Sources, the 49ers have received inquiries from several teams looking into a potential trade for former number 3 pick quarterback Trey Lance. And Zach Walchek says, who? The conversations have been the result of San Francisco fielding the calls, not making them. They want to make that very clear. We're not making these calls, Ian, but people are calling us about them. With teams aware, Brock Purdy is likely the future starter. So they've already made up their minds.
But Brock Purdy's not going to play this year, possibly. Why would you trade Trey Lance?
Dr. Meister said so, right? He did the surgery here.
Here's what I kind of wonder. Does Kyle Shanahan believe his own BS? Which, I mean, I believe his BS. But is he starting to believe his own magic? His own magic a little bit to where he says,
QB
you know what?
whisperer.
I can win with this, and I can't get anything in return to trade for Brock Purdy. I could get something in return for a trade for Trey Lance. I wonder if he just views it as, I can win with either one of these guys, and the return on Lance will be better, so that's the move that I'm going to make.
Okay. Jordan Love, Trey Lance.
Mm-hmm.
Is there someone else we can throw into that category? You know, a young
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson. How are you stacking those up? What are you offering of your other teams?
When they were coming out, I would have stacked them 1, 2, 3. Wilson, Love, Lance. Now I would probably go
Wilson 1.
Yes,
Wilson,
Zach Wilson
Love,
1.
Lance.
Yeah, now I would probably go
Lance.
I would go Love one.
Wilson.
I'd go Love one.
Love one.
And then
Lance Wilson.
I still really want to believe in Zach Wilson and what I saw.
Romo said he was Dan Marino.
I thought he was so good coming out. It's you got to go Lance Wilson right now. Probably
he made one throw in a preseason game.
It was not that
everyone thought it was. He faked
all,
his shoulder, rolled 3 steps to the right, and threw one about 30 yards on the right sideline to Corey Davis. And everyone's like, "Oh my god!"
The downfield accuracy, the downfield touch, the ball placement is the best I've ever seen on a college tape with Zach Wilson's. And that's why I thought it would just translate to the next level. It is not since. Peyton Manning's downfield tape was not as good, to be honest. All right. Some names that you should know for the Cowboys at pick 26. And these are guys that I feel pretty confident they like. And guys that, depending on certain wipeout scenarios, if somebody's not there, these could be names that they look at. And I'll kick one off just for you, RJ Choppy.
Right.
Tennessee Volunteer. Darnell Wright.
Okay.
Dude, there's a lot of volunteers in this draft talk leading up to this.
It's almost as if we were number one in the nation for a little bit this year.
It's almost like you carried that 40-year-old quarterback, that roster.
They were a good team. Now, I will say this. There's one major risk with taking anybody from that university. Josh Heupel ran a cheat code offense.
Yes.
That is it's going to be, I don't think you can accurately project on what these guys are going to do, what any of them are going to do. Now, the only thing about Hooker is even at Va-Tech, Hooker did not throw interceptions. He was very careful with the ball.
Yeah, there's that. And look, I mean, he was really good last year. Hendon Hooker was really good. But I mean, I think there are some things that you can translate. Cedric Tillman's skill set translates more like I think the type of thing you're talking about, the cheat code offense, is something you'd worry about more like, how can I project that on Jalen Hyatt? Like, is Jalen Hyatt just a factor of they were playing a certain tempo and his speed, they were able to take advantage of that? Is that going to translate as easily as some of these other traits? Darnell Wright is a guy who projects as either a right tackle or a guard, depending on how you feel about him. I know, I believe Zach Walchuk says he's a tackle. I think he'd be better inside at guard personally, just because I think that the athleticism is a greater value inside a guard. I don't know that it holds up as well at right tackle, but still very good player and a guy that I think they would look at and go, there's some flexibility here for us to do a lot of different things with this guy. Another offensive lineman. Have you heard the name yet? Matthew Bergeron.
Yeah, Patrice's brother.
That's it. Yep. Peter Bergeron as well. Matthew Bergeron is an offensive tackle at Syracuse. He will in all likelihood move inside to guard at the NFL. But a good athlete for his size, a guy who is a really excellent run blocker, would project really well at left guard if they wanted to play him there. That's another name to know. This one we've heard a little bit about, but I don't think we've heard enough about in terms of how serious he could go at 26. And the only reason why he might not be in the discussion is if he's just not there. And that's the guy we mentioned yesterday, Will McDonald at Iowa State. You talk to people around the Cowboys, Dan Quinn loves this dude.
Really?
And thinks he is just a stud pass rusher. Now, I get a little concerned sometimes when you watch tape of two top prospects going against each other and who struggles. Does one of them have a clear struggle when you have two top prospects going against each other? And last year, Trevor Penning, the tackle from Northern Iowa, when you watch the tape of Will McDonald against him from 2021, he puts Will McDonald into the dirt about 5 times.
Penning was the one who was real nasty.
Yeah,
right?
He was the mean one that when he got asked in that big boys club that Duke Manyweather does. Shout out Duke Manyweather, by the way, just had his first baby. Shout out to him.
Send some more IPA, Duke.
Get on it, Duke. We love it. The OL
Stop
Mastermind.
banging whatever you're banging.
I do what I do.
Just put it down.
I need the Adderall, man.
Good Lord.
I'm fidgety. It's what I do.
How you more worked up today than yesterday off 2 hours sleep? I guess because you got more rest and you're more amped up.
I'm well rested. I actually have a little bit of the brain function to be myself.
That's good.
You want me sleep
man.
deprived so
you.
that I'm not squirrel brain.
Yeah.
But Trevor Penning was the one who in the Big Boys Club on Fox Sports, they asked him, what's your favorite part of football? And he said, getting to legally assault somebody.
Ooh.
And it's what it looked like with Will McDonald. He would put Will McDonald in the ground and then give him a little punch to the ribs or whatever else. But Will McDonald is 6'4", 239 pounds, 35-inch arms. That is, your knuckles are dragging on the floor almost. He's got incredible length. He is very bendy.
Length. I thought you meant his bicep was 35 inches.
No. 35-inch arms. The arm length. This is a guy who had an 11-foot broad jump, which is massive for a guy that size. But this is somebody that they like a lot. The NFL comparison, according to Lance Zierlein, is Randy Gregory. Okay. So think about a Randy Gregory type of pass rusher. That's what Will McDonald is.
Except he'll actually play the games.
Are you trying to start a fight
and
today?
Like Whataburger over in and out.
Are you trying to start a fight on a Wednesday? This is Friday behavior from you. All right, the other name that I think is important to watch, and shout out to Atolo who tweeted this name at me as they said, this is who the Cowboys will pick. You watch. This will be the Tyler Smith pick of this year. And I had not watched this guy yet when the name got brought up to me. I was like, that seems a little odd. The next day, Mel Kiper put out his mock draft and mocked this guy to the Cowboys. I was like, okay, I'm going to call about him. And I called around, and they like him. Adetomiwa Adebawore from Northwestern.
Attaboy!
So hang on a second.
Mm-hmm.
They had Adebawore and Skoronski, and they're both going to go basically in the first round on the offensive line?
When we talked
That's a heck of an O-line.
Well, no, he's defensive line.
Defensive line.
Yeah,
okay.
he played defensive end. A lot of people felt he was out of position. He needs to be a defensive tackle at the NFL level. We talked to Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl this past weekend when we did the Love of the Star live recording that aired on the station on Sunday, and Nagy had said the media has been so far behind on this guy. Like, this dude is considered rare by NFL scouts in terms of his physical traits. He is 6'2", 282 pounds, 34-inch arms. He ran a 4.49 at 282 pounds.
Dang.
He had a 37.5-inch vertical, 10.5 broad jump, and then with those 34-inch arms, which the longer arms are hard to do this, 27 reps on the bench press. And again,
wow,
I kind of wonder who this listener was, this Tolo, because they had the egg emoji, the anonymous profile picture. They said, watch this name. He's very much like Michael Bennett from when he was coming out. And I called some people and I said, who's a comp for this guy? And the name I got back from scouts was Michael Bennett.
You think Will McClay has a burner?
I think Will McClay's doing us a solid here and trying to let us know we like Adetomiwa Adebawore. But those are four names that you should consider. I think Adetomiwa Adebawore from Northwestern, Will McDonald, the edge rusher from Iowa State, Darnell Wright, the tackle guard from Tennessee, and then Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse. I still think the odds-on favorites that we're looking at here are guys like Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame, Dalton Kincaid, the tight end from Utah. I do genuinely feel like, and I know some people have wondered if he's there, would they do it? If Bijan Robinson got to 26 and he's there, I think the Cowboys would take him. I feel pretty comfortable at this point. You're telling me if he's on the board, I don't care who else is there. I would feel about 90% certain the Cowboys are taking Bijan at that point.
Stephen Jones yesterday on KMC was asked if he's checked out some of that Longhorn running back tape.
Well, Bijan's just had a great career at Texas. Certainly, I don't think I've seen any set of circumstances that he's not a first-round pick. In almost any draft. So hats off to him and what he's done to put himself in a position, to be drafted where he's probably going to end up being drafted, and being a local young man who's done really well for himself, played ball at the University of Texas here in our state. Hats off to him, and certainly a guy I'm sure when that first day is over, he's going to certainly have a team, and you never know.
Like I said earlier today, the biggest tell that the Cowboys like him, he didn't call him Bijan or Bijan or anything else. The fact that he knows his name's Bijan Robinson and he pronounces it correctly is it's been said in their meetings a lot.
They also drafted Biotish, and he still doesn't know his last name.
A major update on Jacob deGrom's health, and why is there a report that Luka and Kyrie are ticked? Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He swings here and hammers one to left center field. That one is back. Isbell looks. That one out of here. Marcus Semien, a 3-run home run. It's a 5-run inning and the Rangers lead 8-2.
And we'll never be Royals. Marcus Semien with a home run.
Houston, we have liftoff.
I told him that's the new bit moving forward. After he explained to me, I did Houston. We were making fun of it. He said, "Oh, I did Houston because, the NASA connection." Yeah. And I was like, "Oh."
You get it right, Lord? The Royals song? You understood, right?
So now, whenever they're on the road and someone hits a home run, we're going to make Sandler do a call for the city.
Specific. So, like, when they play Cincinnati.
His City Connect call.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit it to the airport in Kentucky. Or right in a bowl of Skyline chili.
Yeah.
It replaced the noodles.
Man, I'm trying to give him props for his Twitter account and his play-by-play. I'm right on the verge with him. He is blowing up my cell phone.
He is an animal with his. Have you seen his prep before? Like, I'm sure you see it through the tweets. Have you seen the prep emails he sends? He sends the most intense, in-depth research stuff. I can't do that without pharmaceutical help.
He's maddening. He's so anal. It's maddening. Like yesterday, he's been asking me a couple times this week, "How was the show? How'd the show go?" And yesterday I was like, is there an issue I'm not aware of? Like, are we trying to work through some issues on the show that I don't know about?
He's just a friend.
He's doing his daily check-in. I'm gonna check on the list. Check in with JD.
He's
check in
check
with
you
CY.
off.
Check in with check in with all these other people. And I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on with the show? Are the guys saying something? Why do you keep asking me about the show?
He's just checking us off his list.
And then I don't write back. And then when you don't write back to Jared.
Mm-hmm.
You get the prep email.
You get the prep email with the number of text messages. And he's trying to set up some type of conference call after the show.
I love you, Jared.
He's like, "You have a busy day after the show, da-da-da." And I'm just like, I'm trying to host a radio. He keeps asking me about the Jalen Hurts deal. I'm trying to talk at the same time, but when you don't write back, he starts getting worked up. I don't know who needs a heart monitor more between Bobby or Jared.
Me, I need a heart monitor.
Who do you think you would give the heart monitor? Who would it do more use for the heart monitor you were using for a week?
1,000%. Oh, well, hey, I got to take that back.
Yeah, it's tough.
I thought Sandler would easily be the one because he is so pent up and so high strung.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But then again, you don't stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like the Kings fan during the last segment below the belt with the cowbell.
Oh, my God.
Knocking. What was that? Was that the headphone?
No, it
quarter
was
inch?
Yeah, it was the quarter inch. I was just tapping it and
Ding,
turning
ding,
it
ding,
over.
ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding, ding,
Yeah.
ding.
You know what, Kristen?
By the way, I wish that Kings fan. I've been doing nothing but praising the Kings fans. He was standing behind the Warriors GM, they can't get this dude a suite? Do they have suites
they put
in
him
Sacramento?
They put him in a corner.
And this freaking Kings fan is standing literally in back of his head, ringing, get the audio of that if you can, Peyton, ringing the cowbell, and props to Bob Myers for not turning around. Man, if Bob Myers would have taken that cowbell and knocked this dude out cold,
I wouldn't have said a word.
I wouldn't have said a word. That is so annoying. We argue about fans' rights, stand up, sit down. And, man, you should be thrown out for that. Forget about Wes Brick getting you tossed out of an arena. You ring that cowbell like that right behind a guy's head, you deserve to have that rammed up your rear end.
And you know what? And by the way,
I mean, it's like 4 inches from his ear.
How close is it?
It's really close.
Right? And that's Bobby in the last segment. All right, please stop.
Yeah, when it comes to me needing a heart monitor, by the way, Kristen said something to me last week that I don't think is correct. I'm curious if you guys assess it differently, though. I have a temper, clearly. Y'all know that. It comes out sometimes. She says, I think I have a predictable temper, though. Like, it's easy to tell what will set me off. She says it's not. She says there are times where I would think you're going to be, furious about something, then you're not. And then there are times you start overreacting where I'm like, why is this what made you mad?
I just think it's... that cowbell thing just threw me, man. It's a soft fan base. If you need noisemakers to make noise, you're a soft fan base. You're like the Orlando Magic in the 90s.
They've done that for
with
years,
those
though.
Stupid whistling What was those?
And then Phil Jackson would make it worse by putting in the earplugs.
Yeah,
because they do it behind the Lakers bench.
They do. It's just a soft fan base. I'm sorry, you just are. Like, if you need noisemakers, and by the way, the moms and dads at youth baseball, your 10-year-old doesn't need cowbells banging here. Okay,
I need more
Half
cowbell.
of us we have
They
one eye
have it
open.
at youth sports events.
Oh my God, these parents have it at 8:00 in the morning. When I got one eye open because it's bloodshot, and the only way that I'm being remotely awake is that my water cup doesn't have water in it. I don't need to hear your cowbell.
The NBA banned them from using cowbells like 20 years ago because they would use them at playoff games. And I remember there was it was during the Mavericks playoff series. There's a specific list of stuff you couldn't use, otherwise you'd get a technical foul. And one of them was cowbells, but one of them on there I remember was a jar of pennies. Like they were very specific about can't bring a jar of pennies in there and shake that. And so they've gotten smacked back for this before. It's just been so long since they've been in the playoffs. People forgot they did it.
So heart monitor, you can only give it to one, Bobby or Jared?
I'm gonna give it to Jared. Bobby's, I think, is controllable. He could just stop. He could just cancel a job. One just stop. Just pick one.
Yeah,
and cancel.
I'll get myself canceled at some point. Don't worry.
I think Jared. If Jared isn't I think, how old is he? 33, 34?
He's like a year older than me, so he's 34, I think.
I think if he's not in the Ford Frick wing of the Hall of Fame by 40, he might kill himself. So I think he needs to just chill a second.
All right. So the Rangers beat down the Royals 12-2 last night here on the Fan. 11-6, their best 17-game start since 2013. They had 7 straight hits to start the 6th inning. Nathan Eovaldi did not lose, so that's a good thing. So the Rangers are going to play afternoon baseball today, abbreviated version of the KMC Masterpiece with Derek Holland. More good news. Jacob deGrom says he expects to make his next start Sunday against Oakland, and John Gray is supposed to make his next start as well after getting drilled on Saturday.
Heck
Win. Things in threes.
Things in threes. Let's go. I'm surprised DeGrom's actually making the start. I thought when he left the other day that even though they weren't concerned about it, they were going to do it out of what is the phrase that out of an abundance of caution. They were going to leave him out, but they didn't, and I guess that means that they only took him out of abundance of caution.
It's good. It's good news. It's something that again. No, I didn't know there was a layout. I was feeling it.
With tremendous insight.
It's good news.
No, it's good news in the sense here's my insight is that moving forward, I'm just not going to take his panicked, sounding statements about anything. He clearly is he's got the Jared Sandler worrier energy.
Yeah.
And so everything he sounds is going to sound like he's concerned because this is now 3 times where he's been like, yeah, I mean, I feel good. We'll just have to see. And it's like, oh, okay, is there something really wrong? And I think we just got to get used to that's his delivery to talk about anything, and he's actually fine.
All right, Kevin O'Connor, NBA insider from Fansided, came out with a story that Bobby found yesterday. I was okay with the Mavs tank because of what they're trying to accomplish, right? Add an asset, try to improve this team whichever way you can. Maybe you get lucky, you get a top 3 pick. Maybe you get a Weeba Wop. Who knows?
What about a Weeba Way?
Vida. The only thing I said you cannot do is turn off your 2 best players to the point that they may hold it against you down the road. If Luka and Kyrie feel like you just signaled that you're a loser organization by saying we don't trust in you guys to even take a shot in the playoffs, that was my biggest worry. And Kevin O'Connor from Fansided is reporting that did indeed happen.
Shams Charania reported in early April that the Mavs were considering shutting down Luka and Kyrie, but that didn't happen right away. My sources say that in late March, Dallas coaches met with players to discuss a plan for Markieff Morris and JaVale McGee to play heavier minutes. That is when the tanking was supposed to begin, but Luka and especially Kyrie were agitated that the team was waving the white flag and both refused to sit. Luka said publicly that if they have a chance to win, he'll play. So it wasn't until the Mavs kept losing games that the key players sat out, except for Luka, who played just 1 quarter on their Friday game last week because it was Slovenian night in Dallas.
All right. When do you think, if any, the appropriate time was to bring this up to them? So at the end of March, Let's see. I'll just take you through March.
No one's dying.
Good Lord. Starting March 8th, they lost 3 straight. Then they lost 7 out of 9. All right. Then end of March, they beat Indiana, and then they lost 3 straight. And in losing the previous 4 games before the Pacer win, this was March 20th through the 26th. They lost 4 straight, including the back-to-back Hornets games. When do you think it was okay to say, hey, man, guys, we're thinking about this? Or do you not bring it up whatsoever because you'd be afraid that a Michael Jordan reaction would happen if he took a steel chair over your head to suggest this?
So the Hornets losses. Then that was the end of March. I bet it was after those games that they were like, guys, we kind of suck. Let's suck a little more, put Markieff Morris and JaVale McGee in, please.
This is tough. I'm going to go back to the timeline here of schedule. But my guess is
they went 2-9 down the stretch. Like, just looking at it on the schedule is brutal.
That's bad. That's bad. Okay, so the Hornets losses now, because you still had 8 games left, and you were right there. They were like a game and a half. They game out. You couldn't have done that. That was too early to do.
But they were so clearly a bad basketball team at that point.
It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter if you're Luka and Kyrie. Right. You should have the belief, if you have any backbone and confidence in yourself, that, yo, man, just get me in. Yeah, I know we're struggling. I know we're probably not, but I'm great enough. This is how LeBron James thinks. I'm great enough that I'm dangerous enough. You give me a chance. Maybe another team gets injured. Look at all the injuries in the NBA, and we can make some noise.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If you go, let's just say
that's how you're supposed to think.
Because at the time at Charlotte, there still was probably a chance that they were close to the 8-7 matchup and not the 9-10.
That loss made them 36-39.
Right. Now,
36-39 after they lost to the Hornets.
I have to go back and see what the standings. This put them in 7, 8, 9, 10. Where it put them, right?
Yeah, let me. I can find it out. I think
that matters too. Memphis is gettable, man. There's problems there in Memphis. I know they're a tough team. But there's problems with Ja. He's a little banged up. He's obviously hurt now. Denver's the wild card because they've been so steady all year. But I'll tell you this: if you were asking me if it's fourth quarter, it's a close game, and I'm going shot for shot. Like, I'll take Luka over anything they have because they don't have a guy.
I'll take Kyrie first.
Or Kyrie. Because they don't have a guy who's ball dominant who is on their level.
Ja can create his own shot.
They were.
No, I'm talking about Denver. I'm talking about Denver now.
Dallas, after the second Charlotte loss, the end of that day, they were 11th in the West.
Okay, so they were still a bit, but there was. I wonder what was the gap between them and 8?
A game and a half.
Okay, so you're within striking distance with 9 games to go, 8 games to go. That's okay. The thing with Denver is, yeah, they're steady, but again, if you got Kyrie and you've got Luka, and they don't have a ball dominant guy who's a superstar, they've got a guy in Joker who's basically, somebody's got to get him the ball. I like my chance.
And look, the thing that we cannot overlook, you probably weren't getting this anyway through OKC. It wasn't just, okay, you're going to be the 8th seed. No, you have to leapfrog the Thunder, and that probably wasn't going to happen anyway. So there's a report that Luka and Kyrie may be a little bit ticked off over what the Mavericks did. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40, but we have Mel Kiper and Todd McShay giving you the first 3 picks for America's team. That's next on the Home of the Boys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the Fan.
Well, let's get you over to K-Post.
AMC, and then Rangers baseball shortly thereafter from Kansas City here on DFW Sports Station as the good guys try to go for the sweep. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. We are almost 1 week away from my favorite broadcasting day of the year, round one of the NFL Draft, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. And we are going to be out there. Choppy and everyone else from the station going to be at Pluckers throughout the rest of the Metroplex.
Yep, I will be at the Pluckers and Alliance in Fort Worth, 35W and Heritage Trace.
I will not be at Pluckers. I will be with Sean at the Ford Center in Frisco.
Home of maybe the best Papa John's pizza I've ever had in my life last year.
Oh, the spicy pepperoni one or whatever they brought in there?
I don't know what it was.
It was so good.
It was just very high quality. Very high quality.
Can't have it now.
Yeah. Kyle Yeomans. Yep. Kyle Yeomans will be on part of the coverage. Okay, so Mel Kiper and Todd McShay alternated picks for a 3-round mock. Let's get to the highlights. Carolina from Kiper takes Bryce Young, number 1. He's the heavy favorite in Vegas. He's canceled other visits. Carolina yesterday came out and said, no, we did not tell him he was going number 1. Everyone thinks he is going number 1. Number 2, the Texans do take a quarterback, according to Todd McShay.
Idiots.
In C.J. Stroud. Look, I know Choppy would disagree. If you don't think he's a good player, then I still subscribe to not drafting him. But Choppy says, look, because of the hit possibility, you always go ahead and take a quarterback if you're in the Texans position. Number 3, Will Anderson to the Cardinals. Number 4, Anthony Richardson.
Which, by the way, Arizona should trade down. If you're third and there's 2 quarterbacks available, someone.
What if somebody doesn't want to come up?
Gotta have a partner.
Then you lower your price until they do. You take anything.
What if Will Anderson's Bruce Smith?
Yeah, you're talking about what if you're dropping down to 10 and you take anything and then you're getting the 6th best defensive player and you're passing up like a stud.
You gotta
get to the studies, Choppy.
Again, you wouldn't take anything, but you lower your price. You don't want, because remember, you got to maximize your value on this, and the draft is about getting value. And what you don't want is the highest paid.
It's supposed to be about taking the best player first.
Well, if that's the case, then the running backs go first in the draft sometimes, which they don't, right? So it's a
best player with value.
With value. So and an outside linebacker or an edge rusher would have value. There's no doubt about that. The theory is, though, you don't want the highest paid player in the draft being a non-quarterback because there still is a bust rate, right? So if you only have a 60% chance of hitting, do you want to hit on somebody who's not going to improve you by any wins?
Will Anderson, 3 to the Cardinals. Anthony Richardson, number 4 to the Colts. Jalen Carter, 5 to the Seahawks, according to Kiper. And then let's just kind of sprinkle through this thing. Philly at 10 takes Bijan Robinson. Isn't this an anti-Howie Roseman pick?
Yeah.
There's no way, right?
The only thing that you could think of with that Howie would be doing is there will come a point where running backs are so undervalued that they start to get value again, right?
Well, who were we talking? It was Martz, right? Who had said that you look at the linebackers across the league and how much smaller they're getting. It could be Howie could be thinking similarly to what a lot of people around the NFL are thinking of. You guys have so adjusted to our game with speedy linebackers that we're gonna just reverse course, bulk up, and run over you for 12 yards a carry.
It could be. I mean, the Titans did that with Derrick Henry. He was a unicorn, right? Now, he was the reason that it was efficient to run with him. He was getting 8 yards a carry in the playoffs in 2019. You absolutely keep running the ball if he's doing that.
Dak Prescott was asked on the Adam Schefter podcast if he's been able to check out any Bijan tape since they play football in the same state.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, second to Mississippi State, I'm a Texas fan, so I've seen a lot of his game when they've been on Saturdays and able to watch him, and just a super talented guy. Not only is he great running the ball and has the speed, but has the hands and the route running ability. And yeah, I mean, that's all mock drafts. I don't pay attention to all that stuff, but I do know he's a hell of a player.
Will Levis to the Titans at 11. Dalton Kincaid to the Packers at 15. Darnell Wright, Tennessee tackle, to the Commanders at 16. We keep on scrolling down here. Joey Porter Jr. to the Vikings at number 23. Deontay Banks, Maryland corner to the Giants at 25. And friend of the show. What have I told you? That Quentin Johnston, wide receiver TCU, goes to the Cowboys at number 26, according to Todd McShay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what McShay said. This feels a little early for Johnston, but I played myself here a little bit by taking Michael Mayer, who would have been a perfect fit in Dallas, off the board 2 picks ago.
Thank God.
Regardless, there's no denying that the Cowboys need pass catchers, and Johnston could be the true number 2 behind CeeDee Lamb. Michael Gallup.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Johnston has a big catch radius and can make plays downfield. So that's the first pick. Quentin Johnston going to the boys.
I would be fine with this.
Sure.
I would absolutely fine with this. Any of the wideouts that, there are, Zay Flowers.
Yeah, now Flowers I think was already gone in this instance.
He's gone. Hyatt will probably be there still. But any of the wide receivers, I'd be okay with.
Then at 30, the Eagles would take Miles Murphy, Clemson,
Boy, that
defensive
feels
end.
late. That feels really late to me.
Okay, well.
I'm just saying, Murphy's a guy who, I think most people have felt like was going to go in the top 15.
Cowboys do get their tight end in the second round, according to Todd McShay. Would you like to guess who it is, or you already saw this?
I already saw it.
Sam Laporta, Iowa tight end. A tight end this good, this late, makes me feel better about the Cowboys missing out on the position in round 1. Laporta could give Dak and the offense an immediate answer to losing Dalton Schultz in free agency.
Let me tell you something. I've not watched a second of this kid's tape. All I know is there is 0% chance I would draft anybody from Iowa's offense this past year.
They churn out some tight ends, man.
They do. That was about the most abysmal offense I've ever seen in my life.
They churn out some tight ends. Now, I think that's an inefficient use of resources. I don't want you picking a receiver 1 and a tight end 2, and you've already got Jalen Tolbert here who you're expecting to bounce back. You've paid Michael Gallup. You've traded for Brandon Cooks. You like Ferguson and Hendershot. If you want to get one of them, fine. But in the first 2 picks, I think it's inefficient to grab a pass catcher with both.
And then...
I've not seen this pick. So
You have not?
No.
In the third round, Sonny Dykes may be thrilled and happy as we're getting another Horned Frog. You want to guess?
Kendre Miller?
Kendre Miller.
They like him.
2 Horned Frogs in the first 3 rounds.
2 friends of the show.
2 friends of the show here on your home of America's team. Maybe there's a reason that Bobby booked them. Here's what McShay says. Dallas moved on from Zeke. So it is a prime candidate to add a running back on day 2 to pair with Tony Pollard in the backfield. And Miller has some impressive agility. His tape is filled with elusive jump cuts. So there you go. The first 3 picks for the Cowboys, according to McShay and Kuiper.
I'd be okay with this, the way this thing shakes out. Getting a running back in the third or 4th, that's fine with me. Getting a wide receiver in the first round. I'm with you. I'm with you. Do you want to know about the tight end in the second round where you could do somewhere else?
Get me a guard somewhere.
Guard, whatever, corner. I'm fine with that. But if they get out of this draft and they've got a wide receiver in the first and they get a running back in the 3rd or 4th, I'm fine.
Dak was asked, why do you think Zeke is still on the market, your guy, and what would his next team be getting if they signed 21?
Yeah, an amazing person. And the player, you turn on the film and you see a tough guy, a guy that is epitome of how to be a professional, of working hard, leading by example, and then just an awesome guy for the locker room. I think that's something that he brings that people don't understand. The leadership and the culture that he can bring to a team in the locker room is special. And I envy who's going to get that next.
Does Dak think there's any chance of a little Zeke reunion?
I tell you, that should be nice. That should be nice. And I know myself, and I can tell you there's a lot of people on not only the team, but in the organization that would love that. I'm sure Zeke would as well. So we understand that this is a business. And as you said, the markets change and things go up and down. So it doesn't always work out the way we see it. But hopefully that could happen.
Schefter then asked him about playing in Washington because of the whole sale news. Mm-hmm. Where are we with this now?
Well, we're still at now we're back at the Josh Harris bid.
Okay.
The $7 billion bid. The $7 billion bid that was also out there from Brian Davis. there's thought that he doesn't have anywhere near the amount of money.
It's a fake bid.
It's a fake bid. So he's being called out. He's quote unquote a DC billionaire. And he's being called out by Sean Merriman.
Oh, lights out.
He says, BS, Brian Davis doesn't have the funds. Tried to get me for $3 million. I took him to court, won $4 million. He owes a bunch of athletes money. The other owners will never approve this.
Oh, so he put him on blast.
Yes, people were saying, like, this guy's a scammer. And Merriman's like, in my opinion, yeah, he's a scam artist. Okay. I mean, I look, I don't know anything about Brian Davis, but
instead of making a bid, he should be doing a bid. You know what I mean?
No,
not really.
We don't.
Prison sentence.
We don't know. And then we have Bezos. Like the league, the owners apparently want him to take over.
They do.
You're giving up your mic to Holland today. Corey's on the mic. You're off. You just walk right out of here at 9:35.
Bye, guys.
You can just go home.
The NFL is lobbying Jeff Bezos. Lobbying hard to buy an NFL team. He's got a net worth of $125 billion. However, he passed on the opportunity to make a bid on the Commanders, and many believe that he is holding out for a chance to purchase the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh,
who may or may not be up for sale in the coming years. He prefers them because they're a more desirable. He believes a more desirable franchise.
How are the Seahawks more desirable than the Commanders?
Well, they're more stable. And that's the only thing I can think you could say.
Well, because of the owner.
Because of the owner.
You're supposed to go in there and make it stable.
They're more stable. You know, they also, like, the Washington has competition 45 minutes away.
I think you brought up a really interesting point for a change about franchises not just being passed down.
Yeah, so, like, if you notice, like, who are the most well-known franchises in the sports world?
Yeah.
Cowboys, Lakers, Yankees are the big three.
Yep.
Every single one of those teams currently has an owner that either has or will pass it down to their children.
Jones, Steinbrenner, and Buss.
And you go to the Giants, the Mara Tisch family, they passed it down. The Steelers, another legendary franchise, the Rooneys, they passed it down.
Why aren't these being passed down?
The Colts even passed it down. Like, yeah, why are all these teams not passing these franchises down?
Are these kids just like spoiled brats?
Yeah,
that they can't be trusted.
It's that money. I mean, if there's $7 billion sitting there for you for a franchise, you
well,
sell
pass
it.
it down and you sell it for 13 one day.
Yeah, but you want the money, not your kids.
What are you going to do with it? You're still alive. You're still running it. Like, you know, just let your kids take over. You don't need. I don't need the money.
I know. Just speaking from personal experience, like I know my kids are nowhere near ready to run a franchise. If I were to pass it down to them,
you're right
and
on that one. Yeah,
you get a good vape sponsor.
Yeah, there would absolutely be a smoking room in there. Like ashtrays in every desk.
We're gonna sell the naming rights to Juul.
You would have incense burning. Instead of like those hand sanitizer, you'd have hand sanitizer, and you press a button and incense sprays out.
Welcome to Newport Arena.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Maybe Bobby can have the mic back next on the Fan. But look, let me get you. masterpiece featuring Derek Holland on 105.3 The Fan, the Hump Day edition with Game 2 tonight. What's your standing as Stars season ticket holder, and are you going this evening?
I will not be there. I let my playoff tickets go because I didn't expect to be here. That's just the confidence in me of believing that I was going to have a job. But, here I am.
Wait, you didn't expect the Stars to be there?
No. He thought he would be off.
Oh, baseball career.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I would have been possibly still playing.
Okay. So you could just get individual tickets for tonight if you wanted.
Correct. I can.
Okay. But you're not, clearly.
Man. Sean,
that wasn't an insult. I said, but you're
firing.
He's retired. He is on a fixed income now.
Hey, it's another. Now I lost another person.
It's been a tough day. Corey's ready to break up with him, and Sean never liked you, obviously, to begin with.
What's y'all's beef?
Interesting that you say it that way. Beef. Kevin was talking about the show Beef.
He ignored your barbecue advice too?
And how rich people will cut you out of their lives very quickly. And I was like, I better stop talking to Derek because I've been using him for his money this whole time.
Yeah.
And so I need to stop being his
I feel like
friend.
you haven't really gotten any of that money, so
I've
you've been
never
doing a terrible job of using it.
I'm very good at it. So, but yeah.
Well, I haven't heard from Chop in a while. He doesn't need any free stuff. So.
Wow.
What happened with, wasn't he your contractor or something for a project at the house?
I haven't given him anything lately, so I guess I lost that too.
It's not that.
Oh my gosh.
That is
so tense.
You got to go through his girlfriend.
If you really
Look at
must
Derek
know,
saying what he wants.
If you really must know, I think there's an issue with the electrician. I think he might have gone to jail. I don't know.
What?
Oh, wow.
Not sure.
But what has led you to believe this is a possibility, though?
Can't get a hold of him, so I'm just assuming at the jail.
So
he got the sketchiest connections, bro. Stay away.
No, I know
his lights. His lights guy disappeared. His chicken guy hasn't paid up, and now we have the AC guy is in prison.
No, not the AC guy.
Hold on,
wait. Not the AC guy.
Chicken guy, he gets you eggs. He's getting you chickens. What's happening?
Chicken guy jipped him on beer.
A number one air. AC guy's fine.
Oh,
the chicken guy, he owes me money.
Not you, A number one. Who's the jail person then?
Did you sell him chickens?
Electrician who probably installed 14 gauge wire instead, the wrong wires.
Electrician.
Yeah.
All right, I want to talk. What's coming up on the show?
The return of the top three. Your top three Rangers responsible for this first place start right out of the gate. And it's KNC Quickie today. We end our show at 12:30 as we hand things over to baseball.
You're back from John Daly's tournament in Nashville.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Man, that was it was quite the thing. It's all for the Heart of a Lion, helping military people as well as Boys and Girls Club. And big, huge golf tournament. A lot of celebrities were there. A lot of them I didn't really know. A lot of musicians, I should say.
This is the first time you've gone?
This is my first one.
How'd you get connected with Daly?
So my agent works with him, helps him out with his foundation. He's now going to be helping out with our foundation. And just kind of been a big connection thing right there. And we became friends since then. He also
big
came
Cowboys
at the
fan.
Yes, but he also came here for the Las Colinas tournament that these guys are going to be at tomorrow.
Yep.
And
are you excited?
So yeah, we just been friends from there. But yeah, I got to meet quite a few people.
Okay, who were you starstruck by? Who was the coolest celebrities? Who'd you party with?
Dennis Quaid would probably be the one.
Ooh, the rookie.
And
that's what you know Dennis Quaid from, not the Parrot Trap.
He likes to have a good time.
Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was feeling no pain. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
He likes to party.
He does, and that was cool. He was super nice, down to earth. Everybody there was really cool. Kid Rock was super nice too. Talked to him for a little bit.
What'd you guys talk about?
Bud Light.
For sure that came up. 100% that came up.
Yeah, it did come up. You're right. We had some jokes with that.
You guys drink any Bud Light at the bar?
Absolutely not. There was that was like the prank though. Everybody would like pass it. It was like, how people would
Bud Light.
Don't touch it. Don't touch the Bud Light.
You remember how people would give you like a Smirnoff
Ice?
Yeah, that was it.
Ice
Now it's like, this is the new thing. Here's your Bud Light. Like that's what it was.
Okay.
We're good on that.
Good job.
We'll get off of
good radio instinct there. Good radio. Who won the tournament?
Holy crap.
John Daly, his team beat our team by 2 strokes.
Wow.
Which is crazy.
Was this
but
kid
we
playing?
found out no, it was actually Kid Rock was playing with him. But we found out afterwards that they were playing from the white tees instead of the blue tees where we were at.
That makes sense.
So that's cool. They cheated their own tournament and won.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's right. I'm coming after him because we had that in the bag.
Who was on your team?
Ryan Franklin was a former pitcher with the Cardinals, and then a few guys that bought the team.
Oh.
So, like you had to buy. Like,
people want to hang out with him, man.
Yeah, so you're like
you know, I'm called a celebrity.
Yeah.
At these things.
All right, you guys got to weigh in. Derek said he was listening earlier.
No, I want to get into this because this fired me up.
Okay,
and that's why I asked you about it right away. And I know you're bringing it up.
We were going.
But this was my question was, you guys all have kids, all right? Unfortunately, yeah. If they make a mess,
dude,
I'm joking.
That was harsh. If they make a mess, you clean it up, right?
100%.
Or you make them clean it up.
Yes.
Okay. I hate that this is getting so much attention.
Who is
because
this guy?
Anthony Bass. He's a former teammate of mine. He was a great guy when we played together. I didn't think anything of this. I don't
think this makes him a terrible dude.
It's not. I mean, it's not. Right? It's just it's a bad look. Like, clean up your crap, dude.
So, and don't try to get that lady fired.
Yeah.
So reset it, Choppy.
So the backstory is Anthony Bass's wife, who's the sister of Jesse James Decker, she's 22 weeks pregnant. She's on the flight with her two kids, two daughters, 5 and 2. And the flight attendant came over with something like complimentary popcorn. I assume they were in first class. I thought they were in first class. There was only 2 seats there. And
I've never gotten popcorn in second class.
Oh, for sure.
That's
why they pull the curtain and everything.
Yeah.
So the flight attendant comes over, and boy, that curtain when they pull that, it's so it's really demoralizing.
Like.
It is
demoralizing.
The way they
You've
look
never
at seen the curtain.
I don't look back that way.
See, I was thinking that's even more baller. In first class, I'd be like, can you close that? And just really,
they're making me uncomfortable back there.
So,
did you fly first class and back from Nashville?
Yeah.
Man, as Michael ever said, it's an autograph session back there at Coach. There it is.
Wow.
Sheesh. So there's popcorn just strewn all over the floor.
Yeah.
All over the place.
That's what kids do.
That's what kids do. Kids miss their mouth. They miss everything. And the flight attendant comes over with like a trash bag and tells the mother that the captain has said this place better be spick and span. Every last crumb, kernel, everything picked up off the floor. And then Anthony's wife took a photo of it, and then he posts on Twitter, they're supposed to, the cleaning crew is supposed to take care of this, not my kids, not my wife, who's pregnant. Now she was like 22 weeks. That's like halfway, right? 22 weeks.
Yes.
A little bit more.
A little bit more.
So, she could have. Is bending over going to be a problem for her? I mean, every pregnancy is different. But there's also the kids. The 5-year-old could easily pick up that popcorn, too.
That's 100% where I thought things fell apart. Also, they did not force her to clean it up. United did not do that because that would be a way bigger problem. They probably said, hey, clean this up. They didn't keep her on that plane. That would be a way worse PR move is pregnant woman kept on plane to clean up popcorn by United.
Yeah. While everybody back in the poor section is waiting to get their connecting flight.
Yeah.
They can't because pregnant lady is blocking the aisle.
But you brought up a great point. That 5-year-old can pick up some of that popcorn 100%. And instead, the outcome of it was they're trying to get this person fired or disciplined because that was the last thing they posted. It was like, United is going to deal with this and discipline her or whatever.
But what can you leave behind?
I always leave behind my M&M bags in the little pouch.
That's what I'm saying. What can you leave behind in the plane seat, and what can be expected upon the crew to have to clean up? Where do we draw the line? Water bottle?
No.
Like
I take all my stuff.
Me too.
I will say it probably on airplanes, it's probably they're trying to get the next flight going.
Yeah.
So a whole cleanup like that for 2 flight attendants, 3 maybe, is like if everybody's leaving their water bottle. That's a long cleanup right there.
I feel like if you put something in that little pouch, then nobody's
sees
it. Because I feel like everyone is sat in the regular class of the airplane. Everybody has seen some sort of trash at one time or another just kind of sitting there. I think it's that it was like under that seat, by the seat behind it, out in the aisle. It was everywhere.
Yeah, the seat in front of you, like that. There are people that put like their tissues there. It's just gross.
Yeah, that's
fair.
Like you get your bloody snot.
Oh my God!
Don't put it in there.
There's a pouch. I mean,
What
what is their job to do?
Who?
To fly you.
Clean up your stuff.
That is their
The
job.
pilot's job is to fly.
Their job to clean up after you.
It's not.
It's your safety, Sean. They're there
So
for your safety.
if I go to your house, am I supposed to just leave a mess for you to clean up?
But there's not an employer.
It's your house,
there.
though. This is their plane.
Well, it's the same thing for the restaurant. I'm paying for
No.
it.
A restaurant is food based. The plane is there to fly you.
By the way, actually have a bus boy that goes to clean.
By the way, I'm not saying I agree with this situation. No, I'm just saying
you just make a mess at everybody's
no,
house.
it's like the flight attendant. They have a crew to clean something,
but they clean up all throughout the flight. They clean up all throughout the flight. At no point were you like, "Holy crap, we made the biggest mess in the world. Can we help out?"
They do bring a trash bag around, right? So
multiple times.
You should put all your stuff in there.
I agree.
I get it.
I'm just asking. I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm playing devil's advocate. Can I not leave? If I forget my bag of pretzels, that's an empty bag, is that a crime?
Yeah, I think if you honestly forget,
do you take your movie leftovers out every time?
Yes.
Do you ever leave the drink or the box of popcorn
all the time,
or the bag of candy?
Yes.
I never take it out of the theater.
Yeah.
Is that a crime? Because there's a cleanup crew and I have a 2-year-old and I don't have to pick it up and take it out.
I don't think it's a crime. I'm not saying it's a crime.
Does it make you a bad person? That's what we're talking about.
No,
here.
You don't need to sit and take a picture of it and call somebody else out.
Yeah.
The flight attendant's not going to go and be like, "Oh, well, Derek left this here, so I'll take a picture of it and tweet it so they can see that."
I also don't
slop.
believe that the flight attendant came and said, "Pick up every kernel,"
Every
and it
last
better.
one.
That's a lie.
Yeah,
or you can't leave.
There's
Yeah.
100% chance she's not saying that to a first-class customer.
That was BS. Okay, do you ever leave the tray? You go to Chipotle. Do you ever leave the tray, or you every time? I do pick up the tray every time and empty the tray and put it back on top of the trash can.
I always do that.
If it's a restaurant like that, I'd take it back.
Okay.
Or look for the spot to take it back.
You always take your movie theater stuff out.
Yes, and that made Corey mad yesterday.
Yeah, I'd leave it there. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there for sure.
I'm not telling you.
I'm
can't
leaving my
do
nacho
that.
box underneath at the stadium.
What's the difference with that in the plane? They're not waiters. They're not busboys.
I will say I want my 5-year-old to learn something. I do want him to pick up a little bit, and that's at our house. Anywhere they make a mess. Do you litter?
No.
You could.
I might throw my gum out.
You throw paper out of the car. You have a bag in your car, and you're like, I'm just going to set it under the tire and drive off.
I also think in the movie, and even I don't leave stuff in a movie theater. I always just pick it up, throw it away. But there also is, I assume there's more time between movies. They have a designated cleanup crew for that. And an airplane, it's so cramped, so tight. They're trying to get these planes turned around.
But how often do you?
And nobody in the movies. I'm sorry, Sean. Nobody in the movies comes through during the movie and was like, "Can I take your trash, please?"
But
then
how
you would
often
give
do
it to
you
him.
reach into your front pouch and find the leftovers? I rarely do.
Rarely.
Someone's cleaning it.
Yeah.
And doing a good job.
Or most people are doing their responsible job and throwing their stuff away the right way. I don't know. Depends.
And why are you weighing in on this anyway? You don't live this life.
Yeah.
You're
What
on
do you
private
mean,
plane.
Mr.
You don't
PJ?
know what it's like.
I don't fly private.
You sit in first class. These aren't real issues.
Those are two
for you.
different things.
When we fly back from
One's a lot
Oxnard
more
for that
money
fight,
than the other.
When's the last time you flew coach?
I don't know.
Before your contract. Before your contract.
The KFC Master. KFC, the Rangers baseball next on the Fan.
The latest from Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're once again up till 1 second before we go on air. Mike and Derek are having a conversation. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, the return of Joey Erickson. No, you're here every Wednesday.
Yeah, my mic wasn't on.
We got to get these pine trees out of our studio here and all the cedar.
For whatever reason, when we start the show, it makes me feel like I need to sneeze. And Derek Holland is here with us, as he has been quite frequently on Wednesdays, because he's the best.
Man, Mike, you know one thing I've noticed about Kevin is since he's had a child, he's become so much more responsible. And that's the thing I'm proud of, Kevin. You had your kid.
You had a kid 18 years ago.
What are you talking about?
This is the second one.
What are you talking? So hold on. You decided that after the first kid, you're like, I'm going to run wild for a little while. And you were like, I'm just not going to be as responsible. Then you have a kid, responsibilities completely change.
Not going to lie, Corey. Two things. First of all, this is not how I would have drawn up the kid age disparity. And secondly, there was a minute when...
For about 15 years, his nickname was Dr. Tender.
Oh, my God.
He's just walking around swiping right all day.
Me and Derek were known as the Disgusting Brothers.
He just put you in that category.
Succession?
That's fine. I'm going to take it.
Anybody? All right.
Mike's sleeping in my old bed.
That is.
Yeah, we got to fix that.
Wait, are you still having issues?
Oh, yeah.
This feels like an off-air conversation, but we definitely
877-881-1053. Do you want Mike and Derek to discuss their beef about the bed right now or off air?
I feel like I'm going to lose this one for sure.
I didn't sell him a bad bed. It's a great bed. He just
Do you think it's a great bed, Mike?
Well, if you like your sleep number at 0 when you wake up in the morning, then it's a great bed.
They set up something wrong. Better get a hold of sleep number.
All right, we need to figure this
Look,
out.
all sales on Facebook Marketplace are final. All right, so
that's true. I'm not saying anything.
That's a good point.
I'm the one that sold it.
Now, okay, that sounds shady. Like, I'm the one who sold it. All right, the return of top three. Now, as you can recall, one time in particular, top three got us in a lot of trouble.
It's an amazing segment, though.
Like a lot of trouble. And there was national boycott attempts, and it was just a big to-do for something that didn't even happen. But now this top three, I think, will be a lot safer. Your top three Rangers responsible for this first place start. 877-881-1053. Want to text in? We also hear from the folks on Twitch and YouTube and from the 575. Go with the beef from the 469 right now. From another 469. Fight, fight, fight. Let's get into bed beef talk.
I like it. Bed beef.
Can Kevin power rank his kids? Ooh. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Right now, it's probably Brandon, then Noah.
Wow.
Thought it was Moses. It's Noah. Okay, I got it.
Noah. Yes.
Eli. Wow. Why? Because one needs so much help and the other one, he still needs help, right?
Yeah, sometimes. Other times, like having conversations with him, you would think I was interrogating him and he was a terrorist or something like that. I'm like, I just wanted to know how your day was.
All right.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Rangers responsible for 6.
I'd like to go first. Okay. One, I want to...
Good Lord.
Oh, I thought my bad, Mike. I thought my mic was off.
You're going to drive Mike away too? Okay.
He didn't know. He knew his mic was off.
It is fight night in here right now.
Man,
fight morning.
Derek and Mike have beef. Corey and Mike
I showed up at 9:35 because I'm like, we got a 30-minute show today.
Well, remember, I got beef with the guy in the elevator.
That's right. Oh, my God.
Who's beef
DJ?
day?
I don't know who it was.
No. This other guy. We got 2.5 hours. You know what? This segment might be lost. We'll
come back to it.
Bruce Bochy.
Joey, do you want to weigh in on if you think we should just scrap this segment and give into
No,
nonsense?
we should do the
Here,
baseball.
we'll do it real quick.
baseball.
Let's go. I got it. So my number one, I'm going to say right now that's been an important part would be Martin Perez with the consistency on the mound.
Okay.
Number 2 is going to be Marcus Semien. He's been very consistent, the leader of the clubhouse, I feel, keeping this right.
Yeah.
And number 3 is Josh Young. I feel like
That's
he's
nice.
done an outstanding job so far this year, a great start to the season. very excited with what this Rangers team is doing, and he is definitely being a part of that.
Why are you hating on Josh Young over here?
Shocking.
It's my pick.
One of my top 3 I know is probably going to get little to no votes, and it makes me really sad.
Sandy
Corey,
Leon.
You're up.
Okay.
Who?
Leon? Sandy
I
Leon?
thought you said Daniel Jones.
Well, it's kind of weird because he took 2 of the ones that I liked. But I will go with Marcus Semien for sure.
Yep.
I will also add in one Corey Seager. I know he's injured, but that dude was on fire.
Oh,
That's the only reason why I didn't take him.
Yeah, no, and he'll be back, and he'll be an integral part of them going to that next level. And then I'm going to say Andrew Heaney. Yeah, I know it's not giving you 58 innings every outing, but he's had some pretty strong outings in a spot where we were like, is he our 5th pitcher? And if you're getting that from your 5th, that's pretty impressive.
Can I pick Bruce Bochy? Because I think he's changed a lot.
And by the way, a lot of people have texted in Bruce Bochy.
I mean, Bochy
so
and Chris
100%.
Young, absolutely.
I think Bruce Bochy, I'm not, this is a lot of credit to give a manager, and we know Boch wouldn't take the credit because he's a real manager, unlike Jason Kidd, is that he wouldn't take any of the credit, but I do believe there's been a couple games here where he's managed the bullpen and managed the game, whether you give him credit for Josh Smith laying down a bunt to move guys to second and third with 1 out. Like there's been multiple times like, man, Boch is a great manager and he sets a great attitude and a great way to be of like, if something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. If Taylor Hearn has a bad game, yes, Taylor Hearn had a bad game, but you know what? Maybe I should have used somebody else there. I'm going to take the blame for that game getting a little bit out of hand, stuff like that. My second one, and I'm just trying to pick people you haven't picked because it is such a great start. I'm going to pick Will Smith. Without getting Will Smith on this team, I also think there could have been a couple losses that Will got you out of. When he came in with bases loaded, nobody out in a 4-2 game against the Kansas City Royals, and at the end of the inning, it was 4-3. Now, that game went extra innings. That's the Jonah Heim walk-off home run. Will Smith, if he's not on your team, you lose that game.
Yeah.
And then there's been a couple other occasions where Will Smith has come in big situations. Even though the game looked a little bit out of hand in Houston as the Rangers looked like they were going to win on Sunday Night Baseball, I believe at the time it was 6-1. It might have been 6-0. And he came in again with the bases loaded with Yordan Alvarez up. And he's able to get out of that situation. And it still looks like, the game's well within hand. So Will Smith will be number 2 for me. And number 3, just being a little bit different because I love all y'all's answers, I am going to go with Jacob deGrom.
Okay.
Because I do think he sets the standard for this pitching staff.
I also think that, too, if we're going to add, Bochy, we got to give Maddox credit, too. Yeah. Maddox is another one that's really kept this pitching staff together. Everybody's giving different answers. That goes to show how good this team is right now. I get it. They're 100%. Not at their best record, but they are still playing really good baseball.
Just to that point, you know how long it's been since, and this isn't a staggering record. The Rangers are 11-6. You know how long it's been since they started 11-6?
1984.
Okay, well, not that.
2011.
Not that long.
16, I'm going to guess.
It's been 10 years. So since 2013, even at 11-6, this is the best start that they've had in 10 years.
How did things go that year?
Playoffs?
That is debatable.
Actually, no, that was
game 163, right? I'm pretty sure.
because 14 was the disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're not on that same trajectory.
It was the Baltimore or Tampa that year.
Yeah.
That one was Baltimore, Joe Saunders and Darvish.
Well, and I mean, look back at the 11 season. Look back at when Will Clark would say about that team that went to the playoffs. He said it. We asked him about it when we had him on a few years ago. They were a cast of characters.
Yeah.
And he was like, there's not one, like, you can't just pick one out of this group. All of us are doing something. And that 11 team, the 10 team, like everybody was contributing in some way. And that's the way this team's working right now.
Now, you guys have brought up great points about the variety. I'm going to read you some of these, and that will just further hammer it home from the 4-3-2. Josh Young, Bruce Bochy, and Mike Maddox. From the 4-6-9, CY, that's Chris Young, Boch, and the ownership. From the 6-8-2, Boch, Semien, and Adolis. From the 8-1-7, Will Smith, Marcus Semien, and Bochy. And from the 9-4-0 and 8-3-2, they both mentioned somebody who hadn't come up at all, but is in my top 3. I'm going Marcus Semien, number 1. What he has done in the absence of Corey Seager is absolutely astonishing. So since Corey Seager has been out, Semien has reached base half the time. and has 5 walks versus 2 strikeouts, which is crazy. He has the best WAR on the team right now, even though it's exceedingly early. My second pick is Dane Dunning. Dane Dunning has given up 8 hits in 15 1/3 innings and no runs. And he's the guy who, when pitchers have got hurt, like obviously you think of DeGrom, for example, but when people have gotten hurt, he's slid in there and he's pitched more than 3 innings 3 different times already this year.
To your point, they brought his name up on MLB Central. So this morning when they were talking Rangers, they brought up the value of Bruce Bochy running a bullpen and the value of Dane Dunning being able to eat up innings, and not only eat up innings, but just keep putting zeros on the board to either keep you in the lead because of an injury or give you a chance to come back. And I always say this, Derek, the Dane Dunning job, Cole Reagan's job, is a very difficult job because usually, unless there's an injury, we can talk about this, is how tough it is. A lot of times you're coming in the 3rd or 4th inning, and you're coming in because the other team has like 6 runs on 7 hits. They're seeing the ball well. They're hitting the ball hard. They have a lot of confidence when the middle reliever usually comes into the game, and you have to stop the momentum that they have created early in a game.
Yeah, and that's what is so great about this. I mean, we talked about before the season started, the biggest question mark was going to be the bullpen. We didn't know what we were going to get out of it. Guys like Dunning and Reagans have literally stepped up and just ran with it. We might have found something key with them. There's guys that, you know what, hey, maybe you're not a starter. This is your job. These guys are taking advantage of the opportunity that they got. That's what's huge. And yeah, when you get into these situations where you've got to shut the door and do everything, granted, he hasn't really had to come into a game where it was down 6-0, but he's still coming into this game and treating it as if it's 0-0 and just shutting the door, not letting things happen.
And you mentioned this other person. I'm also going to go with Jacob deGrom. I know that first start was scary, but in the 3 ensuing starts, he's thrown 17 innings and given up 9 hits to go along with 25 strikeouts. I think it's been incredible. And then he said yesterday before the game.
Yeah, but what's his whip?
Ooh, his whip is 0.87.
Sounds low.
Which is great.
What?
In this scenario.
Are you serious?
If you have a whip at 1 or below, you're pitching insane.
Oh, okay. All right.
And he said before the game yesterday, he does not anticipate missing a start. And so he said he feels ready to go. And
he got his wrist worked on or fixed it? Iced it?
I forgot about this, and you hope he's healthy. If he pitches Sunday and everything goes well, it is right now. There's still a little bit of time, and it's already a premium ticket. Friday night at the end of this month will be Jacob deGrom versus Garrett Cole. Yankees versus Rangers, a Friday night game versus the Yankees. Look, a lot of things have to go right. Obviously, rainouts, all kinds of different things, but right now, it looks like the matchup should be a Friday night. I believe April 28th might be that date.
The only potential rainout, Mike, would be in Cincinnati right before that because they have Oakland here. Yeah. And so you
might have to look at the Yankees schedule too to make sure. But
now it's scheduled deGrom versus Schmidt on that Friday.
On that
night.
Friday,
that's the way it looks right now.
It's a worthless game.
No, because Garrett Cole would be the next game or the game right before it. So it would be Cole and Heaney. So if things go in the Yankees schedule, then it could push Cole down.
I wonder how much that still matters. We've talked about it before. How much that matters, the ticket price of like a deGrom versus a Garrett Cole. Because if you think about in Rangers history, when was the last time that you could have 2 of the best pitchers face each other on the mound?
Well, I mean, this doesn't answer your entire question, but straight away from the 5-6-1, I haven't missed a deGrom start yet. And so we talked about, would that be stop down? The other thing I think is really cool is how many times Will Smith and Dane Dunning have gotten mentioned. Like, not to say that they're bad players or anything, but I don't feel like we spent a whole lot of time, even a week before the season, saying these 2 guys could pivot. But from the 8-1-7, they have Will Smith from the 2-1-4, Dane Dunning from the 9-4-0, Dunning from the 8-3-2, Dunning from the 2-1-4, Will Smith. And like you see it over and over and over again. And outside of your Simeons, and just think about the injuries you've had. Injury to Seager, potential injury to Jacob deGrom, and you're clicking along.
Garver's been out.
Yes.
And we do got to give credit to the owners. They literally went out and got the pieces that the fans kept saying. So, yes, they got to be in there, too, as a possible top ranking.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with you about that. And they got trashed for several years. So, got to give them their props. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Burning Stars playoff questions. What's already answered and what must be addressed in Game 2 tonight and beyond. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Tolo's the only time you should.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation, it is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Robertson shot blocked and a possible break. Here's Sam Steele in on Ottinger. Scores! Tied at 2 in game 1 here in Dallas.
Gross. The Minnesota Wild would obviously go on to win game 1 3-2 over the Stars in double overtime because Joey wasn't on the show. Doesn't
the Fort Worth Wild sound good though?
I could see that.
I think we should steal another Minnesota team. Let's just do that. After this series is over,
I'm here for it.
Let's just steal another Minnesota team.
That would be
throw them in the West.
Awesome. Now, Joey, we have an important question for you right here.
Mm-hmm.
If the Stars win tonight, will you then be convinced that they win on days that you're here and try to get your schedule adjusted accordingly?
Absolutely, and we will talk to the big man about that.
I bet Gavin Spittle, if he believed that too, he would be like, for sure.
Spittle. Okay, all right.
I think he meant Jesus.
I thought, well, God. Yeah, that was my first thought was, wow. All right, we'll have that conversation.
And can do that too.
If he says it's clear, then let's rock.
All right. What are some of the, Joe, if you would like to start, since you did not get to talk hockey with us on Monday, what are some of the questions, or perhaps the biggest question you have for the Stars coming out of game 1? Mine, of course, is, hey, can you figure out how to score a 5-on-5 goal?
Yeah, I guess the obvious one is how are they going to get along without Pavelski? As soon as I saw that, I'm like, he's probably out the rest of the series. We'll be very fortunate if he comes back.
On a 2-minute penalty.
Yeah, we will be very fortunate if he comes back before that. So we'll see how the lines get juggled around. You're probably just going to put Sagan up with Robertson and Hintz, who had a little bit of time together earlier in the season. And then Kiwi Ronta might get put into the lineup and play on that fourth line. Riley Tufte just got recalled from the Texas Stars. That's a little bigger body. He's also from the state of Minnesota. So maybe Pete DeBoer's trying to... Yeah, it's a big guy. He played at University of Minnesota Duluth, won a couple national championships. It's a big guy. So maybe if you want to put somebody like that in to add some size to your lineup, we'll see what Pete DeBoer's thinking. It's just going to be important for them to get off to a better start. They just struggle to find some energy and life in that first period. So if they're able to inject some life into their game, I think that would be good. The one thing that I took out of game 1-2, very positive, was they seemed to respond nicely once Pavelski went down. They were rattled there for about 5 to 10 minutes, which is understandable, but I think they really picked it up, and they were the better team for the majority of overtime. That's just how OT works. Sometimes a team gets a break, and they capitalize on it. So I think if they can respond and play like that, they'll be just fine.
And how do you think, and this is obviously open for everybody, is... can Jason Robertson be the best player in this series? Like, will it? And I mean, the best. Like, I'm still bitter about their rookie of the year from like a couple of years ago, but don't worry about that. But like, you saw him have a phenomenal season, one of the best seasons in Stars history, and that is not hyperbole. Second most points in Stars history, most since they moved the club to Dallas. Can Jason Robertson be the best player in this series? And I guess my follow-up question is, do you need him to be the absolute best player in the series to win it?
You do. Now, with the question mark on Pavelski right now, like that, with the line, you had the veteran there that could, really set things up, be the chip magnet for you too. I call it chips for the ricochets. But this is the moment, Kevin, where he has to grow up. And I say that they're doing everything they can to make sure you don't do anything. So what do you do next? Like, how do you respond whenever they've said, we're going to block every lane, we're going to be more physical with you during regular season, you're not getting that type of environment. We're doing everything we can to make sure you don't do anything in this game. We are focusing on you. So the grow up part is not just like, hey, I have to be more mature. This is like, I have to make sure that I have counters to everything that they're trying to do to me to stop me right now. So I don't know if he can. I've seen a dude that's been, electric during the regular season. He's a great player, but I need to see a little step in growth now. That's all
fair.
I need.
That's fair. I think he can, but I think you make a fair point.
Yeah, and the nice thing is you have so many veterans in that locker room. Even with losing a guy like Pavelski, we need a vintage Jamie Benn playoff game. here tonight.
Renaissance.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a concerted effort to be very physical in the first 10 minutes. I think there's going to be a lot of pucks put into corners, and they're going to start hammering bodies on the end wall and start to create some turnovers and force Minnesota to make some mistakes. They struggled to do that in game one. The Wild didn't create a lot of turnovers. They were pretty good at exiting their own zone. And part of that was there was a little latency in the Stars game, a little slow to some races that they got better with as the game moved along. But it's going to be important to get off to a hot start. The Stars are 27-3-3, I think, when they score first. So if they can put the puck in the back of the net right away and get Minnesota to play catch up, because Minnesota is not a high octane offense.
Yes.
So if you can get ahead of them and force them to play catch up, you'll be in good hands.
Now, y'all brought up Riley being recalled from Texas. And correct me if I'm wrong, did you seem to think that's an indicator about Pavelski's status for the whole series? If I told you, I thought maybe they're just looking for more size, and that doesn't automatically... I mean, I don't think Pavelski's playing tonight, but I'm saying, like, beyond tonight.
Yeah, I think it definitely is an indication that they needed to bring up another body, and he was probably just the best candidate because he does add some size, and he's a Minnesota guy. Maybe you can get him in there. I know that doesn't play into a lot at playoff time, but it probably does a bit because, like I said, I thought his season's over.
Yeah.
Pavelski, I really did. I mean, the way he got up, it would be a miracle if he came back. I would love it, obviously, but that was like, okay, he's done. How are we going to respond?
Potential impacts of Thomas Hartley and Wyatt Johnston.
Thomas Hartley, man, what a surprise he's been. Actually,
Hartley,
he has been extremely good. Doesn't seem like the moment's too big for him.
Nope.
He has been paired really nicely with Colin Miller. And I think he's great. Wyatt Johnston looked really, really good too. He had about a half dozen shots. I thought he was going to win it a couple times in OT because he got loose in that slot area and was able to get his wrist shot off. But Gustafsson was good.
Haven't we felt that way since the very beginning? I know we're going way back to the beginning of the season, but we talked about his like pseudo tryout before they were like, hey, let's see if we're going to go ahead and couch you down there for a while. And he's like, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, he just continues to get better and better. And you can see the confidence. I mean, not afraid to stick handle through guys and get his toe drag shot off and things like that. Fortunately, even with the Pav injury, they'll be able to keep that line together with Dadonov, Ben, and Johnston, which has arguably been one of the more consistent lines for this Stars team down the stretch.
And Corey, I'm going to kick it to you first because this might be the biggest question going into Game 2 and beyond. Will the Stars do enough to help Jake Ottinger? This is the hill I choose to die on. If you have 45 saves in a game, you should win.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if they had a breakaway and you stopped it. Like, that'd be cool. Try and do that, Be better.
Oh, are you talking about the turnover?
I need him to be better,
dude. Blaming him for that double overtime?
I need him to be even better than that. No, not the overtime one. I'm talking about the second goal
that was bad. That was inability to clear the puck out, and that...
No, I guess my big frustration on that is, yes, when they are having struggles in the offensive zone, keeping the puck in the offensive zone when this is great opportunity to score, whether it be power play or whatever, and the puck just keeps slipping right by. Those things are frustrating to me because those things shouldn't be happening in that moment where they were controlling the third period. But yeah, man, I need more stops. At this point, you need to put up goose eggs every night.
Hey, if the other team doesn't score, you're probably going to win, Kevin.
Yeah,
that's true.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Joey.
You're definitely going to win in the playoffs.
Yeah, finally somebody agrees with me.
You go like 4 a.m., like somebody would eventually score.
Yes. Yeah, that's usually about the time.
Yeah, but when you guys talk Stars, don't they lose?
Okay.
We need to get you guys to stop.
Didn't need to bring that up.
That's why I'm trying not to.
I didn't want them talking about it, so I was trying to stop it right away.
We did get a little cocky on Monday when we talked
Stars
about
will
it
win.
Because they had not only won 3 straight, they had dominated 3 straight off of full Star segments. And then yesterday, somebody's like, this is y'all's fault. You guys talked about it.
Yep.
You got arrogant, and you might be onto something.
And on that point, there is some good news. 6 out of the 8 road teams won in Game 1.
Colorado lost.
So how about that? So
Well,
we're not alone.
Stars will bounce back tonight.
Yes.
And they will. I got them winning 5-3.
Ooh, what about series now?
Yes, they win the series. It's going to go 7, though.
Okay. Corey?
This is a rival.
I said they win in 3. So since that's out the window now, they win in their next 3. Does that work?
Oh, you're still not done. That is 3-1.
Well, after the 3 that they've won, again, Wilder like, man, we gave our best shot in the first game. We're done. We're retreating.
They're just gonna seed Game 5,
Yeah.
much like they seeded their hockey team.
Yes,
to us?
exactly. They'll
Okay.
be like, yeah,
All right.
what's the point at this point?
Okay.
Is what they'll say.
Joey, tonight and then the series.
I think they do bounce back. I'll give a 3-1 victory for Dallas. I will say, at the moment Pavelski went down, I was like, this is over. They gave me a lot of hope when they played really well in the couple OT. I'll go Stars in 7. I think this is the most coin flip series of them all.
Okay.
These teams are like the Spider-Man meme, looking at each other.
Yeah.
It's the same.
I will go 4-2 Stars tonight, and I'm going to stick with Stars in 6. I said Stars in 6 before, and I realized this was an inauspicious start, but I'm going to stick with that. And remember, the game tonight theoretically starts at 8:30, but be prepared for maybe 8:50. And
ESPN.
Here's my last question.
Okay.
It's playoff hockey. I don't really watch hockey at all.
Well, you should.
Okay. Will there be a chance for, let's say, somebody who really isn't that important to the Stars to go out there and try to intentionally hurt the player that hurt Pavelski?
Somebody did ask who's going to drop the gloves tonight and let them know.
But I don't want to drop the gloves. I want him to be skating off the ice and to try to kill him.
Oh, well, that's
And you know what? Deal with it. That's
what I was waiting for.
That's sports.
Well, Domi tried.
If you break my second baseman's leg or something with a dirty slide into second, guess what? Your face is now available to hit.
I can see a fight. I don't think the way you described it, it's going to go down like that. I can have you watch the movie Goon with Sean William Scott, and that might fulfill some of what you're looking for.
Jamie Benn's going to do some type of intimidation factor. I would pick him.
He's done that to us.
I love
think
he would too. I love, he has done that to us. But also,
visual
I
daggers.
love Domi like immediately getting into that the other night, like immediately saying you're not doing that to my guy and throwing. He got some good cuts in there too.
This is where the world of wrestling skews my perception of reality, because in my mind, Ty Domi just shows up next to him and they're like ready to rumble. And I know that's like not the way that's going to play out.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The greatness of Clayton Kershaw next.
RJ Chop here for my good friends over at A Number 1.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup. Unprecedented savings. Make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow we will be at the Invited Celebrity Classic Pro-Am along with G-Bag Nation. Thanks you very much to our presenting sponsor, Chalk Dog Casino. Also, thank you and thanks you to Chalk Dog Casino.
Are we playing golf tomorrow? Is it you and me? Are we playing with are we celebrities in this golf, celebrity golf thing?
I think I would rather do G-Bag than play around.
What are you doing? No, that would be awesome. Let's say Greg Maddox, who we had on. He's like, hey, Corey.
You changed my mind, I'm in.
You are getting to come along with me, but Kevin can't because he said he'd rather be on
Kevin, you wouldn't want to do that. You would.
He would get so mad at me, right?
Yeah. He'd be like, look, I'm going to go hit my ball. I'm going to play. You can play with somebody else.
Listen here, fart head. I'll see you later.
Is that true, Derek? Like he would just tell Kevin to leave the course and go somewhere else?
Yeah, I think he would just leave him, period.
Okay. Like if we do
he
this
might not
thing,
even say
why don't you
anything,
just drive the rest of the way?
Yeah.
He'd just probably be like, I'll be right back. And then just go finish playing and
oh man,
figure it out from there.
I mean, that's going to be our issue with Bobby Belt. Is as much as he feels like he's going to shoot 80, it's going to take us 30 minutes a hole.
We're gonna get in trouble for pace of play. 100%.
Like from the course, do they
yes, because you hold everything back.
Whoa.
And it ruins their day. It ruins money. It ruins people's experience
like people don't
at the
want to
course.
come back.
Wow. Okay. Fascinating. Now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so we did talk Rangers to start the segment. Rangers coming up here, 12:30 pregame, 1 o'clock, 1:05 first pitch in Kansas City. Rangers are playing great. I wanted to talk about Highland Park's own Clayton Kershaw. Last night, he got his 200th win in Major League Baseball. Now, I'm going to go off the top of my head here because I was watching like MLB Network. I believe he was either like the 114th or 121st, right around there, player to ever win 200 games.
Wow.
Which gives you an idea even how tough it is to win 200 games that in the history of this.
Forget 300.
From 1870-something to now 2023, there's only been 120 guys approximately that have even won 200 games in Major League Baseball as a pitcher. And I went and looked this up. Do you know how many 300-game winners there are? Just take a quick guess.
It's like 22?
Okay, good guess.
23.
Good, even better guess.
I was going to say 25.
There's 24.
What?
Now,
we all missed it?
By
out of
almost
the 24 300-game winners, how many are post-World War II pitchers? So taking out Cy Young or Pud Gavin.
Walter Johnson.
Yeah, Walter Johnson. So if you take out the guys where it's really, I mean, I don't know.
11?
There's no video because
13.
12. So when you
we're good.
When you
we
think
are money.
When you think about how tough it is to get 300 wins,
That's amazing.
When you take out Cy Young, Walter Johnson, Christy Matheson, Pud Gavin, I don't know these people. Kid Nichols, I'm sure that they were great. Like Kid Nichols won 300 games like at 30 years old.
I have never heard of that person in
So
my
I'm
life.
I don't, baseball was different. They would pitch every third day, 940 innings in a season. And so it's just,
we're never going to see that.
it's just different. So I if you take out the guys that won their 300th game, and whether it's 1901 or 1888 or 1924, and you kind of start with, it looks like Warren Spahn, who in 1961 won his 300th game. He goes on and wins 363 games. If you kind of start from there and go, I'm going to eliminate all the guys who won their 300th game from about 1940 and before, only 12 guys in the history of baseball have won 300 games. And I found that interesting just because in our lifetime, we've seen Steve Carlton, Nolan Ryan, Don Sutton, Phil Niekro, Gaylord Perry, Tom Seaver, Tom Glavine, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, the only one who's not in the Hall of Fame, obviously.
As he should.
And Greg Maddux. It's like, man, we kind of had this run here of like guys who had won 300 games in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. And it felt like, man, 300 wins. Like if you don't win 300 wins, should you be in the Hall of Fame? And you're like, wait, there's only 12 guys since World War II have ever won 300 games. I don't think there'll ever be a 300 game winner again. Like, I don't even think it's going to come close. I don't think there's going to be a threat
Do you think 250 will become like a new bar, or do you think it's 200?
I think it's 200.
It might be.
Think about how long Clayton Kershaw's pitched.
Yeah.
06 or 07 was his. No,
07 or 08.
08 was his rookie
before
year.
me.
2000. He's pitched 15 years. He's been the best pitcher in those 15 years. Won Cy Youngs, won an MVP, and he has 200 wins.
Yeah.
So I mean, when you just start looking at the decisions that you get when you only throw 6 innings, and that's a good starter now, it's tough to get W's.
Yeah, but on top of that too, remember you're comparing guys that were throwing once every 3 days, once every 4 days. Right. That's the other thing. And also the other thing that stands out too when you're talking about all these stats, look at all the complete games too.
Right.
We're not going to see any of that anymore, and that's what kind of really sucks about all that.
Now, do you guys know that Clayton Kershaw has a 2.48 ERA in his career? That is the lowest ERA. He just actually, I think you might, well, no, you saw something else.
Yeah.
Clayton Kershaw has a 2.48 ERA in his career. For active pitchers who have 1,000 innings pitched and are pitched, their 60% of their games have been as a starting pitcher. So you take out a relief pitcher. Do you know the other pitcher that has thrown 1,000 major league innings active and still has under a 3 ERA?
You feel like
Scherzer sounds like a good
Verlander?
I was going to say, I was going to go with Verlander.
It's Jacob DeGrom.
Oh,
he's thrown 1,000 innings.
He has 1,346 and 2/3 innings, and he has a 2.54 ERA. In fact, the guys you named, I believe they're on the list. Garrett Cole was 5th with a 3.2, I believe.
Okay.
Scherzer was there, but it was over a 3. So when you look at their career ERAs, it's a hair over 3. So just to show how tough it is to possibly even have an under 3 ERA for a career, you're looking at active
Holy
pitchers
moly.
once you start getting into your past your prime, right?
Yeah.
And I'm hoping Jacob DeGrom's still in his prime, but we know that Verlander, Kershaw, Scherzer, they're still great pitchers. Heck, Verlander just won the Cy Young.
Yeah.
But they're probably a hair past
Wonder
their
how that
prime.
happened.
They're not in their late 20s, early 30s, where most people would say that's your prime of pitching.
Hey, sometimes you just stop being good for a while and then magically move to a new organization. All of a sudden, you're really awesome again. It's crazy how that works.
It worked.
Yeah.
I know. Maybe he won't get in the Hall of Fame. Who knows?
All right, so now back to he will.
You sure?
Verlander?
You never know.
I'm 100% sure.
Getting
You
in
said
there.
Roger Clemens is not in the Hall of Fame, right?
Different reason.
Yeah.
Maybe. Who knows?
Verlander's going in. This is an easy argument.
You never know.
Who says Verlander did steroids besides you?
It's just pretty shocking when all of a sudden you get totally better, way older in your career.
What about
exactly
Tom Brady?
like Roger Clemens. He didn't get better in his career.
Are you kidding me?
He won all the
Got a
things.
Super Bowl at like 56.
Okay, but not because he got better.
Well, he didn't get worse.
That's fair.
Maybe he just got advice, Kevin. Maybe he got better advice in Houston than he got while he was in Detroit.
Well, carry on, Michael.
Could be.
I feel like
or he got brought into
you
cheating organization.
I feel like you are on a ledge here with Verlander that nobody else is joining you on.
It is
I just want to help you get off of it.
That's fine. It's astonishing
Come
to
back
me
to us.
that he's wrapping up his career in Detroit and then he moves to Houston and all of a sudden he has a renaissance. His ERAs in Detroit before that, 3.46, 4.54, 3.38, 3.04, and 3.82. He has not had an ERA over 3 since then. It sure is magical and neat that at that age, when he went to a new organization that we know has a history of cheating, he just magically got better.
Could
That's
have learned
neat.
to pitch better because he doesn't have as much of his velocity.
He did have the most strikeouts in his career the first 2 seasons in Houston. Not the trade season, but the first 2 seasons. He had 290 and 300,
I just think that's
which he'd
super
never
neat
touched.
for him.
Derek, how much do they test you in Major League Baseball?
A lot.
How much do they
and
blood
it's
test
random.
you? How much do they blood
They
test
do that a lot too. But
They
it
do
has to
blood
be after
testing?
the game. Yeah, it has to be after the game.
I didn't know they did blood tests now.
Yep. They'll also do it too, and it can't be somebody like, for instance, if I'm pitching that day, I can't get tested that day.
Right.
Because they can't mess with you on that.
Okay. All right, so now back to the Texas Rangers. I feel like I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
but I feel like
I was very
in
cautious
this one,
not to use that word.
in this one, in this one, I feel like
That's
you're
fine. That's okay.
Throwing
You're
out an
walking alone.
accusation that isn't really there,
Yeah,
except
you're
for
walking
you.
alone. Nobody's with you.
Okay. Now when it comes to the Texas Rangers playing today, look, I know we had the whole Tampa Bay thing on they won 13 in a row, but who did they play? But this is what you do. The Rangers they're 4-1 right now against the Kansas City Royals. This is the last day they're going to play the Kansas City Royals. It really doesn't matter how you get to 90 wins. If you get there, people don't go, well, they got to 90 wins, but they were, 20-38 against the teams that made the playoffs. I know that does come up, but it's like, we're in the playoffs. We made it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you make to me, the easiest way to make the playoffs, it's still difficult, is just beat all the bad teams. You beat all the teams that are going to be below 500 and you win all those series, which is impossible to do. But if you won every series against all the bad teams, you would make the playoffs.
Just to show you how much this doesn't happen, it doesn't seem like winning today should be monumental. And I know 2020 was a short season. Do you know it's been 4 years since the Rangers swept a 3-game road series? That is wild to me.
That's really bad. Swept a 3-game road series?
3-game road series. So to your
They
point,
were bad, dude.
Yeah, no.
They were bad.
You're right.
That's an understatement.
And that's why I'm not going to crap on
you
them
are.
defeating Kansas City like that. It's not like they're Justin Verlander.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
And then my last little nugget is a minor league nugget. Jack Leiter, once again, didn't have the best line yesterday. It wasn't the worst.
Yeah, 5 innings?
5 innings. He got the loss in the game. I don't have his box score pulled up because I remember just looking at it yesterday and just going, dang it. Like, come on, Jack. Like, we need you, because I want Jack Leiter to be great. I think every Ranger wants him to be great. There's a little bit more there for me, just knowing Al and, him being a little baby running around the Shea Stadium baseball field with me, and not with me, but obviously with his dad. But I just want him to just do great, and I know that it hasn't been a good start to his 2023 AA season, but Evan Carter, I guess you could say, had a tough game. He went 0 for 1, but he had 4 walks.
My God. All right, so 800% on-base percentage for that game. At what point, do you have to get through the entire season for Jack Leiter if you see similar results where you're like, huh?
It's really tough. It's a great question. And also, if the Rangers are 10 games above 500, it's the question of what's his value possibly. I mean, I'm just bringing this up. I'm random, right? And I know we're out of time. If Brian Reynolds is available and they're like, look, to make the deal work, we have to have Jack Leiter. If Jack Leiter has a 5 ERA, you have to make a decision. Is this just a rough start to his minor league career and we believe he is going to still be an ace or a number 2? Or does he have a value right now that we want to move? Because if he puts up a 5 ERA again in his 3rd year in the minor leagues, do we run into an issue of he's lost value? And we can't really move him for anything but a utility guy. Because now, Dylan Tate, we had to move him for Carlos Beltran. You don't want to move the number 4 overall pick for a DH / come off the bench pinch hitter. And so it's early on in the year. I think he's still going to have a good year, but I just, you want to see kind of that, what Kumar Rocker's doing. Yes. And he's just not doing it yet. I still believe in Jack Leiter, but just to give an update, is his 3rd start of the year, I believe that was.
Yeah.
Not the best, but Evan Carter is still on fire, even though he didn't get a hit yesterday.
Don't talk about him right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NBA can't be ignored. Ratings are up. Giannis is down. And how long ago did the Mavericks want to tank? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute. and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, shorter show today as we will be leading right into Rangers baseball. But tomorrow we will be on location for the Invited Celebrity Classic out at the Las Colinas Country Club in Irving. So you should come check us out.
Kevin, I have something to tell you about that.
Are we not going to be there?
Here are some of the potential guests.
Oh.
Do y'all want to hear potential guest list for tomorrow?
Is Verlander
Say
one
yes.
Oh, man. I would totally deal with that interview. And I'd be like,
kidding.
look, I kind of feel like maybe it's amazing.
Marcus Allen. You ever heard of him?
Yes.
Tim Brown. Ever heard of him?
Yes.
Reggie Bush.
Whoa.
Joe Carter. Vince Carter.
Oh.
Roger Clemens,
Wow.
who we'll have a discussion with, obviously. Robbie Gould. John Lester. Derek Lowe.
Oh.
Greg Maddux.
Oh, my God.
Mike Modano. Mike Modano. AJ Pierzynski. Albert Pujols.
Larry the Cable Guy.
Pudge. Jeremy Roenick. Emmett Smith. Tony Romo. Smoltzy. Annika Sorenstam. Adam Thielen. Urlacher. Wakefield. And DeMarcus Ware. Just to name a few of the celebrities that will be at this event tomorrow.
That sounds cool.
And us.
I'm going to build a run sheet that we can just throw in the trash. Because we can just be like, coming up next, Annika Sorenstam, followed by Marcus Allen.
Yeah.
It'll be crazy.
So get ready for a very fun day tomorrow as we'll be broadcasting from what I hear is like near Derek's backyard. So that'll be fun.
100% in my backyard.
Nice.
Oh, will you 100% come visit us?
I'm debating if I should just skip workouts.
Can
and
you just
go.
drive like your cart over,
My
like
golf cart?
just
No.
across the
It's not
course
street legal.
and then right to where we are?
I could, but it's not street legal, and not trying to break the law.
Okay, gotcha.
So you're scared. Gotcha.
Very.
All right. Can you go ahead and fire off cut number 7? Because it looked like Phoenix was going to be the big story. And then they're like, oh, crap, we should probably do something.
Into Torrey Craig, back to Booker. Booker moves behind a Craig screen, a lengthy three. Shazam! Booker knocks down the long three.
Devin Booker, 38 points last night. The Suns win 123-109. I'm not saying the series is automatically over, but that's a pretty awful spot if you have home court and you lose the first 2 games.
I fell asleep in the third quarter, but in the second quarter, I texted Sean Sharif, and I was like, I think the Mavs might have mentally broke the Suns. I was wrong because they came back, they won the game, they had a great close to the end of the second quarter, and then they took off in the third quarter. I did fall asleep. I'm going to guess like 3 or 4 minutes left to go in the third quarter, and then went to bed and didn't watch the rest of the game. But I thought for a second it looked very much like the 2007 Dallas Mavericks, who had lost the NBA Finals, and we didn't know they were mentally broken until the next year.
To the playoffs.
And then I was like, oh, crap, that mentally crushed this team. Now, I know that they changed to Kevin Durant, so there's a new face in there, but we'll see how that series keeps going. It's a fun series to watch. I will say this. It's weird because it's the 2 teams that Luka has played, LA twice and Phoenix once, kind of in the playoffs. I'm rooting for the LA Clippers, even though I can't stand rooting for Russell Westbrook, because when you are rooting for him, you're like, hey, calm down. Don't take that shot. That's a bad shot. You've missed 5 shots in a row. They're daring you to shoot it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Now, for tonight's games, Giannis has been listed as doubtful.
Yeah, he's probably out.
This is a game that it feels like they need to win.
Yes and no. If he can come back healthy, I think they can win 2 games in Miami and then tie it up at 2. But to your point, you hate going down 0-2 and then 3 of the 5 games left are on the road because you have to win 4 out of 5 in that scenario. We've seen the Mavericks do it back when they played Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady in 2005. They got down 0-2 after losing 2 home games. Everybody counted them out. They went to Houston and won both games and then held home court the rest of the way to win in a 7-game series. It can happen, but it's very dangerous to do that.
Now, this was really fascinating because I want to get into the Mavericks and just exactly when they tried to start tanking. Did you see what the NBA and NBA Players Association agreed on for the draft going forward?
No.
That if you're invited and do not go to the combine, you are ineligible to be drafted.
What?
Yeah, starting in 2024, if you get invited to the NBA Combine, you have to go, or else you're ineligible to be drafted forever.
Told you this would
until
happen.
you go.
What about free agency? That too? You can't even be free agent?
Let me double check on that. But
Yeah, go play in Japan for a year.
It says, but that won't cut it, because it says if they do not, they'll be ruled ineligible to be drafted until the first subsequent draft for which the player attends and participates in the combine. So they're like, you want to go play in Japan? You got to come to the combine next year.
I know I was teasing about Japan just because you can do that in baseball,
Yeah.
but in a weird way,
wild.
What does Luka do? Because he couldn't have gone because he was in the championship of the Euro leagues. It wasn't available.
That is an
I'm
interesting
going to undo
point.
that, Mike, just so you stop moving it back and forth all game. Do you want it down or do you want it up?
Sometimes I don't know. Mark that too. Sometimes I just need something.
He can swing both ways on this
one. Oh my
one.
God. I just want to fidget. Now, on the
Whoa.
Mavericks front, I feel like that's been established masterpiece of the week. On the Mavericks front, I know we saw the report that initially Luka and Kyrie balked at the idea of tanking until the very end of the season. Do we have a specific idea or range for when they wanted to? Because the Mavericks did a terrible job at tanking.
They had some pretty big, whatever you want to call them, come to Jesus, panic meetings. And that was right around the Charlotte series. When they lost those back-to-back Charlotte games, that's when a lot of the frustration with the organization was happening. I was not told about they were trying to possibly go into tank mode after that. But now we're starting to probably find out through those 3 meetings that they kind of had with the team on trying to figure out why they can't win basketball games and why things aren't the best in the world right now with the Dallas Mavericks. I guess this was part of the scenarios. After they lost both games to Charlotte, they must have met with Luka and Kyrie. I don't know if they would have done it as a whole team, because then you are telling the players that aren't good, hey, we're going to play you because we know you'll lose. But they must have met with Kyrie and Luka, I don't know if individually or as a group, and said, hey, obviously we don't think we can do anything. Let's just try to have the best chance at getting Wembanyama or Scoot Henderson or whoever.
What does that do going forward then? When, like, you eventually did tank, but you tried earlier.
It sets a culture of losing, and you can never get out of that culture
Didn't we
of
go
losing.
through that and we got out of it for a second?
Well, with Luka?
Yeah.
Whenever we tanked for Luka?
Yeah.
Did we tank for Luka?
Yeah, and we did that stupidly, too, and had to give up a first-round pick.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what it sets up for the future right now, especially when it sounds like they're scrambling front office wise, right?
I do think, because they hired another general manager. And so that's now Nico has to deal with a more experienced, better resume general manager in the building. So that just sounds weird to me too. And Derek, I'll pass it to you. Kyrie, I don't think really wants to be a Dallas Maverick in the future. It doesn't mean he won't be, but I don't think that wouldn't be his number 1 or possibly number 2 choice to be. This can't help that he was told with about 6 to 10 games to go approximately, hey, we want you to sit out because we want a better draft pick. Like, that probably doesn't sit well with Kyrie coming back here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know any player that's like willing to, okay, we're not going to play you so we can lose and get another pick or player. Nobody likes that. Everybody wants to play to win, every time they go out there, especially when you have a chance that you could still be in the playoffs. I don't like that. And I'm wondering too, when you were talking about, we got another GM, maybe things aren't going as well with Cuban and Nico that we are going to see maybe this departure happen now.
Do you think that's the case I totally hear what you're saying. Do you think that's the case as much in basketball and football where you see the more immediate impact player? Like, you could draft the biggest baseball stud in the world and it's going to take a minute for him to get there and be an impact. Like, if I'm Luka, I guess I do kind of see the wisdom in, hey, we can vastly upgrade our team and we ain't doing jack this season.
And you have 4 years left on your contract.
Yeah, but I think to me, I'm still looking at the whole thing of like, well, we don't want to play you so we can tank. Like, if I'm Luka too, it's like, man, do they really care to really win? We're going to take the time to sit here and we're going to tank so we can get more players, better, whatever it is. Like, why aren't we trying to make the moves now so that we can win now instead of trying to do things by losing?
I mean, my answer for just the Mavericks is because they're not good at this. But I totally hear your broader question.
That's a bad look. That's not helping keep guys in your locker room. It's like, all right, guys, here we are. I just want to let you know we're losing. We don't care. Like, that sucks.
I think it goes also to bad coaching. I'm going to point out Jason Kidd in this season. He was horrible this year. It doesn't mean the Mavericks should have won 55 games. I get the talent he was given. But, Derek, I'm going to talk about one of my best buddies and one of your former managers. Javi Baez was being a D-wad on the Detroit Tigers. And A.J. Hinch was like, I've had enough. And he had to pull him underneath, and he had to take him out of the game. And he said, you're out. I can't have you. You are my main guy. We paid you a crap ton of money. And you are lackadaisical on the field. You are leading us into a dumpster fire. And he said, you're out of the game. And he made sure that everybody saw it. Not like on camera him doing it. He did the smart thing and took him in a tunnel so nobody could see it. No, Detroit's won 5 in a row, and since that point, Javi Baez is batting .378. Jason Kidd refused to do any of that with Luka, and I'm not saying Luka had a much better year and much better player than Javi Baez is with baseball, but it goes to show like what A.J. Hinch did the other day on April 13th has now led to them playing better baseball as a team. Javi Baez now being more focused as a leader possibly in the Tigers, on their team.
Yeah, sometimes you have to make an example out of those guys. Just because you got paid, some guys will kind of shut it down. And AJ's the type of guy that's not going to let that happen. We're here to win. You better show me that every single time you go out there. When you start getting lazy or you're not running balls out or you don't pay attention to the situation of how many outs there are and stuff like, he's going to make an example out of you. And he did it exactly the right way. He wanted people to see him, his guys. Hey, I'm taking him down here. I'm going to let him have it for a second, and then I'm coming back, and you'll see, and you can see the change of how Javi is. Yeah, he was upset about it, threw his seeds everywhere, and then he left and went back into the clubhouse. I don't know if he came back out, but the guys see that, and it's like, oh, crap, I can't do that. And as a young guy, we watch the older guys, the veterans, and we feed off of their energy. And once we just saw, man, he just got absolutely destroyed by our manager. I am not going that route. And it just puts fire back into the guys, and then here we go.
Yeah, there are two questions I have there. One, you got to have the backing of upper management too. Like in a lot of instances, they're like, no, it's your team. You got it, like, because there are a lot of coaches that a GM sees that and he's like, I don't like that. That guy's out of here. Or as soon as he starts losing, he's lost the team. And then the other part of it is, how long does it go for Javi before he reverts back to that? And because Luka got called out on his defense in the playoffs and then right back to not playing any defense. So do you constantly have to be on their butt on it? Or do you say, you know what, you're going to have to suffer the consequences of it. We didn't get into the playoffs this year because you don't play defense. That's on you. Figure it out. Or like, do you have to ride them every time and say, and call them out to get them to do that?
You have to do that. The other thing is you can't be, which I was so blessed with Wash, Boch is the same way. They're not going to be your friends. Like, yes, they're friends with you, but at the same time, this is a business. So when you start slacking, we're going to let you know. And it's like, well, man, I thought you were a lot nicer. I thought, we were friends. Why are you treating me like that? Sometimes you have to do that. And you have to put people in their place.
And I think part of it is in the meeting, you can't say this to Kyrie because he's barely been here. But Luka, you partially led us to this horrible decision we're having to make. Yeah. You not trying on defense for a lot of defensive possessions. You goofing around before games and then us having a lack of focus in the game as an overall team. It's led us to a point where we just lost back-to-back games to Charlotte and we're looking at the standings. We're screwed. And the best thing for our organization now is to lose. And so that's where I want Jason Kidd, if he really wants to be a head coach. We just had people want to play for Greg Popovich. Yep. I know a few people said they didn't. Popovich wouldn't call out Tim Duncan, but Tim Duncan, one of the 10 greatest players in the history of basketball, if he felt like he was lacking energy, he would just sit him out the rest of the game. Be like, you're not coming back in. I don't care. It's down to 5. You're not playing because you showed me a lack of focus and a lack of attention in the first half, and you're going to sit on this bench and watch the result of this game, and everybody's going to know after this game the reason you had to sit out the fourth quarter.
Well, on top of that, too, you're going to, as much as a player, I've had this happen to me before, when a manager or coach rips you, you're going to be like, man, I hate that, whatever. But then down the road, you're going to be like, man, I really appreciate you doing that. That made me change my perspective, get me back into where I need to be. Now I'm focused. We're going to win some games. That helps a lot. That's what you need to see.
I know there are concerns, and some people brought this up in the NBA. If the reaction is not that, you're going to lose your job.
Mhm.
You know, like if you do that to a star player, the star player have enough like cachet or pull in the NBA that they can make you lose your job. I think we should give the players a little bit more credit that if it's done in the right way, they can handle being talked to like an adult.
Tim Duncan was that guy. Tim Duncan knew Pop's trying to get the best out of everybody else, so he's calling me out, so I just got to be better. And so he was the one that was setting that example of he's taking an eye on me, but all these other guys, like Derek was saying, they're all seeing he doesn't care who you are in the lineup. They're all getting it.
That's why I got lucky with Wash. He did it with Josh Hamilton. He doesn't care if you're a star, who you are. He went after you. He let you know, and you got back to where you needed to be.
Then I have a little bit of bad news about the NBA playoffs. Over the weekend, Mike, it was the highest ratings for the NBA playoffs opening weekend since 2003 on the ESPN networks.
Playoffs
And
are all
for
that matters.
TNT, it was their best rating since 2017.
Will it stay?
Oh, I guess it shows. Just try when it counts.
And then we'll tune in.
Were the ratings bad during the regular season?
I'll go back and double check that because I saw hockey regular season ratings. I'll check that for basketball. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what's the most annoying thing fans do? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Should I get
Check them out, pluckers.com, and find a location near you.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, if you want to see us and the G-Bag Nation, we will both be out at the Las Colinas Country Club in Irving tomorrow. And tomorrow will also mark a week away from the NFL Draft. And remember, our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers on night one of the draft. So a week from tomorrow, all 8 Pluckers will be filled with 105.3 The Fan, folks. They got cool specials, prizes all night long. So thank you to Pluckers and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. Corey, I know you want to get to some fun.
Yeah, let's have some fun.
All right. What is the most annoying thing that fans do? Now, I'm going to take you to the audio from, I believe this is the Golden State and Sacramento series. Let's hear the audio.
I'll be honest, fellas, it was sounding great, but I could have used a little more cowbell.
That
is not the audio.
That was Christopher Walken.
Okay, my mistake, our mistake. That's not the audio where you were looking for.
Yes.
Okay, how about instead?
I like it.
But you loved it. Yes. Absolutely.
Cowbell.
But instead, this is a Kings fan in the row right behind the Warriors GM, just living his best life. I hate it already.
Didn't the Spurs do this to us?
Yes.
Years ago, the Spurs was it cowbells they were
I think
hitting?
it was Sacramento.
Oh, Sacramento?
Yeah, back when they had Weber and Vlade and yeah.
God,
I'm pretty sure
Mike
Sacramento
Bibby?
is known for the cowbell.
Well, then that's why they haven't
a little
been.
more cowbell.
That's why they haven't been to the playoffs in forever. Because that stinks.
And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Yeah, that's. I don't want to go to a game and sit with somebody doing that in my ear the whole time. That's just going to drive me insane.
Well, from what I heard from this morning on Sean and RJ was he was inches away from somebody's ear.
Inches.
Oh, yeah. It was from the GM.
The GM of the Warriors, yeah.
Wow.
Because he was the one complaining about it. And Kevin, we used to cover a lot of high school games.
Yes.
I mean, tons of high school games.
Yes.
And there were some people that would fill up coffee cans with rocks.
Mm-hmm.
They would fill up coffee cans with coins.
Yeah.
They would fill up milk jugs with whatever they could. And it was great. It was loud. It was awesome, I guess, if you're part of that tribe.
Mm-hmm.
But as somebody who was there covering the game, by the time I left, I had a migraine. And I was like, I never want to go back and cover that team again.
Yeah,
and I can't imagine being a player in all sorts of different environments and catching those kind of sounds. Yeah,
Okay.
I said it.
Well, the only thing I would say, and this is, I mean, for me, I could tune it out. I know how to tune those things out. Like
On
it's
the
same
field?
thing- Yep.
Okay.
Even if I'm at the stands, like watching the game, when I go to Mavs games, there is one in particular guy that usually sits to the right of me that just talks so much crap to both teams, which is terrible.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, it's so ridiculous. Like, and it's guys that usually the guys that talk. It's not you. Don't worry. You're
No,
on
I
my
know.
left
It's
side.
that guy's kind of nerdy.
Yes. And the thing that makes me mad is it's like the people that are talking the most crap, when I look at them, and that's okay, I get it, but they look like they've never even played a sport in their entire life. And it's like, here you are, you're going to rip this dude apart. It's your own player. And then yet you, like, what do you do?
Okay, so you don't
I wish
like-
we could go to people's works and just troll them while they're doing things too. I want to see how well they would take it. Now, I have nothing wrong with it because it's part of the game. I love the trash talk.
Plus, you're making a pretty big assumption that they have a job.
Wow, dude, how'd
I
they get
would
into that
like
stadium?
to think they do.
How'd they get into that arena if they don't have some money?
Oh, please.
Just walk
because
in.
Oh, yeah,
you
you
don't
know, I
have a
have
job
snuck
doesn't
in,
mean
yeah.
you don't have money. Joey. Did that throw you off?
We do, by the way, get that. I mean, we have the fan text.
Yeah, and that's part of
every
it.
day we get yelled at, or
Oh, for sure.
we
It's
we
part of
definitely
it.
get the heckling part of it.
I mean, I'm not going to handle it like Westbrook does, but you know, I embrace it for the most part. Like I have fun with it, whatever. Like it takes a lot to really get under my skin, but at the same time, like it's just interesting when it comes to the person that's trolling somebody. It's just, I don't know. There's something to it that just cracks me up.
So the trolling part, Kevin, I will say the rocks and the coins and everything, that wore me out. But again, I will credit the high school families that came up with the idea to, give themselves some sort of something to make more noise.
To me, it's the person that surpassed 2 attempts on trying to make the wave happen. Usually they're intoxicated and they're like, come on, everybody, do the effing wave.
The liquid courage.
Yeah, I'm like, look, dude, you tried and you failed. Then you tried again and failed. If the wave starts, it's not going to be from you in this section. Maybe if you want to go across the ballpark, do something different, but it ain't happening. I don't understand why you don't understand that and why you're looking over in my section, because we're not supporting you. And even if we did, we're at the end of the wave. Your wave died in 3 sections.
Guess what? I got a fever.
And the only prescription
is more cowbell.
You'll be wearing gold-plated diapers when I'm through with you. But the only thing is, too, we got to figure out the right time to do the wave. I went to one of the Rangers games. I was so upset. It's a 3-2 game. Like, we're trying to hold down the fort. We got Will Smith in there in a big situation, and the people that were behind me were like, let's do the wave.
Yes.
I'm like, no, let's not. Let's make noise for the
wave is noise, right? Like
no, it's not. It's obnoxious. I'm not a fan of the wave, to be honest.
When you're playing, does the wave are y'all looking in the stands going?
It's more visual than audio,
If I'm sitting and I'm watching the game as a player and I see the wave and I notice we're in a tight situation, I'm like, come on, we got to pick a better time to do this. Now, if we were up by 30, okay, let's do it. Let's have fun.
Do you get a sign and stand up on the dugout?
I just sit there and watch
the wave.
Well, they've had it. The old stadium, they used to put it up on there.
Chuck, yeah.
The wave. This is not the time for the wave or something like that.
So we're asking in honor of that Sacramento fan who loves his team.
He loves that cowbell.
What is the most annoying thing fans do? I'm going to disagree with this one from the 817. Pounding on the glass in hockey. And if you have a front row seat, I think that's totally fine. And sometimes the player will look over at you. And I love that one time a player looked at me and said the F word.
Yeah.
I thought that was super cool. And I was like, that's right. You're rattled.
Do you think we should be able to say stuff back to you if you talk smack to us?
Yes.
We shouldn't get physically violent with each other because
100%.
we're having some fun. But
most of the time, that's how it is anyway.
Yeah.
Anybody that's talking smack, if you engage them and talk back to them and stuff, at least 95% of the time that I've done it, they're like, man, you're really cool. I appreciate you saying stuff back or whatever. Yeah, you're going to get a couple people that just really try to cross the line and throw daggers, but whatever.
I'm serious. If somebody is sitting in the crowd and they're like, hey, you're an MFer, I think you should 100% be able to look back and be like, well, your mom didn't seem to mind, and deal with it. If you're going to start it, you have to be able to deal with it going back at you.
Yeah, it's like I was telling Mike, I was pitching to the kids the other day at the baseball practice, and I was a little inside a couple times on one kid, and he was like, hey, if you hit me, I'm charging. And I was like, you better bring your bat then, son.
Oh, my God. I thought you just said no violence.
Well, I just wanted to let him know if he was coming at me. You're a teenager. I'm old man strength.
From the 817, most annoying, the fans behind home plate that wave at the camera for 3 innings. If you're talking about consistently, I'm just impressed at that stamina. From the 972, personally, I think the most annoying fans are the ones that boo. Now, that is where I will say I disagree with that.
Wait, home teams boo? Is that what you said?
Yeah, boo earns every time.
Not every time.
You mean booing your own guys?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with that because it means wow, we really let them down.
Yes.
That's how I look at it as a player. We have to be better than that. They deserve better. They're letting us know their frustration. How else are we going to know? Besides getting on Twitter and seeing oh, you suck today. Well, okay. I didn't get to do one of the good voices for you, sorry.
What about the ringing, the bells? Because those can get a little annoying too. The thunder sticks.
Used a little more cowbell.
The thunders.
See, that kind of beats me down
I don't
sometimes.
think those are bad.
I understand why the Mavericks put out the thing that you fold up and it makes all the noise and everything like that. But sometimes I just wish people would pick their spots a little bit better. There are 4 minutes left in the first quarter and it's 18-17. I don't think you have to do it at that moment. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying so most of this.
Oh, never mind.
Did you just call out?
I'm just kidding.
Your long lost forgotten son?
Look, I've definitely not forgotten him. But
Man,
yeah,
those seats didn't do very well.
well, and as long as they were amazing.
I don't think so.
Did I tell you how I introduced it to him? We kept walking
you
down,
told me that.
and I stopped and I was like, "Here," and he goes, "Yeah."
This
I
might
was
be
like,
a
"Do you
time
wanna
for
keep
another
going?" He thought it was
off-air
amazing.
topic.
Okay, fair enough. That is very fair. What about the people that overswear when there's a lot of kids around? Like, I'm not saying you're like, you got to catch that effing ball. Like, I get that. But when you're like, hey, these pieces of blah, 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 and you just go on and on and on. Do you think that's part of the deal? If you go to a sporting event, your kid needs to know that might happen.
Yeah,
I mean, it's there.
Yeah, that's the way I just tell my kid, like, hey, if you're not cussing like that, that's fine, but that's his decision today.
I mean, if I had kids, I'd probably tell them, like, hey, kiddos, we're going to hear some things we don't need to be saying. But I don't have any kids that I know of.
From the 817, sounds like y'all just like the fans that make noise. Man, I am kind of old and grumpy. I am at that point. Like,
no, I love it all.
I also, I do love the environment of it's a meaningful game and let's get loud. I really do. And, man, you're right. Sitting next to the glass and being able to be part of it right there, that's the best feeling.
Mm-hmm.
The first time you do it, you're like, oh, my God, that felt amazing. And then you're like, I can't wait to be part of this again. So that's a blast. But yeah, I think there's all sorts of noise things, but I'm just complaining. I'm not disliking fans. I'm just complaining.
To me, it's the place to be. I like it. I don't really have a problem with it because that's the place to be obnoxious and having fun and making noise and whatever. And
air horn guy?
I don't think you can do those.
Oh, really?
Sneaking air horn in.
I don't think. Remember that big long tube, the blowhorn? It was like sound like a boat was coming through.
Uh-huh.
They took those away. I remember you would hear those all the time in Toronto. It just real loud.
Just
probably in basketball, it'd be tough because the air horn would maybe signal like a dead ball or something.
That's true.
So they probably can't do
Same
that.
thing with whistles. Can't have a whistle.
What do you think about from the 817 people in the wrong seats on purpose?
Yep.
After the game started.
I do hate that.
Yeah,
What do you, like having to tell them, hey, you're in my seat?
And I'm like, oh, my bad. I thought
I think
you'd be
it's-
here on time.
I think it's more of the people.
That's kind of how I
Yes.
feel. I'm always like, oh, man, yeah, I will move. I'm perfectly but people don't like conflict, so they don't want to have to tell people you're in my seat. But I'll move.
I hate the people that are like, okay, there was somebody sitting in front of me, and then they decide, all right, halftime, it's over. I'm going to go home. This game sucks. They leave, and then somebody else sees that they're open, and then they come sit there, and it's like, okay, now you're blocking my seats. Like, go back. Like, I get it. I love it. That's awesome. You want to try to get closer to the action. But I want to be closer to the action. So fine, let's just trade. You take my seats and I'll take the ones.
Oh, that's a good compromise.
I don't think you can do that though.
Try.
No.
Talk to them. Hey, look here. Have my seats. I want to put my feet here.
Oh, man. This, I know we got to go from the 806, the overrated chant. I've never understood that either because I'm like, aren't you diminishing the value of your victory? You're like, hey, we beat you because you're not good.
Or the MVP for the guy that's like on the last place team.
Yeah.
And you're like,
what are we even talking about? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Why do so many Cowboys keep praising NFC East players? And is one of Derek's friends on the trading block. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Our coverage of today's game begins at 12:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, unprecedented savings. Make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Allen back to pass, surveying the field, fires to the end zone to Davis. Did he get both feet down? Touchdown, Buffalo! A 23-yard missile launched by Allen to Davis.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and we will talk a little bit about Josh Allen as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Deep.
Josh Allen has finally come to the realization that, Mike, I feel like you've been talking about for a good 2 years. He said, I have to get down, slide, and live to fight another day. I have to adapt and change.
Think about, I know Cam Newton had a major car wreck that caused an injury, but he's going to have a Cam Newton career if he keeps playing this way. At 32 or 33, it's going to be completely done because his body's going to be shot from I get he's bigger, he's stronger, all these things, but think of the history of most quarterbacks that size. And the only one that lasted a long time, and I believe he protected his body, was Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, most of the guys are like, yeah, no, I'll be fine. Cam Newton at 28 years old, I'll be fine. Who cares? Let me just keep running into a wall 4 times or 6 times a game. It crushed his career, and it was a short career. So I do think it would be very smart for them to draft a running back that they like, that they believe can take pressure off of him, and tell Josh Allen, you got to pick your spots, buddy.
Now, one of your acquaintances, friends, however you want to describe it, Derek, is Mr. Trey Lance. Ian Rappaport said that
Zach just calls him Trey.
That's, yeah.
No, he just says who.
Trey, who apparently plays football, is Ian Rappaport is saying that San Francisco has been fielding calls about a potential trade.
Is my new best friend coming to Dallas?
For Trey Lance.
I don't
What
think
would you
so.
want to give up?
It would.
I don't know.
How much would you give up for Trey Lance right now?
I don't know because I don't know enough about the Cowboys in general.
Well, the Cowboys
so
aren't.
Yeah,
they're not.
that would be
Let's-
pretty shocking.
So deal with it.
What
I
about the
know.
Cleveland Browns?
Ooh.
That'd be cool if he went there.
They already have Deshaun Watson.
I know.
play.
It'd still be a backup though.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
good backup. We don't know. Things can happen.
Pick just 2 years ago. Don't
I
you
know,
think
I was
he's
just
like,
saying.
that doesn't work for me?
Man,
He's just saying my team would be awesome if I had a backup that was a
Fair.
number 3 pick.
Let me
Yeah.
throw this out. Doesn't Washington have the 17th overall pick? I believe it's 17. Let's
Oh, no,
just
that
assume
sounds
it
about
is.
right.
Middle first
Yeah.
round. Would you give up 1 first round pick, the 17th pick right now for Trey Lance if you're Washington?
Yes.
He can't play. Like, he can't.
But I'm also Washington,
I'm sorry.
so yes.
He can't physically handle
Don't
the
speak about my
rigors of
best friend like
football. It just appears as though that's not the case. And this will be, it's been 4 years since he played a full year of football. Just think about that. 4 years since he played a whole year of football. 2020, the pandemic, he played 1 game. 2021, got hurt. 2022, got hurt. So it'll now be since 2019 that he has played a full football season. I just don't think he can get it done.
I'm still pulling for my best
I
friend.
don't know. There's a difference between pulling for him and thinking it can get done.
Now, the other part to that question, Kevin, is if you're Washington. Now, I want you to think as if you are Washington, not think as if you are independent and consulting for Washington. Would they pull this trigger?
I don't think they
Of course they would.
I don't think so.
They are fundamentally broken.
Okay, and so you're saying that's why they would
Yes,
do it.
they
not
would be
because
like,
it's a
hey,
good idea.
we need a quarterback. We got to do this. We didn't get our guy that we wanted in the first round. There's none of them are left. Hendon Hooker's already gone, so we got to get somebody.
Man.
And we know we know Kyle Shanahan from when he was here.
I feel like, I don't know if Woolchuck said the top half of the first round, but I know he's pretty bullish on Hendon Hooker going first 20 picks.
I mean, you said that Stephen Jones said if he's there, they're taking him.
If they graded him as a first round. I don't know why, but Will Levis jumped out to me when he's like, some people got some of these guys in the first round. And I was like, he's talking about Will Levis? I know he wouldn't admit that. Derek, I hear you, man. I'll root for him as well since he was so nice to Zach, even though Zach didn't know who he was. I just have concerns. I don't think physically his body's going to be able to handle it.
I understand. I'm not arguing with you.
Let's go from that to Corey. I'm going to play cut number 1. Then I'm going to follow up with the question. First was Micah about Saquon Barkley. Now it's Dak about Jalen Hurts. How do you feel about all the Cowboys talking about how people in the NFC East are awesome? Play cut 1.
Yeah, congratulations. Proud of him. I hosted Jalen on a visit way back in Mississippi State years ago, and a fan of the guy that the way he plays the game. Not a fan of his team and when they have success necessarily, but a fan of him and the way that he approaches it. And just somebody that was counted out early because of his play style and just has had success and trusted himself, trusted in the process, and proud of him, and he deserves every bit of it.
Hate it.
I knew
Well,
you
dude,
were going to say that.
I know that Dak he told the G-Bag Nation, I give canned answers. I got a bucket full of them.
And they gave a fake question, and he gave a great answer.
And he gave yes, exactly. And I know that happened, but there's I did like how he was like, I'm not a fan of their team so much.
For
but
sure.
I really do want there to be this like, nah, F that guy. I'm glad he got paid. You know, like I do. Hey, we all want to get paid. But no, I don't like that guy. He's trying to beat me. He just went to a Super Bowl. I haven't been there yet. I need to be better than him this year. I need to be my team has to be better than his team. I don't care that guy's super nice and everything. We'll talk nice off the field at some gala, but we're not going to talk nice to each other in the media or whenever we see each other on the field. No. Be better.
It's fine. He's going to the Super Bowl this year.
That's a great point.
Oh, that's right. Mike said has the Cowboys going to the Super Bowl this year.
All right. ESPN put out a mock draft where every team has to make a trade in the first round, which I always think is so fun.
I saw this.
All right. You making this trade. Cowboys send the 26th pick to the Colts for their second round pick, number 35, their fourth round pick, number 106, and a fourth round pick next year.
What are we getting back again?
A second, a fourth, and a fourth. The second is the third pick in the second round.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Maybe the fourth?
That sounds fine. Do you have the Packers on there? Because I did go look at the Packers real quick and see what they suggest the Packers do.
Okay.
Because I did see this morning and I was like, interesting. The Packers' suggestion is to trade back to the Cowboys, I believe.
Oh, yeah. What? I hate it. Is the Packers get the Cowboys' first round pick, second round pick, and a future fifth round pick for pick 15. And this is a move for the Cowboys to draft Bijan Robinson. I hate it.
See, in my mind, the Packers gave up more to trade back, and we just got Bijan Robinson because the Packers wanted to trade.
Okay.
And that's in my mind. I was like, oh, they called us, and they wanted to move back, and so this is what they offered so that we could move up for them. But yeah, you're right. I don't want to trade up to go get him. If I'm trading up to go get somebody right now, up that high, it would be Jackson Smith and Jigba. I'm not doing that.
Ooh.
Or like if there's one of those tackles or one of those offensive linemen that fell really far, I'm snagging one of those.
Interestingly enough, hopefully tomorrow, which first round potential pick do you think has the biggest bust potential? It's an interesting name that you just brought up. All right, let's go from that to Stefon Diggs, not at the start of Bill's offseason program, so be prepared for Stefon Diggs to the Cowboys ? Articles, because you know that's how it always works. So he's not at the start of their offseason program. Just be prepared. Now let's talk about Derek Coleman. Not the
basketball player?
This is how I know he's definitely tuned out. The basketball
he's talking
player.
about the guy who steals 120 bags for the Cardinals.
No.
That's Vince Coleman. Does he still steal them?
No, he's old.
Don't you feel like you would have heard about that? Vince Coleman still getting work done?
How old is he at this point?
Probably 55, maybe 60.
The Green Bay Packers hired not that Derek Coleman, a different Derek Coleman.
All right.
His story is amazing. He lost his hearing at the age of 3. Then he started to play football in middle school and became the NFL's first legally deaf offensive player for the Seahawks in 2013. And now they have hired him as an assistant to player engagement.
I do remember there was a lot of hand signals with him, letting him know what was going on there. Like, I do remember that specifically. That's awesome.
Do you want to know the betting odds for the specific player that the Dallas Cowboys will take in the first round? Who do you think is the leader?
Well, I was listening to G-Bag, and they named some tight end who's a good blocker.
I don't know if that's in reference to Darnell Washington.
That's him. That's him.
Darnell Washington, who I know a lot of fans have texted in about, he is second on the list. First on the list, Dalton Kincaid, the tight end out of Utah. So just a thought right there. Both the top 2 spots are tight ends. So we'll see. Third on the list, Drew Sanders, the Arkansas linebacker. And fourth on the list, Bijan Robinson, the running back out of Texas. As if you didn't know that already.
You think Jerry is going to show us the first round sheet this year again?
A little bit.
And be like, hey, guess what? We didn't take any of these guys.
I really hope that happens and you're like, all right, you had 3 first round grades on people that were there at 26 and you didn't take any of them.
Traded back.
And then we play that Stephen
Got more
Cliff
picks.
again. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we've got 2 Major League Baseball pitchers with us. So let's talk about the intricacies of pitching. And is this guy going to get another shot? We'll do it next on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Jared Sandler coming up in about 15 minutes as we lead you right into Rangers Royals. But right now, we've got two Major League pitchers with us. So let's discuss the intricacies of pitching. And I know one specific person came to your mind to jumpstart this conversation, Mike.
So Trevor Bauer has a whole bunch of YouTube followers, and I've been watching quite a bit of his stuff. It's always interesting. I get who he is as a person, why he's not in Major League Baseball, and why I don't really like that. That's really not part of the conversation here, because I don't know if he's ever going to get back in baseball, but he talks a lot about today's pitching. You asked me the other day, hey, what's your day after pitching and this and that? And I do think, look, the last time I pitched in the major leagues was 2007. The last time professionally was 2008. So things have changed since then. And so I wanted to have Derek on, who's recently obviously pitched in the major leagues, and ask a few kind of Trevor Bauer questions. And is he unique to this? Because look, I understand through different people I know, he's not the best teammate, to be very nice.
Yeah.
He does things that the organization doesn't want the other 12 or 13 other pitchers to do, because they don't believe in what Trevor Bauer is almost like, this is fact. And you're like, it's not fact. You're the only person doing this, and it works for you. It doesn't mean it will work for the other 150 pitchers in Major League Baseball. So, Derek, one of the things that he does to train himself is he closes one eye and then he closes the other eye at times to work on his balance during bullpen sessions. Is this something that is taught now, that you're supposed to close one eye or the other eye to work on your mechanics?
No, but what he's doing, which I've done this multiple times, great song, is I will close my eyes when I'm doing balance drills or to feel things out, when I'm throwing, playing catch-wise. I'm not going to do this while I'm in the bullpen. For me, when I'm in the bullpen, it's work on location. Let's start doing things with our pitches, working in, out, up, down, changing eye level, all that stuff, creating situations. But the balance, when you close your eyes and do balance drills, which is, pick up your leg like you're going to drive towards home plate and just stay there for a minute, but keep your eyes closed. It's a hard thing to do. Then when you get on your landing leg, close your eyes and do the same thing. Work on your balance that way, just like you've landed after you've already released the pitch. So doing things like that, yes. Doing things while I'm on the mound with my eyes closed, no.
Okay. This is kind of a question based off of, I know you talked about heavy balls, and because my kids don't throw very hard. Like, they're not above average throwing the ball hard for 14, 13-year-old kids. And I see all this heavy ball stuff. And Trevor Bauer has a whole routine, kind of about a 15-minute routine where he goes through everything, what he does with the heavy ball to get ready for a game. And I'm wondering if it's confusing to me, because there is no heavy balls, except that we had a big metal heavy ball to roll your arm around to get loose and everything, but we wouldn't really throw it or anything. How much do Trevor Bauer's heavy ball work translate to all the pitchers? Because I will see in the bullpen, as guys think they're going to get ready, start throwing heavy balls against the wall.
Yeah, it's a quick way to get loose. And for the older guys, that's what they're doing anyway, is a throwing program to keep the arm strength up. Me personally, and I've heard it from my own sources that I'm going to keep private for obvious reasons, but throwing with weighted balls for younger kids is definitely not the ideal thing to do. I get it. There's one guy that I know that's always, he chirps back at me saying, well, there's no such thing as this, and this, whatever. Kids are growing, so I don't like to mess with them when it comes to the weighted balls. Let's teach them the other ways, such as long toss, which is a lot less stress than the weighted balls, and also just doing conditioning, taking care of your arm, the arm care, all that stuff. Those are going to go a lot farther than doing the weighted balls right now. You need to develop.
When it comes to the technology that they have now, and Trevor Bauer is huge into the technology.
Oh, yeah. Spin rate, all that.
He explained how to throw a slider. I know how to throw a slider. I know how to teach it. But I'm just wondering, when it comes to professional guys, let's just take Jack Leiter, for instance. And I know he has a current dad who formerly pitched in the major leagues for almost 20 years, super successful pitcher. It seemed like I was going to have to fly something to the moon trying to learn how to throw a slider from Trevor Bauer.
Start working at NASA
It was the most
yeah.
confusing thing, and I had a good idea of what he's talking about, but that's me growing up with a father who pitched in the major leagues, me pitching professionally for 13 years, and I was confused on some of the things he was trying to get across with the spin rate and the tunneling and all of those things. Is it becoming that difficult? Are they teaching it that way to minor leaguers to make it that difficult to learn how to throw a pitch?
I wouldn't say they're teaching it and it's that difficult. The thing that's what people have to understand too is what works for me. My slider grip is probably different than your slider grip. It's more of a feel. Everything you got to do, you have to feel out the pitch that way, and then you see what's working for you and then do it. Your arm slot and stuff is pretty much going to be the same in that aspect when it comes to that. So we got to constantly keep feeling things out with our pitches, the grips, and toying with it. Because again, like I said, what works for you might not work for me. Okay. And that's where we got to keep going with that. But they also, to add to it too, the numbers game and all that, a lot of guys, like you said too, same thing with me. It's still hard to analyze or go with that and try to incorporate that into the teaching. Whereas just seeing it visually, you're going to know, and you're always going to get this. Is why I hate the numbers game. Your hitter is going to give you your feedback on your pitches.
I love that.
Do you think, a question for y'all, do you think in like 20 years though, that enough people have been phased out that taught it that one way that so much of it will be, here's your spin rate, here's your this, here's your that?
I do, but except Derek just brought up okay, it was a good pitch. It was hit 420 feet at 107 miles an hour. There's your other analytics. That must have not been that good of a pitch.
But on top of that, it could still be a good pitch.
Right.
That's where, don't get so
rare.
caught up
if you execute your pitch and you make the pitch where you want, the location with the movement that you want, usually guys are going to bat under 200 on that pitch. There will be the occasion where guys hit that ball hard, but it'll be rare.
But the first time for me, when I learned my ride back, the two-seamer that comes back on a right-handed hitter, when I learned that, the first time I used it in a game was to Evan Longoria, and he hit it a mile. And what happens is with a lot of guys is, okay, well, that didn't go as planned, so I'm going to go ahead and can it. No, you can't do that. That's the thing is, be okay with failing. Like we've said before, you fail 70% of the time. It's still batting 300 if we're going to use hitter's perspective. But I kept throwing it, and then it became one of my best pitches.
Okay. I like that. That's to stick with it.
Yeah,
to not just give up on it because
something.
The first couple times it didn't succeed in a real game.
Nobody just comes out and it's like, boom, this is the best pitch ever.
Trevor Bauer talks a lot about his workout program. And I'm wondering this. With Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, they're coming over to a new organization. Do they just get to do what they want to do in the weight room? Or are they kind of like, no, this is our Rangers program? Do they kind of mix them together? I'm wondering when Trevor Bauer's doing a lot of different things that I never did in the weight room. And I'm not saying they're good. I'm not saying they're bad. I don't know. I'm just wondering how much you sign a Trevor Bauer or Jacob deGrom, how much are you like, do whatever you want to do, or this is the program we have here?
All depends on the person. Every time I sign with an organization, I got there early. I tell them what I like to do, and then I look at what they want to do, and I incorporate both. I'm not afraid to try new things, doing whatever is going to help me stay on the field. I'm going to go with what they do and produce in that way.
How different are organizations with their weightlifting programs for pitchers?
Some of them are very different. Some of them don't do as much. Some of them do a lot more. And they try to, the one thing I can say, and I'll speak specifically on Texas, is they go directly at something that maybe you struggle with. Maybe you have bad hamstrings. You get a lot of torn hamstrings. Okay, we're going to try to change your workouts to fix that from happening. Or, for me, I had some shoulder issues here and there. I went to Boston. We changed a lot of things there that helped me, and it was unbelievable.
We have about 30 seconds here. What is cardio like now? It used to be I'd have to run 30 to 40 minutes the day after I pitched.
It's long distance.
It's still long distance because Trevor Bauer says he never does long distance.
That's why different strokes for different folks. I mean, you're doing different things here as a pitcher. For me, long distance day after I pitch. When I pitch, as soon as I come out of the game, I'm still doing cardio once I get done with my ice.
Man, love the breakdown. Hopefully that was helpful, or if not, you're not going to become a pitcher. Insightful for everybody listening. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, so let's talk with Jared Sandler right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
KNCMasterpiece.com.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation, it is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of those good folks with Blue Nail Roofing. It's time to talk with Jared Sandler. Jared, how are you today?
Guys, I'm great. How are y'all?
We have a question. We're good. We have a question based off a game we're watching right now. How mad do you think a pitcher gets when an infielder tries to make a play and there's no way they were going to get the person at first and then they end up throwing the ball into the dugout anyway?
Mike?
Yeah, it ticks you off.
Yeah, I would
You're just
imagine
like, dude,
that's not,
I get it, man. He got a little fart infield hit. He's safe by 2 steps. Don't throw the ball into the dugout. Like, let me have a double play option here, man.
Hi, Jared.
I would imagine that's not the ideal situation. I don't know. I feel like pitchers appreciate the effort, but when you dive for a ball in the outfield that you're not, like, within 5 yards of, and then it ends up going by you and results in like a triple when it could have been a single, like that's a little too much on the try hard side. That probably isn't advantageous.
I love it.
Man, that's fantastic. That is the sultry tones of Derek Holland right there. Jared.
Hey, Dutch.
Hi, Jared. I just didn't know if you knew I pitched, so you didn't want to ask me either.
Well, I wasn't to be honest with you, Derek. I will be totally honest. I have not listened to the show today. And so while I know that you are typically on Wednesdays, I didn't know if you were there. And so I didn't want to say Mike and Derek and then look like a Jack, you know what? Because because then they're like, well, if you listen to the show, Derek wasn't there, he hasn't been here. So I wasn't positive.
Have you been to Kansas City yet in your career?
Well, yeah, we've been here for 3 days.
No crap. Have you been there in 2022 or 21 or 20? Usually it's Nadell and Hicks who get to go, and you sit here and do the pre and post game show.
Sorry. I'd been to a Chiefs game a couple years ago, but this is my first time at Kauffman Stadium. This park's more than 50 years old, and it is in great shape.
Better barbecue, Kansas City or the Metroplex. Okay.
I went to so I've been to Jack's Stack before, and then yesterday I went to Joe's, and I wanted to get a shirt. I like getting shirts from like cool restaurants, but the only shirt they had, it was like a logo, and then it said the KC barbecue capital of USA, and I refused to get that.
Yeah, that's smart. Should have gone if you get a chance, go to Arthur Bryant, swing through there.
Yeah, someone mentioned that. I didn't get to go, and I have not. I've not been previously.
All right, you'll get a chance.
What are you going to do when the possum arrives? If you have to go, I know we play home against Oakland. Are you okay with possums?
Well, I'm just still more confused. Is it a possum or an opossum?
Opossum.
Okay, but some people just omit the O and go possum. I feel like we need to get clarity on that before I know how to properly handle the possum if it attacks me. Are they poisonous?
No.
The possum and an opossum are different, by the way.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know
a
that
possum
either.
and a Hixie, did you know that? They're different? In
Since
O,
when?
is it like...
The internet has let me know that opossums are native to North America, while the possum is native to Australia.
So is it like an alligator crocodile type thing? It's like basically the same thing, but...
One's got a longer snout. One's
after
a while.
I know a lot of
the
people.
opossum like salt water.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
How lucky have the Rangers been that what look like or seem like could be concerning injuries to both John Gray and Jacob deGrom look like they will cost this team 0 starts?
Yeah, and Jacob threw earlier today and all checked out there. So, again, he's on track to return to the mound Sunday. Yeah, that's huge. Honestly, I don't know, maybe it's just anecdotal. It seems like the Rangers pitchers have dealt with a number of comebackers, and obviously the one that came back and smacked John Gray in the elbow is the most extreme of all of them, but they have not, they haven't really been, any worse for the wear long term. I guess it's fortunate. I'm not sure what John Heyman thinks about it, but I think the health of the rotation is definitely a big part of why they've been, able to get off to the start they've gotten off to. And, keeping number 48 healthy for, 30 starts would be absolutely huge.
What have you thought about the strikeout per 9 rate of Eovaldi thus far?
Yeah, it's good. Just in general, this is a rotation that strikes guys out now. And, I think with the rules of the shift, the batting average on balls in play, it is already up, and it's going to remain up because, teams are not able to strategically position as favorably as, in past years. And so the strikeout is going to be even more important if you want to eliminate that variable. It's not the only thing. There are guys who can have great success without the strikeout, and obviously with nobody on base, a pop out and a strikeout are the same thing. But a ground ball, there's a chance that it gets through. But a strikeout, you eliminate that. So I just think in terms of sustainable success, the ability to strike guys out is very important. Is it the only thing that's important? No. But this is a rotation that has regularly ranked near or at the bottom in terms of strikeout rate, both the rotation and the staff at large. And having a staff and a bullpen that can strike guys out is a big change in the right direction. And the other thing,
sorry, I don't have time for another
Jared.
thing.
They don't walk anyone either.
There you go, Jared Sandler.
Bye, Jared.
Rangers
Jared.
Royals get going at 1:10. Pregame starts right after us at 12:30. Don't forget, tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., we'll be at the Las Colinas Country Club in Irving right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Bye, Jared.
Soda Weight Loss and Nutrition is all about helping people improve.